The left-over saint-level cultivator cried out in rage. His hands turned into swords, and he pointed one of them towards Gu Donglu, and the other at Yushang. His sword will billowed and wrapped around his body. He took a step forward, and the celestial shadows around Gu Donglu were pierced by his sword will. He spat up blood as his 9-word seal collapsed wildly. Yushang gave a great cry, and dark golden light flowed out from him. A terrible demonic vortex appeared and sucked up the sword will. He was using this devouring magic to demonize the power of the Great Path. The saint-level cultivator retreated from Gu Donglu and raised his right hand. He pointed up into the sky, and suddenly 9 overlapping swords burst out from his fingertip. They shot forward as one, shooting directly towards Yushang. Boom! Yushang's was violently sent shaking backwards. Boom! 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 The power of the swords was unmatched. They went forward together, cracking open Yushang's body. His extremely violent demonic body seemed about to collapse, and his garments flapped wildly in the wind, exposing his deep bronze skin and powerful muscles. There was blood all over him as the sword will pierced through his body. However, even though this was happening, Yushang still stuck to his opponent. He did not retreat, and his battle axe of judgment cut through the billowing power that was coming towards him. It gave off pressure that pressed down on everything as it continued to cut forward, not giving his opponent a chance to rest and catch his breath for even a moment. The sword saint cried out in anger, and bright and dazzling swords shot out of his eyes. They pierced into Yushang's eyes, and they became filled with blood. He closed his eyes, but the sword will still plunged wildly into him, cracking his body open from the inside. It was at that moment that Yi Futian, who had just slain another saint-level figure, rushed over to where Yushang and the saint were fighting. Time and space once again seemed to be restricted, and the swordsman's face suddenly changed. His partner must have just been directly killed by the halberd of time and space on the spot. There was no need to say just how powerful that meant Yi Futian's combat ability was. Crack, crack, crack. His body seemed to be cracking open. He transformed himself into a sword, and suddenly a burst of sword will shot up into the clouds as both and he Yushang rushed up into the sky, with the swordsman pushing Yushang along at the tip of his sword. The inexhaustibly sharp sword pierced through the demon body, but Yushang's powerful from had still not once been knocked back by his opponent's sword. His battle axe was still pressed up against his opponent's sword. A suffocating, destructive pressure descended upon them as Yi Futian's halberd of time and space fell. The sword saint had not been able to make Yushang retreat before Yi Futian arrived. He could only pull back his right hand and thrust it towards the halberd of time and space. 9 swords overlapped once again and shot out towards the halberd. The halberd of time and space descended with all the power of heaven behind it. It sliced through the air and fell upon his opponent's sword. There was a loud noise, and the halberd of time and space seemed to slow because of this, but then it continued forward. Boom! Shock waves swept out in succession. Yi Futian felt the one sword turn into 9 and shoot forward, blocking the power of the halberd of time and space. In that moment, as the 3 of them confronted each other, they formed a strange balance as they all stopped there in the air. But in between the 3 of them an incomparably violent airflow swept up. Even Huang Zhouge's bow could not have pierced through that airflow, and any attacks would be impossible. The sword saint cultivator's hair danced wildly in the wind. At that moment he was under terrible pressure. Were these 2 really only on the sage plane? Even those who had recently reached the saint plane would probably not be like this. Moreover, the power of his swordsmanship was formidable indeed. His sword will had entered his opponent's body but had not been able to destroy it. What level of body was this? Would a saint-level swordsman fall at the hands of sages today? This was an incredibly shameful way to go. He never would have imagined it. "I'll kill you," he cried. He transformed into a formless body, seeming to find some hidden reserve of strength to put into his flowing sword will. His every breath, every thought, every drop of blood were bent towards this sword attack. Buddha and demon were one in Yushang's body. Up in the sky, 1,808 Buddhas flashed into appearance. And right above him appeared a demon head that covered him. The power to control all the demons of heaven and earth was a terrible sight to behold. He had gathered the power of demons and Buddhas into one body. The flow of sword will continued forward, smashing into the image of the demon Buddha, completely destroying it. The saint's sword was incredibly powerful, but the arm that held the sword also trembled slightly. It had just suffered an incomparable amount of power as well. In the other direction, the powerful flow of sword will rushed into Yifutian, and an extremely destructive light bloomed from his body. It rushed into his mind, and even attacked the saint's will. But when the saint felt the spiritual will, his heart trembled fiercely. He seemed to have felt a spiritual willpower that could not be found even on the saint plane. The divine light shone, and a terrible space vortex appeared in front of the halberd of time and space in Yifutian's hands. The dazzling, flowing light shot forward, slicing through the sword will and entering his opponent's body bit by bit. The three cultivators were all being subjected to tremendous amounts of power. You must have come from Dali Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain is sending many sword saints to kill me these days. I will remember this, spat Yifutian in a cold voice. Don't worry, you won't be alone. As he said this, the infinite power inside Yifutian went into his arms. In that moment, an incomparably brilliant light burst forth from his right hand and entered into the halberd of space and time. Destroy! He yelled. He seemed to have given up on protecting his body as he gathered all his power into the halberd. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shook the heavens and the earth as the shrieking sword will was shattered. The halberd of time and space opened up a gap and continued forward bit by bit, cutting through the shattering sword will until it pierced the palm of his opponent's hand. Blood flowed from the wound instantly, just like the previous sword saint. He gave a bitter cry as billowing sword wills burst from his body. They flowed towards Yifutian, but on the other side Yushang was pressing him fiercely. Another sound rang out as his battle axe cut through the sword and into his other arm. In a flash his sword will was mixed with his blood, creating a shocking sight. His cry of rage shook the heavens and the earth. Both his arms were cut through at the same time, and a look of despair came over the sword saint's face. Would he really be killed by two sages? His blood fell all around as his two arms were cut off. Then the halberd of time and space and the battle axe of judgment cut into his body. In a flash, the sword saint's face grew deathly pale, and the sword will that had been flowing around him wildly weakened, although wisps of it still swirled around him. But blood was flowing from his mouth continuously, and his breathing weakened. But his eyes were still firmly open, as if he would still bear a grievance even in death. Boom! There was a loud noise as the saint's body was destroyed. He had been slain. The two sword saints who had pursued them had both been slain. Yifutian's eyes were extremely cold. He was covered in blood. During the battle he had seemed to have no problem, but he knew how things really were, and so did Yushang. Let's go, said Yifutian. And suddenly the group continued on through the sky. Before long, a group of cultivators came over to them. They were the saint-level figures who garrisoned Emperor Xia's city, and they rushed over as soon as they saw them. As he saw them approaching, Yifutian, whose breath had grown very weak, said, Emperor Li's realm has launched a surprise attack. I must ask you elders to go to Xuanji Mountain to rescue them. They nodded. All right. Their figures flashed, moving quickly in the direction of Xuanji Mountain. Yifutian and the others all stopped. They were no longer fleeing. The saint-level cultivators of Emperor Xia's city had rushed to their defense, so there was no need to flee anymore. And if Chao Kong attacked them, they would not be able to escape. He did not know how Yaya, Wuchen, and his master were doing right now. According to his previous estimation, Li Yao would probably not dare to act against Xia Qingyuan. The message that Xiao Shang had sent was probably only Li Yao pretending to act against Xia Qingyuan in the hopes that she would rush to Xuanji Mountain earlier. Now, it was only her and those beside her who could help Yaya. Don't worry, everything will be fine, came a warm voice from beside Yifutian. He turned and saw Yao Shi's perfect face appear before his eyes. Her eyes were warm and soft, but there seemed to be a trace of worry in them. You should rest and recover, Lord Yi, she said. Thank you, goddess, whispered Yifutian. I will keep your secret, Lord Yi, said Yaoshi. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He and Yaoshi had no quarrel with each other, and had a pretty good relationship. She had no reason to betray him. Moreover, Yaoshi was a smart person. Seeing today's battle had probably reminded her of something. If she wanted to spill his secrets, she should consider whether or not she could bear the consequences. Oh! At that moment on the battlefield, the sword matrix spanned across the sky. Yaya had turned into a sword and integrated herself into the matrix. While using the power of the matrix, her ability to counterattack was at its peak. But even so, the magic giant of Lihan Heaven had still not retreated even a little bit. In fact, he was still attacking wildly. He stood there in the sky like a majestic demon king. His head scraped the sky and his feet trampled the earth. His overbearing attacks rumbled wildly. The sword matrix in the air kept launching attacks against him, but he still stood there without retreating. The entire sword matrix had even been knocked far away by his mighty attacks, and had left Xuanji Mountain far behind. Of course, at this point Xuanji Mountain had already been razed to the ground. You may have once been at the peak, but that was in the past. Came a mighty voice that shook the heavens and the earth. A giant fist smashed down, and suddenly the cracks in the sword matrix grew wider, and it was shattered. A group of figures fell powerlessly to the earth, with blood streaming from their mouths. "Chao Kong!" came a voice from far away. As the voice echoed, a fist shot across the distance, covering the sky. Demonic power rolled off of Chao Kong's body as he matched fists with his new opponent. The air seemed about to shatter as Chao Kong was forced backwards. He swept his gaze over the battlefield. Yi Futian and Yu Shang must have already killed them? "Let's go!" shouted Chao Kong, and his voice filled the sky as it rolled out into the distance. The cultivators from Lihan Heaven who were fighting heard his voice and shot up into the air, leaving the battlefield and starting to scatter. Chao Kong had given the order to scatter, which meant that Xia Qingyuan must have arrived. Their opponent's battle matrix was now stronger than theirs. If they didn't leave now, they might never be able to. Voices rang through the air from the distance, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm who were fighting scattered one by one. The Sacred General of Tian and the Sacred General of Dou stepped forward towards where Chao Kong was fleeing and pursued him. The rest of them continued along in the direction of the battle, all of them moving extremely quickly. Xia Qingyuan glanced all around the battlefield. Yaya had fallen down to the ground, and Yi Wuqian was bathed in endless sword will. In a bright, clear voice he said, "Thank you, Swordmaster, for you sword." As he said this, the sword wills pierced through the air, shooting up into the sky. This was the sword that the Swordmaster of Lihan used to enhance his perception, and that he could use to help him in battles of life and death. How he would return his sword. Xia Qingyuan's face was expressionless as she observed this scene. But on the inside, she still felt some gratitude to the Swordmaster of Lihan. In the past, she had once gone to Lihan Heaven and asked the Swordmaster of Lihan to teach her swordsmanship, and to help her understand the way of the sword better. Yi Wuqian descended to the ground, where he sat cross-legged. His breathing suddenly became weaker, but Xia Qingyuan and the others continued forward. All of the saints stopped fighting. The saint-level cultivators of the 9 states had all been injured, and none of them had only been injured once. But at that moment they were only worried about how Yi Futian was doing. Xia Qingyuan had rushed over, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm were scattering. As long as Yi Futian was alright, then this would count as a loss for Emperor Li's realm. Xia Qingyuan and the others strode forward. Eventually, they saw a group of people coming towards them. Among the people at the very front of the group were Yi Futian and Yu Shang. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing terrible had happened to him. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and walked in front of Yi Futian. At that moment, he and Yu Shang were extremely weak. Her expression was exceedingly cold, and the warm air all around them seemed to be chilled in an instant. "Pass on my order," she said. "Anyone from Emperor Li's realm in the Empty Realm is to be killed without mercy. No exceptions." "Yes, Your Highness," said the people beside her. At this point, Emperor Li's realm had already been defeated in the Battle of Empty Realm, but they had ordered their saint-level cultivators to launch a surprise attack on Yi Futian. Li Yao had even personally appeared as a decoy, but they had sent out saints who had reached the peak of the Nirvana plane. This kind of action was extremely odious. Xia Qingyuan could not tolerate it. If Emperor Li's realm wanted to go to war, let it be known that it was them who had made the first move. Many people were secretly trembling. Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had always been in conflict, and had clashed over and over again. And this attack had probably intensified the conflict. No one knew what would happen in the future. "I'm going forward to take a look," said Yi Futian. He still had not seen the others, and he was worried about the safety of the people from the 9 states. As he went forward, he finally reunited with Glass Saint, the village chief, and Saint Xia. When he saw that they were all injured, his heart grew cold. Simply put, the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm's target had been him and Yushang. They just wanted to force everyone else to retreat so they could kill them. They probably had had no heart for a fierce fight, and they would not have suffered misfortune if there hadn't been. But the wounds on everyone from the 9 states showed that they would fight to the death. Otherwise, they would have taken a step back and their opponents would have ignored them and been able to leave directly. If that had happened, how could they have gotten hurt? The village chief rushed forward, and when Yi Futian saw him moving, his heart leapt. He also rushed forward, and saw Yi Wuqian kneeling on the ground with sword wills wrapped around him. There was nothing too wrong with him. The swordmaster of Lihan had once used Yi Wuqian's sword. And not only sword, but his life as well. That life should have been his. Perhaps the swordmaster of Lihan had thought that there would be some kind of accident up in the sky, and that was why he had done what he did. Had he truly lent his sword to Yi Wuqian? Or had it been to Yi Futian? There was no way to know, but no matter who he had meant to lend it to, it was enough to remind him that he owned the swordmaster of Lihan a life. Finally, they all reached Yaya's side. At that time she had fainted, and the village chief had gotten there first and was supporting her. Yaya's mouth and clothes were stained with blood. Yaya had not been the only one wounded in the attack. Many others had been as well. Even his powerful sworn brothers had been heavily wounded, and blood poured from their ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. They were all extremely weak. Li Yao. Yi Futian clenched his fists. The vengeance that he owed him had just gotten even deeper. At that moment, a group of figures came rushing through the air from the distance. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Bu and their cultivators had returned. "Chao Kong has set all his will to fleeing," they said. "We could not stop him." But several of the saints who participated in the battle were stopped and killed. Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm is no longer in the empty realm. He probably started up a space matrix in order to leave. And not only that, Emperor Li's city is now a ghost town. Obviously, Li Yao had already made preparations before he had acted. No matter if he was able to kill Yi Futian or not, he would be able to predict that there would be great disturbances afterward. Why would he wait in the empty realm for Xia Qingyuan to deal with him? Of course he had left straight away. "Is the princess all right?" asked Yi Futian. These words carried deeper implications than their surface meaning. Of course, he was not blaming Xia Qingyuan. This whole situation definitely had nothing to do with her. Moreover, when he had first set out, she had sent people to protect him in order to guard against this sort of thing. Although the likelihood of Li Yao doing something crazy was quite low, they had still been prepared for it. But Xiao Sheng's words had changed everything, and had nearly cost Yi Futian and his friends their lives. Yi Futian also did not blame those cultivators who had left. The two sides had no relationship with each other, and in Emperor Xia's realm he was nothing more than the princess's valet. He had no right to ask them to do something for him. Moreover, since Xiao Sheng had sent a message saying that Princess Xia Qingyuan had met with a surprise attack, they had to go, even if there was only a 1% chance of that being true. They were Emperor Xia's people. They were the princess's people. They weren't Yi Futian's people. Li Yao sent some saint-level cultivators from the empty realm to the holy mountain to create an illusion to confuse me. They did not actually dare to act, but delayed me for some time. "It was my fault for being too slow," said Xia Qingyuan. She knew that if she had been only a moment later, Yi Futian would have really been in danger. And the fact that Yi Futian and the others had survived this battle was already a miracle. It was truly a miracle. If Yaya had not counterattacked with all of her power, and if the swordmaster of Lihan had not lent his sword to Yi Wuqian, Yi Futian would not have survived. He knew this all too well. "Princess, this is all my fault," a voice rang out. When she heard this, Xia Qingyuan's eyes flashed with cold light. She turned her cold eyes slowly, looking towards the figure from which the voice had come. It was Xiao Sheng. When the saints that Li Yao had sent appeared, I panicked. I didn't wait for orders, but directly sent the message to Xuanji Mountain, leading to Brother Yi and the others suffering a surprise attack. But fortunately nobody came to any great harm. Xiao Sheng bowed to the princess. "Please forgive me, princess." Xiao Sheng had actively admitted his mistake. At that moment his head was bowed very low, as if he were truly admitting that he had done something wrong, and begging the princess for her forgiveness. Yi Futian's gaze fell upon Xiao Sheng. He had just asked if the princess was all right, but what he was really asking about was Xiao Sheng's message. He had previously guessed that Xia Qingyuan would not have sent people to call back his guards. Li Yao would not dare to attack Xia Qingyuan. So he had asked if something had happened to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had said that it was just Li Yao trying to confuse her, and that war had not really broken out. So, Xiao Sheng had come back with the message, and had stated that there were no orders from Xia Qingyuan. What did he mean by this? Well, if that was all that it was, then it was all right. When Xiao Sheng had rushed to Xuanji Mountain, Chao Kong and the other cultivators from Emperor Li's realm had all been there. When he saw that, Xiao Sheng must have thought that something had happened, and that Li Yao's target was him, not Xia Qingyuan. But Xiao Sheng had summoned people to go out without any hesitation, and moreover had said that the princess was under attack. Could be said that he was extremely decisive at that time. He had been determined to send people, and to have them gather the people from Divine Cloud Valley along the way. If Xiao Sheng had said that he meant nothing by this, could Yi Futian really believe it? And it was not only Yi Futian. The other people from the 9 states were all looking at Xiao Sheng extremely coldly. He had seen that Yi Futian was surrounded by the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm, and had still said that the princess was under attack and sent people to her. Broadly speaking, didn't this mean that he had tried to kill Yi Futian? He had just tried to use others to do it. "You have indeed done wrong," said Xia Qingyuan coldly. "You said, the princess is under attack. When was I under attack? Li Yao sent saints to surround the holy mountain. The situation was dire, so I immediately sent people from the Shao clan to get people to come help. I naturally thought that Li Yao was moving against you." Xia Sheng still had his head bowed. "Under such circumstances I could not take too much time to think." "You could not take too much time to think?" Yi Futian said suddenly. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He still remembered Xiao Sheng's expression when he had relayed his message. Cold, without a hint of emotion. At that time, it had not looked like Xiao Sheng had cared about the princess's safety at all. "Either way, this situation is my fault. No matter how you punish me, princess, I will not complain." Xiao Sheng bowed again, still sounding honest and sincere. "What do you think, Yi Futian?" Xia Qingyuan turned her gaze to Yi Futian. The one who had really been in danger here was Yi Futian. He would probably not let Xiao Sheng off too easily. This was a thorny problem. Yi Futian would most likely want to kill Xiao Sheng. She did not think that it would be strange for him to want this, nor would she blame him for it. But even though Xiao Sheng was in the wrong, if they killed him they would never be able to explain it to her mother and the Shao clan. "I think that you should thoroughly investigate this matter, princess. I believe that you will handle it well," said Yi Futian. He did not give his own opinion on the matter. "I will." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "Many people have been injured. Have them return to Emperor Xia's realm. They could slow down when handling this matter. But many people in Yi Futian's group had been wounded, and it was not suitable for them to stay in the empty realm." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. Then they all gathered together and left in the direction of Emperor Xia's city, where they prepared to depart. "You are just going to let him off like that?" Luo Fan's voice was extremely cold. Everyone could see it clearly. Xiao Sheng had plotted against Yi Futian, and had tried to have him killed. The princess was Xiao Shang's cousin, and Queen Xiao was his aunt. Even if the princess wanted to act against Xiao Shang, the matter would not be easily decided. By handing the affair over to Xia Qingyuan to handle, Yi Futian had made things difficult for her. It would be extremely difficult to act against Xiao Shang. Let him go? A cold, murderous light flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. He must die. Li Yao wanted to kill him because they were enemies. So if Xiao Shang wanted to kill him, it was even more unforgivable. Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian, and the others had originally planned to cultivate in the empty realm for a period of time, at least 1 year. After all, in 1 year the spirit stones of the Great Path would be distributed. However, this sudden incident had made Yi Futian and the others use the grand matrix of space to return to Emperor Xia's realm earlier. Xia Qingyuan would naturally stay in the imperial palace, and the others left individually. Yi Futian and the others returned to the mountain villa to cultivate and heal. This time, many of them were seriously wounded. But before long, Xia Qingyuan sent a powerful saint-level cultivator who was skilled in the healing arts from the imperial palace to cure their wounds, both wounds of the body and wounds of their spiritual willpower. Because of this chaos that had taken place, any of the cultivators from the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm returned, and the news quickly spread to all corners of Emperor Xia's realm. The news of their victory in the empty realm had made it back to Emperor Xia's realm a long time ago. Now, as everyone was returning, many of the details were being passed around as well. Many people marveled at the fact that Yi Futian had helped Xia Qingyuan seize victory all under his own power. However, this person who had rendered outstanding service had earned the jealousy and hatred of Emperor Li's realm due to this, and thus had been subjected to an extremely dangerous attack. The Sword Saint of the Void had reappeared during that attack, and the Swordmaster of Lihin had lent out his sword. This left many people amazed. When Yi Futian and Wang Chuan had fought upon the 33rd level of Lihin Heaven, what had really happened? They had thought at first that Wang Chuan of Lihin Heaven had been defeated, and thus had not taken part in the Battle of Empty Realm. But for the Swordmaster to lend his sword meant far more than simply participating in the battle. The Swordmaster of Lihin's skill was forging 33 sword wills. He had lent one of them to Yi Wuchen to enhance his perception. He had helped him at the hour of life and death. Was this the attitude of a master personally teaching a disciple? Even though Yi Wuchen had showed extraordinary talent for swordsmanship at Lihin Heaven, would that really be enough to make the Swordmaster of Lihin do this? No one knew what the Swordmaster of Lihin was really thinking, but this foremost swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm had a bearing that made people admire him. Many people thought that Yi Futian had fought his way up to the 33rd layer of heaven in order to humiliate Lihin Heaven, but he had lent his sword to Yi Wuchen. This kind of bold vision was truly worthy of a top saint. Later, more details of the attack came out. At first, Xia Qingyuan had sent people to protect Yi Futian, but they had been ordered to gather together and leave by Xiao Shang, which had led to Yi Futian coming into grave danger. Now, it was said that the princess was investigating the matter. Was Xiao Shang really trying to save the princess? Or was he simply trying to kill Yi Futian? The latter option was probably not true. After all, Yi Futian and Xiao Shang had no enmity between them, and it could even be said that they had nothing to with each other. Why would Xiao Shang try to kill him? But those people from top forces who had gone to the empty realm had seen more than anyone else. Xiao Shang certainly had sufficient reason to want Yi Futian dead. But on the bright side, Xiao Shang was also justified. He was indeed thinking of the princess when he did it. Oh! The core members of the Xiao clan had gathered in the palace of the Xiao clan in Emperor Xia's realm. The person sitting at their head was Old Man Xiao. Those around him were all core members of the Xiao clan, all of his sons, and sitting before them all was Xiao Shang. At that moment Old Man Zhao's face was quite ugly, as if he were quite angry. He gazed coldly at Xiao Shang and said, "What on earth have you done? You have made Qingyuan order an investigation." Xia Qingyuan had given the order to investigate this matter, and even to directly investigate the Xiao clan and those beside Xiao Shang. He was Xia Qingyuan's grandfather, and the head of her mother's clan. The people in this mansion were all Xia Qingyuan's relatives. Even though she was the princess, she should still have deep feelings for the Xiao clan. And yet, at that moment his granddaughter, Princess Xia Qingyuan, had sent people to his household to investigate him. What did this mean? When outsiders saw this, they would think that a rift had formed between the princess and the Xiao clan. It was obvious that what Xiao Shang had done had made Xia Qingyuan angry, and that was why she had acted in spite of what old man Xiao might want and sent people to investigate him. At that moment, Xiao Shang's face was rather pale and his fists were clenched. He knew that Xia Qingyuan thought highly of Yi Futian, but he had underestimated just how much. Had she really launched an investigation into the Xiao clan over an outsider? This now not only implicated her cousin, but all of the Xiao clan. I've already said all I have to say. You must know, grandfather, that the situation was very tense. I was worried for the princess's safety, and so I naturally sent people to protect her, said Xiao Shang. Who is the princess? Who is Yi Futian? Should Yi Futian really have been the one I worried about in that situation? The blood of the Xiao clan flowed in Princess Xia Qingyuan's veins. Is that all? Old man Xiao asked coldly. I only did what needed to be done. If the princess blames me for this, I will have no complaints, answered Xiao Shang. When he had spoken to Xia Qingyuan, he had learned that she regarded Yi Futian far more highly than him. Yi Futian had lived, so naturally there was no problem. In that case, it was best to try and find an opportunity. The worst possible result was just that he would not have a chance to be at Xia Qingyuan's side. This would not too different from if Yi Futian was alive. In that case, he would also have to dampen his ambitions and not think about them anymore. He would have to find another path of cultivation. So he did not regret doing what he did. There is a report for you, master, came a voice from outside. Come in, said old man Xiao. A figure quickly came in from outside. After he had stepped into the hall, he bowed slightly and said, News has come from the Outsi world. Master Xiao Shang has been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm. Everyone was shocked when he said this. They all gasped loudly. Xiao Shang had been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm? If that was so, then him transferring people away from Yi Futian's side could absolutely not be explained simply by his concern for the princess. That would mean that he had collaborated with the enemy to kill one of his own. This kind of crime would be enough to finish Xiao Shang, and would even put a black mark on the entire Xiao clan. I have not. Xiao Shang's face suddenly chanced. He knew that this crime was not something that he could bear. In a flash, many pairs of ice-cold eyes gazed at Xiao Shang. The members of the Xiao clan looked at him with severe expressions. The atmosphere in the entire hall had changed. The Xiao family was the family of Emperor Xia's queen, who had given birth to Emperor Xia's favorite daughter, Princess Xia Qingyuan. Thus, they were at the height of their power, and almost stood at the top of Emperor Xia's realm. Everything that they did was to make their relationship with Emperor Xia closer, and to go a little farther. Of course, they did not seek to take advantage of this. They just wanted to follow in Xia Qingyuan's footsteps. If Xiao Shang was charged with collaborating with the enemy, he would not be the only one who would be unable to bear it. This would put a black mark on the name of the Xiao clan. After this, it would be impossible for Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan to place the Xiao clan in an important position. Where did this news come from? Old man Xiao asked the man who had come in. I don't know the source. It seemed to suddenly appear out of thin air. It seems like someone was spreading it on purpose, the man answered. Grandfather, someone is trying to frame me. Xiao Shang's expression finally changed. If he was accused of collaborating with the enemy, the situation would be far worse than he had anticipated. Old man Xiao, who normally seemed so warm, was now cold and stern. His eyes were like knives that seemed to pierce directly into Xiao Shang's mind. Xiao Shang, there will be traces left behind of anything that you have done. I understand Qingyuan's nature a bit. If she is going to do something, she will do it thoroughly. Don't think that there is any use in hiding anything. If you have done something, your best option is to admit it immediately. Maybe then you will still have a chance. But if you mean to hide it and wait until you are found out, I will have no control over the consequences. Old man Zhao's voice pierced Xiao Shang's ears. In that moment he felt a terrible pressure. Came not only from old man Xiao, but from everyone in the hall. At that moment he felt like he was suffocating. His expression changed constantly, like he was struggling with himself. Finally, he lowered his head and bowed, saying, "Grandfather, no matter what, I would not dare to collaborate with the enemy. The blood of the Xiao clan flows in the princess's veins. How could I dare to help Emperor Li's realm against her?" As he said this, everyone was still staring at him. Xiao Shang broke out in a cold sweat, but he continued, "It's just that I met a female cultivator in the empty realm. She told me that Liao meant to attack the princess, and if that happened that I should immediately call cultivators to protect her." "Is that all?" A cold voice echoed throughout the hall. "At a single sentence from her you rushed to do her bidding? How close was your relationship with her?" continued Old Man Xiao. How much was Xiao Shang revealing, and how much was he hiding? Xiao Shang knelt to the floor and said, "I admit, everything that you think happened did indeed happen, but I swear I never made any contact with people from Emperor Li's realm, nor did I ever speak of betraying Emperor Xiao's realm. Don't tell me that you didn't suspect that's what you were doing." Old Man Zhao's eyes were sharp. "You were taking advantage of the situation, and taking the opportunity to get rid of Yi Futian." Xiao Shang lowered his head and said, "In everything that I did I never committed treachery. All along I was thinking of the clan." Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Old Man Xiao slammed his hand down on his armrest. His face was cold. "These words might work on me. I believe you, and the people of the Xiao clan believe you too. But how do you intend to explain this to Xia Qingyuan?" Xiao Shang lowered his head. "Aunt will understand me." Everyone in the Xiao clan stared at him with fury in their hearts. This was simply dastardly. They all understood that once this got out, they would have to give up all hope of sending Xiao Shang to the palace to cultivate. Xia Qingyuan would never trust him again, nor would she ever make use of him. "Father, Xiao Shang is guilty. I will take him to the palace to admit his guilt," said Uncle Xiao to Old Man Xiao. "You are planning to go to your sister, aren't you?" How could Old Man Xiao fail to see what he was thinking? Xiao Shang had made a terrible mistake, and word of it had reached the outside world. Someone was clearly trying to incite conflict. Under these circumstances, if things deteriorated at all, it would be very serious. Now, the only who could help Xiao Shang was Queen Xiao. In the midst of the mountain, Yi Futian came to the cottage villa. There, a quiet figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating. The wind passed through and caressed her long strands of hair. It was Yaya. She had already woken up. Yi Futian walked next to Yaya, only to see her opening her eyes. The breath from her body was still not as steady as before. "How are you?" Yi Futian asked. "Fine, it is just that the cultivation of these few years had been wasted. I need to start from the first level of the Saint Plane," Yaya whispered as if she did not mind it at all. The battle with Chao Kong, with her recovered realm, was not enough to stop Chao Kong of the Nirvana Plane. The only way was to return to the peak. This battle had cost her dearly. Her cultivation in recent years was destroyed. Yi Futian sat next to her and handed a storage ring to her. "What?" Yaya looked at him and asked. "You cultivated the power of the Great Path in space. Everywhere here are the Great Path fragments with space attributes. They should allow you to speed up your cultivation," Yi Futian said. Yaya looked at him and said, "Save it for your own cultivation. Your comprehension had long been accomplished. The only thing left was just the realm. It would be faster used on you." As Yi Futian was saying, he reached over and took her hand, then placed the storage ring in her palm. "Otherwise, if you encountered similar situations again, could you still count on me?" Looking up at him, she saw Yi Futian smiling while closing her hand and whispered, "Focus on cultivating. We need you in the future." As he was speaking, he stood up and left. When he turned around, his eyes suddenly became cold. There were news from the outside that Xiao Shang had colluded with Emperor Li's realm. So he truly deserved to die. Even though he blocked Xiao Shang's way, but it was ultimately to contribute his power to the battle for the empty realm, and help Emperor Xia's realm to win the battle. If Xiao Shang wanted to get him out of the way, he could have done it in the open. No need to find a pretext, even resort to colluding with Emperor Li's realm. Who else was more deserving of death if not Xiao Shang? Of course, this whole thing seemed somewhat odd. If Xiaoshang had really gone to the enemy and colluded with Emperor Li's realm, why would such news suddenly come out? With the background of the Xiao clan in Emperor Xiao's realm, there were few in Emperor Xiao's realm who would dare to spread such news at will, because once found out by the Xiao clan, they would not easily let it go without retribution. Unless Li Yao had done it intentionally? So what was his motivation? Deliberately inciting the contradiction between himself and Xiaoshang, thus offending the Xiao clan who stood at the top of the Emperor Xiao's realm? The Xiao clan was royalty. If he touched Xiaoshang, then Li Yao's purpose was accomplished, and knew that Yi Futian would feel compelled to do so. This was also why the plot was the insidious and extremely nasty. But even if he knew all that, could he just let Xiaoshang go? But for now it was better to wait and see. After all, Xiaoshang's status needed to be considered, and Xia Qingyuan was already investigating the matter. He would not be impulsive and out of bound. Otherwise, it would only create embarrassment for Xia Qingyuan. Whoosh! Yi Futian let out a heavy breath and felt a little depressed. He felt that although Xiaoshang was guilty, there was little hope for Xia Qingyuan to execute him for it. It could even be said to be nearly impossible. After all, he was the grandson of Xia Qingyuan's maternal grandfather, the son of her uncle, and the nephew of her mother, Queen Xiao. All these relations involved, with layers upon layers of blood and kinship. Even though Xia Qingyuan has the power as a princess, she was equally subjected to constraints. Punishment was likely, but execution was difficult. After Yi Futian left, he went to visit senior brother, Knife Saint, and the others to check on their recovery. When Yi Futian was thinking about all these, Xiaoshang's father, Xiao Qinhe, had already entered the palace with Xiaoshang to visit Queen Xiao, who was also Xia Qinhe's sister. After they entered the palace, Xiao Qinhe had Xiaoshang explained everything in detail. Naturally, he understood that this thing could not be concealed. Although Queen Xiao was his sister, she was also the queen. If he dared to deceive even the queen, the consequences would only be dire still. To admit guilt and ask for forgiveness was counting on that the aunt would not want to execute her own nephew over this. Examine this incident carefully. Although Xiaoshang was a bit foolish, the fortunate thing was that even though he was being used, but he never really had any contact with Li Yao, so at most it could be said that he was merely borrowing the advantages from Li Yao. It was true that he wanted to kill Yi Futian, but ultimately it failed, and Yi Futian and the others were safe in the end. But being defeated like this, when Xiao Qinhe left the palace, his face was cold as ice. Xiaoshang bowed his head without saying a word, knowing that his future was probably over. At this time, inside the palace, Xia Qingyuan came to the personal quarters of Queen Xiao. She looked at her mother and asked, "Uncle was here?" Obviously, she already knew that Xiao Qinhe and Xiaoshang had been there. "Your uncle wanted to see you, but I know you weren't in the best of moods, so I didn't let him and Xiaoshang go to your place." Queen Xiao looked at her daughter and whispered with a laugh, "Are you still worried about this? There were rumors that Xiaoshang colluded with Emperor Li's realm," Xia Qingyuan said. "Do you think your cousin was that stupid?" Queen Xiao said to Xia Qingyuan, "Think about his status. Collusion with Emperor Li's realm? Even if he had killed Yi Futian, what kind of crime would that be? These many years, I understand the thoughts of your uncle and your cousin, but I've let you have your own way. You were just like your father and you know your own mind, so I rarely interfered with your decisions. Xiaoshang is anxious for fame and glory, and perhaps he was jealous of the position that Yi Futian occupied in your heart, and felt that something that should have belonged to him was robbed by Yi Futian, so he wanted Yi Futian dead. But how would he dare to collude with Emperor Li's realm? It was only the people of Emperor Li's realm who took advantage of his feelings. Queen Xiao continued, "Just now your uncle and Xiaoshang came over and explained everything he did. Someone did send him a message saying that you would be attacked. Probably he also wanted to achieve his own objective, so he sent away the people you sent to Yi Futian. In any case, Xiaoshang would never dare to do anything that hurts you. Otherwise, even if your uncle was here begging, I would have killed him myself." Xia Qingying was silent without a word. It was all just as she had expected. Indeed, her mother had never interfered with any of her decisions, and everything was always decided by herself. But the ties of blood were, after all, unable to be severed. Her uncle had came personally to plead, and her mother still chose to speak on behalf for Xiaosheng. "Tell me, Qingyuan, is Yi Futian important in your heart?" Queen Xiao asked. Xia Qingyuan looked up at Queen Xiao, remembering that the few times when she first saw Yi Futian, she had always disliked this self-righteous guy. However, after the fight at the Imperial Mausoleum when she lost to Yi Futian, she had also acknowledged his strength. And with everything that happened later, she gradually started to recognize and even accepted Yi Futian, and Yi Futian's position in her heart had changed quietly. This change did not occur overnight. Seeing Xia Qingyuan's silence, Queen Xiao smiled and said, "Sending people to investigate the Xiao clan, without nary a care for your grandfather's name, just to clear the air for him? The battle for the empty realm was made possible by him, so that Emperor Xia's realm won the control for the empty realm for the next 10 years without a drop of blood. And not long after that victory, an attempt to assassination was made on the single most important person who made it all possible. And now, Xiaosheng is rumored to have colluded with Emperor Li's realm. As the leader in the battle for the empty realm, how can I not fully investigate the matter and give everyone involved an explanation?" Xia Qingyuan said, "If this whole thing ended like this, it would have a chill effect on everyone." Queen Xiao walked up to Xia Qingyuan. She smiled softly and looked at her daughter. "Qingyuan, you are all grown up now. Are you still going to wear men's clothing? It is time to return to your femininity." She knew just how beautiful her daughter was. She also knew that her daughter was lonely. She had a noble birth, Emperor Xia's youngest daughter, who was talented and beautiful, and was deeply adored by her father. Since childhood, whoever spoke to her was always careful and full of respect. Among her peers, no one dared to look at her, even those proud sons of Emperor Xia's realm. Except Yi Futian was an anomaly. It was said that he had absolutely no regards in front of her daughter, but it was just so that his talent was not any less than that of Xia Qingyuan. Perhaps his appearance made Xia Qingyuan feel that she was not so lonely after all, that in this world there were still people like her. Therefore, Yi Futian had possessed a certain position in her heart. "Mother!" Xia Qingyuan looked at Queen Xiao, and knew her mother was trying to change the topic. "Arrange a meeting and ask Yi Futian to come to the palace for me to meet him," Queen Xiao said lightly to Xia Qingyuan. Last time at her father's birthday banquet she had already seen him once, and he had left an impression on her. "Don't investigate your grandfather's side anymore. Your uncle would not dare to deceive me," Queen Xiao continued. Xia Qingyuan sighed. It seemed that her mother was getting involved personally to mediate the matter. However, knowing Yi Futian's temper, how could he accept it? She was very clear about how stubborn that guy was. Meanwhile, at the cottage, messengers sent from the Emperor Xia's palace delivered the message that Queen Xiao had summoned him. Yi Futian immediately understood that the Xiao clan had contacted the queen, and it was pretty much the same as he had expected. Queen Xiao was the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm, the favorite of Emperor Xia, and the mother of Xia Qingyuan. The power she wielded could only be imagined. Xia Qingyuan launched an investigation on Xiaosheng, and now there were rumors that Xiaosheng had colluded with the enemy. It was only natural that the Xiao clan had asked the queen for help. Since Queen Xiao had summoned him, it was obvious that it was for this matter. However, for Queen Xiao to personally summon to see him, it showed the high regard she had for him. Otherwise, as the bodyguard of the princess, if Queen Xiao had issued an order, what could he do, and what did he dare to do? In the villa, many people came to Yi Futian, even Knife Saint who had not yet fully recovered. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Futian, the queen had summoned to see you. You must take care not to offend her. I know it's impossible for you to let go this thing with Xiaosheng, but it can wait. Don't cause friction with the queen." Knife Saint was thinking about Yi Futian. Emperor Xia and the princess were both good to Yi Futian. If there was friction between Yi Futian and Queen Xiao, this would obviously not be most ideal for Yi Futian. "Senior brother, don't worry. I know what to do." Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Because of Xiaosheng, his senior brother was seriously injured, but now he was advising him to hold his temper. When Yi Futian arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, there was a maid waiting outside ready to lead the way. However, she did not take Yi Futian to the palace of Queen Xiao, but to Xia Qingyuan's living quarters instead. On the stone bridge, Yifutian saw Xia Qingyuan standing there, and at the pavilion next to the lake across, there was a graceful and elegant figure standing quietly, the back facing Yifutian. Slender hands waved above the lake, seemed to be feeding the goldfishes in the lake. "Princess!" Yifutian bowed slightly to Xia Qingyuan and greeted her. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and whispered, "My mother wants to see you. Come with me." As she was telling him, she walked toward the other end of the stone bridge, and Yifutian followed behind her. They stopped at the lakeside pavilion, where an enchanting mist permeated the air so that the lake appeared as if a fairy pool out of this world. Although the figure standing in front of the lake was just a view from the back, it still exuded an air of noble holiness. She turned around slowly, revealing the unparalleled beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, upon which mortals dared not cast their eyes. However, Queen Xiao at the moment had a gentle smile on her face, and did not seem to be unapproachable. But that temperament was from deep down inside and cannot be concealed. Even just standing in front of her was enough for most people in Emperor Xia's realm to feel a touch of pressure. "Yifutian greets Her Royal Highness the Queen." Yifutian bowed and paid his respect. "No need for protocols," Queen Xiao said softly. "I heard Qingyuan speaking of the battle for the empty realm, and she credited you especially as the one who single-handedly helped Emperor Xia's realm to win the victory of the once every 10-year battle for the empty realm, and with the least injuries among all previous battles. To win with the least cost was indeed precious. That was our duty as subjects of the realm," Yifutian said with bowed head. "Provided one has the required ability to do so," Queen Xiao said with a smile. "In every battle for the empty realm, how many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm desired to achieve glorious deeds, and yet there were few who could have done as you did. Even though Qingyuan participated this time in the battle, the victory of the battle for the empty realm was still uncertain. After all, our opponents were also of royal principalities. Your achievements also meant that you were the most outstanding in this battle for the empty realm. The praises of the Queen I dare not accept," Yifutian said. "Excessive modesty is akin to insolence. You quite deserve the praise," Queen Xiao continued. "And I already said no need for protocol, so why are you continuing to bow your head and not looking at me? Do you think I'm old and ugly?" Yifutian sighed in his heart. Queen Xiao said absolutely nothing of the matter of Xiao Shang, but instead praised him continuously, even with humor and playfulness. After all, as the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, who would dare to dismiss Queen Xiao as old? This queen was even more difficult to deal with. Looking up, Yifutian beheld the beauty that could fell a city, replied, "I dare not." Queen Xiao's eyes fixed on Yifutian and said, "At the Xiao clan, you were not so restrained. Actually, you were quite comfortable doing what you wanted. You then entered Lihan Heaven, got to the 33rd layer of heavens, and defeated Wang Chuan in front of the swordmaster of Lihan. At the moment, you are quite unlike the you from before. You are acting this cautiously. Was it because you have something against me? The queen is most distinguished and noble. I dare not disrespect," Yifutian said. Queen Xiao casted a stern look at Yifutian and said, "Then how come I heard that you were quite unscrupulous with my daughter?" Yifutian looked totally confused. He glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was next to him, and saw that she was just standing there quietly, without expression. "Forget it, you cherish the words like gold, more precious than old me," Queen Xiao said mildly. "But Qingyuan trusted you, and His Majesty have granted you additional title. Presumably he wished that you would become a helper in the future for Qingyuan. At the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, although the swordmaster Lihan borrowed the sword from Yi Wuchen, there was hidden intention to protect you. So many people valued you. I'm sure you won't let them down. Although Qingyuan had already rewarded you for the battle for the empty realm, but it was not comprehensive. I heard that Qingyuan had promised to have Divine Cloud Valley craft implements to the people of 9 states. I will personally give them an order to expedite the work so they will not dare to delay. In addition, I also heard that you have traveled to Xuanji Mountain with the intention to trade methods of cultivations. To avoid such troublesome process, Qingyuan had allowed you the freedom to enter Emperor Xia's palace, and I will personally allow you to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus in the palace, all except for the 9th floor. You may come and go as you wish. In addition, you may select 10 scriptures of methods, copy them, and pass them on to your close associates at the Holy Ji Palace. Queen Xiao looked at Yi Futian and said, "This way, you don't have to go to other places to trade for cultivations in the future, and your friends would also have enough powerful methods to support their cultivations and continue to move forward. After all, they have contributed greatly in this battle for the empty realm by taking Emperor Li's city and took their imperial flag. So this is rewards to their achievements." When Xia Qingyuan heard Queen Zhao's words, she casted a glance at her mother. A strange color flashed past her clear eyes. The Golden Hall of Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace could be said to be one of the most precious places in the entire Emperor Xia's realm, comparable to any treasured ruins, and many people even thought that it was hands down the most precious place of all. Even her, from the beginning of her cultivation, besides what was taught her by the emperor her father, most of her time was spent in the Golden Hall of Lotus, seeking enlightenment. In Emperor Xia's palace, there were some who were of extremely powerful Saint Plane. They were not part of the royal family, but they were willing to enter Emperor Xia's palace to serve her father. Some of them did so also for the Golden Hall of Lotus. Even with her position as the princess, she did not possess the power to reward others the privilege to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus to cultivate. There were only 3 people with this power, and they still require the consent of the emperor. One could only imagine just how tremendous this reward really was. It would be fine if Yi Futian was the only one to be given this reward, but her mother had said that Yi Futian could take out the transcript of methods of the Golden Hall of the Lotus to allow his close associates to cultivate, which meant that this could be passed on to the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. This kind of bestowment was extremely rare to say the least. This also meant that the emperor had also agreed. Queen Xiao had already received the permission of Emperor Xia. Yi Futian clearly understood the weight of Queen Zhao's reward to him. He could enter the Golden Hall of Lotus at will, which meant that except for the highest level, he could cultivate with any methods he chose, and he could also teach the 10 methods to the people of the Holy Ji Palace, which was equivalent to giving them a holy land of heritage in the Barren State. Such reward was not inconsiderable. "Many thanks to the Queen," Yi Futian bowed. "I would also thank the Queen on behalf of the people of the Holy Ji Palace for this handsome reward." Yi Futian secretly sighed inside. Was this the compensation from Queen Xiao to the people of the Holy Ji Palace? In this battle, many people from the Holy Ji Palace were injured. Queen Xiao must have known it. "All right, you may go now," Queen Xiao said again. "Yes." Yi Futian put his hands together and turned to leave. Xia Qingyuan took a step, wanting to catch Yi Futian for a few words, but then she heard Queen Xiao called out, "Qingyuan." Xia Qingyuan stopped and looked at Queen Xiao, and heard her said, "Come and chat with me." Xia Qingyuan looked at the departing Yi Futian, then nodded gently and walked over to Queen Zhao's side, saying, "Anything else, mother? Do you disapprove of my decision?" Queen Xiao said. Xia Qingyuan understood the intention behind her mother's decision. She never once mentioned Xiao Sheng, nor did she plead for him. The only thing she did was to pile reward upon reward to Yi Futian. But Yi Futian was a smart guy, he would not have mistaken her intentions. Yi Futian is now coming to the upper worlds to cultivate. In the past, those close associates of his were great talents themselves. Following him in cultivation, they would experience wider perspective. For them, what is the most lacking? Queen Xiao said to Xia Qingyuan, "It is far simpler to ask for Xiao Sheng's life. But to these people of the Barren State, isn't it more important to cultivate? To Barren State, could Xiao Sheng's life be equitable to these?" Xia Qingyuan had to admit that Xiao Sheng's life was indeed not worth the rewards that her mother had bestowed on Yi Futian. If the choice was given, anyone would choose these resources for cultivation. "Of course, I am only doing this because your father and you both valued Yi Futian, so I am just following your lead. Otherwise, Xiao Sheng's life is not worth all these efforts, and your father would never allow me to do so." Queen Xiao said, "But he is, after all, your uncle's flesh and blood. It doesn't matter to the others, but it's different for your uncle. Qingyuan, let this be the end of the matter. I have already told your uncle that Xiao Sheng would never be allowed to step into the palace again, and the heir of Xiao clan would never be him." Queen Xiao added. Xia Qingyuan looked at her mother, then nodded gently. What her mother had done was even too grave for her to comment any further. After Yi Futian left Emperor Xiao's palace, news quickly spread from the palace that Queen Xiao had permitted Yi Futian freedom to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus inside Emperor Xiao's palace, the most prestigious holy land for cultivation in Emperor Xiao's realm. In addition, Queen Xia had personally ordered that divine Cloud Valley to create divine implement for the people of 9 states. Not only that, but Yi Futian was also permitted to take the 10 methods from the Golden Hall of Lotus and pass it on to the people of the Holy Ji Palace. In addition, there was also the punishment that was dealt to Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang was tempted while in the empty realm, secretly sent commands and dispatched personnel, causing Yi Futian and the others to be ambushed. Going forward, Xiao Shang of the Xiao clan was not allowed to step into the palace, and the cost for Divine Cloud Valley to recreate divine implements for the people of the 9 states would also be paid for by the Xiao clan. Once these 2 news came out of Emperor Xiao's palace, many people were staggered by Queen Zhao's handling of the matter. The first beauty of the Emperor Xiao's realm had chosen to use reward so that Yi Futian had nothing to say. At the same time, everyone understood that Xiao Shang's future was probably over. With such stain, and the palace had ordered him not to enter the palace ever. From then on, the focus of the Xiao clan would no longer be Xiao Shang. Unless his own talent was unusually genius that he would never need the spiritual resources of the Xiao clan to cultivate, and rise up on his own against the odds. However, even if he was outstanding in talent, how could he compare with Yi Futian? This had already been proven in the empty realm, not to mention, at present, Yi Futian was well regarded by Emperor Xia and the princess, and all the advantages were on his side. What did Xiao Shang have to fight against him? Before, there were rumors that when Xiao Qinhe and Xiao Shang left the palace, Xiao Shang's face was gloomy. Now everyone understood that the rumor was likely true. After coming out of the palace, Xiao Shang knew his ending. The punishment may have seemed not much, but in truth it had destroyed his future. Yi Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. All from the 9 states were shocked. Queen Xiao was something indeed. If she were to simply order Yi Futian to keep his hands from Xiao Shang, she would not have been able to budge Yi Futian at all. However, at present the queen was taking the soft approach. She simply rewarded him and never mentioned anything about Xiao Shang. That ended up dissipating Yi Futian's intent to kill Xiao Shang altogether. Despite wanting to kill Xiao Shang still, it would have been a lot more difficult. The queen gave him plenty of face and rewarded even the people of the 9 states. Her actions of compensating them was actually an act to have them spare Xiao Shang's life. Yi Futian simply was unable to do anything about it. His only backing would have been Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Even if he intended to make a move against Xiao Shang, he needed both of them to back him. But then again, everyone knew what Queen Zhao's identity was. The beloved woman of Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan's biological mother. Brothers, what do you make of that? Yi Futian asked his eldest brother and third brother. It was very sincere of her to summon you for a meeting. If you were to refuse her offer and intended to still make a move on Xiao Shang, you would have appeared insolent. Furthermore, if you were to offend Queen Xiao simply to take Xiao Shang's life and things were keep developing from there would be no telling if both Emperor Xia and the princess would be displeased with you. The Sword Saint said to Yi Futian, Xiao Shang's life is worth less than that. Better put it aside for the moment. The news that was spread all over the place seemed to have been pulled intentionally by those from Emperor Li's realm, and it was done none other to instigate you to kill Xiao Shang, eventually pitting you against the Xiao clan and the queen. It's an extremely disadvantageous turn of events for you, and they sure know how to pull something so devious. Gu Donglu added. Xiao Shang should have been punished by death for what he did in the Battle of Empty Realm. But then again, he wanted to have you killed due to jealousy nonetheless. Now that his future path is in shambles because of that, you'd irk him further by getting better with your own life. There is no need for hurry. Any training methods in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, if you were to seriously take your time to select, would have been worth considerably more than Xiao Shang's life. What is there to refuse? A voice was heard and Yi Futian turned around to address the woman walking in. He then called, Yaya. What Xiao Shang did involved more than just Yi Futian alone, so it was not something that he could have simply decided on his own. At present, however, It seemed that no one agreed to him making a move against Xiaosheng. Even Yaya shared their opinions on the matter. He understood without doubt that if he were to insist on killing Xiaosheng, it would have simply meant that he was letting his emotions do the talking. But if he were to truly weigh the pros and cons, it became obvious that Xiaosheng's life was not worth it. There is a training method in swordsmanship in the Golden Hall of the Lotus called the Taishan Sword Sutra. The training method in swordsmanship is suitable for any swordsman and resembles the training methods of the swordmaster of Lihin in certain ways. Copy the methods and make it into one of the 10, and you could make it something to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, Yaya said to Yi Futian. All right then. He did not have anything further to say, since Yaya had put it that way. Furthermore, there were actually many swordsmen training in the Holy Ji Palace to begin with. If he were to count those by his side, Yaya, the Glass Saint, the village chief, Qin Zhuang, Wuchen, Sushang, the sword demon, Zui Chencho, and some others were all practitioners of the arts of the sword. The Holy Ji Palace indeed lacked a power training method in the way of the sword. Would there be any need of other training methods? Yi Futian then asked Yaya. If you were to see Huangting Fist will at the 8th floor, feel free to take it. I don't know much about the others, but since you could now come and go as you like, you could take your time and browse the training methods. Decide for yourself which of them would prove useful, Yaya said. Yi Futian nodded. It was actually rather difficult to just pick 10 to pass down as legacies. He needed to first take the training of the people around him. All of those people around him were people who followed him through thick and thin, establishing the foundations of the Holy Ji Palace. If he were to pick training methods to pass down, he would have naturally needed to take their needs into consideration. The Taishan Sword Sutra would be useful for the swordsman. As for other methods, he would have needed to take his time and select carefully. The one that I acquired for Luofan back at Xuanji Mountain is useful enough for me. There is no need to find another for me in this trip of yours. Yu Qi spoke first after seeing Yi Futian eyeing the crowd. He was only allowed to take 10 methods, and any one that he would have taken would have been invaluable. Futian, there is no need to deliberately consider for everyone's needs here. It would suffice to pick that you deem the most powerful, Dozhan said as well. He, too, was willing to put his own interests aside and consider for the Holy Ji Palace. If the difference in power proves great enough, then I shall pick the strongest there are. If there are those suitable for some of you here and those methods are powerful enough on their own, I don't see any reason to not take them. Yi Futian continued. Relax. I know what to do, right? Everyone nodded hearing what Yi Futian said. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace several days later. Xia Qingyuan walked with him after knowing that he came, heading for the deeper parts of Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia's palace was a very big place. Palaces shrouded in mists and ancient halls stood tall everywhere. Despite having been there before, he had only been to Xia Qingyuan's residence and nowhere else. He came to a place and saw many steps in front of him. Clouds shrouded the sky of that place, like a paradise on earth. There was a golden ancient hall that resembled a lotus on top of those steps, and the place was none other than the Golden Hall of the Lotus, which was also the library of Emperor Xia's palace. There were no guards around the Golden Hall of the Lotus, as if anyone could have came and went as they pleased. But everyone around knew that it was one of the most important places in the palace. No one dared to step foot inside without orders. Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian as they stood before the hall. The Golden Hall of the Lotus had a myriad of books, and all of them were saint-level training methods. You can't find anything lower than that. You could say that it is the most important treasure trove in Emperor Xia's realm. Not only would you be free to pick any that you find suitable for yourself, you could also study other methods as well, comparing them and advancing your training further. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that he needed to incorporate his own understanding in his path of training. The halberd of nothingness that he created was one that incorporated the understanding that he developed back in the Endless Ocean, as well as training in the 9 heavenly attacks. His own understanding of things became even more important after breaking into Saint Plain. Let's head inside, Xia Qingyuan said, and she went into the Golden Hall of the Lotus together with Yi Futian. She was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain herself and needed to make a breakthrough into Saint Plain. It was without doubt beneficial for one to further their training by reading a myriad of books. Furthermore, she could have provided some opinion for Yifutian as well. She was very familiar with the Golden Hall of the Lotus after all. Yifutian was quickly enamored by the ocean of training methods laid out before him after stepping inside the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He seemed to have lost track of time as he went on to further his understanding within. At that moment, Yifutian came to a row of books at the 7th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, flipping through the pages of the training methods available. All training methods available there were specifically that of speed, suitable for cultivators training in the power of the Great Path with wind and space attributes. Most of them were spells at Saint level which proved useful for enhancing movement speed. However, there was one that seemed rather special. It was one on footwork. Footwork of Xianyuan. Yifutian frowned at the name of the training method. Does this have anything to do with the Xianyuan Palace? It was said that the ancestor of the Xianyuan Palace was a Renhuang. Yifutian started flipping through the pages. There were introductions to the footwork at the beginning. The footwork of Xianyuan was created by the Renhuang of Xianyuan all those years ago. It was of formidable might, enabling one to take to the skies with a single step, melding with the Great Path. It was lost in the generations and there was no detailed explanations on where the footwork originated from actually. The footwork belonged to the Xianyuan clan. After it was lost in the generations, my father felt it a pity to see it fade from history. As such, he went on to combine his own understanding with any records left by the Xianyuan clan and created this new breed of footwork of Xianyuan. It paled in comparison to the original created by Emperor Xianyuan all those years ago, however, as everyone developed different understandings in their training after all. There is a copy of it in the Xianyuan Palace as well, bestowed by my father, Xianxia explained. Yifutian nodded. If it was something created by Emperor Xia himself, then it would have been extremely formidable regardless. Understandings developed by a Renhuang would not have been common things after all. He flipped through the pages detailing the essences of the art and extended his spiritual powers to the jade scroll at the side, seeing immediately a blurry figure standing tall in the sky. Every step the figure took seemed to have been able to crack the heavens and the earth, bringing down the sky. The strength of the steps compounded as they were merged with the Great Path. Yifutian sensed pressure beyond his tolerable limits and the footwork took a turn after melding with the Great Path, conjuring many mirages and making it look like that of a matrix, enabling the user to appear in any corner at will. Every single step taken remained terrifying. If the footwork were to be merged with the Great Path, especially that of suppression in space, then it would have enabled a perfect melding in the arts, enabling defense and offense to be carried in a single move. Even when used for escape, it would still have demonstrated impressive offensive might. Yifutian felt shaken after his spiritual powers were rescinded. Even though it was a lost art that Emperor Xia built from scratch again, it was still terrifyingly formidable. This is it, Yifutian said. He reserved a spot in the 10 for the footwork of Xianyuan. Yifutian put footwork of Xianyuan aside for the time being and continued to browse other training methods. The reading process actually took him months. There were simply too many books to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and all of them were of great depth. If one were to truly spend time understanding every single training method to be found within, it would have taken years, and yet one would not have yet been able to finish, let alone spending just months. As such, at later stages, there were many methods that he did not take more than a look of. As time passed, he selected quite a number of very powerful methods. He was rather undecided what to take and left the decision at the very end. Yifutian saw the Huangting Fist will at the 8th floor. There were 33 layers to the art, one layer being stronger than the one before. If one were to be able to train in all 33 layers, one would have been able to break through the Great Path itself. Furthermore, he discovered that Huangting Fist will was an offensive art that Xia Qingyuan trained before. It was no wonder why Yaya asked him to pick that up. It was obvious that she knew how powerful it would have been. The further one proceeded with their training in the art, the more terrifying it would have become. Huangting Fist will was very suitable for furthering his and Yushang's training. He continued reading the others without stop and quickly reached where the Taishan Sword Sutra was. The The Taishan Sword Sutra was one that trained the heart of the sword and tempered the will of the sword. He extended his spiritual powers into the jade scroll of the Taishan Sword Sutra and immediately found himself in another space. Swords were everywhere in there. The sword of the great path rained down and fused within his will. The sword merged with the great path and conjured different sword will of the great path. There was one extremely formidable figure standing tall in the void, who waved about with his hand and swords appeared. Every single sword was an embodiment of a way of the sword. When the swords were launched, the heavens and the earth trembled. At that moment, Yifutian felt as if he was coursing with sword will all over him. The world tree in his life palace swayed. Sword will seemed to have begun to develop and continued to grow. It went on until his entire life palace was shrouded by the sword will. Xianxia came to where Yifutian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. She saw Yifutian being circled around by sword will at that moment, which gradually coalesced into a sword. Her eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. It seemed that her father was not wrong about Yifutian. He was indeed possibly been of extraordinary birth. A sword was seen circling around the world tree in Yifutian's life palace after a while. The sword will fell and gave birth to a sword spirit. The world tree and freedom meditation had once again given birth to another life spirit. Of course, doing so required powerful references in reality for developing understanding. Sword will flashed in Yifutian's eyes as he opened them. He turned around and found Xianxia standing there. The Taishan Sword Sutra was of mysterious depth. My catastrophe swordsmanship was imbued with understanding of the Taishan Sutra as well, Xianxia said to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded. It was a training method mentioned explicitly by Yaya, so he had to copy it. He went on to comprehend the Taishan Sword Sutra further, before continuing to roam about in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He came to a remote corner after a while and flipped through the methods available there. The training methods here are available for practice to those possessing specific powers or even life spirits. They are not one-size-fits-all types of methods. It is best not to make the methods to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, but you are free to study them yourself, Xianxia said to him. The Taishan Sword Sutra was not actually a specific training method of a certain way of the sword. It was more like a comprehensive outline of the arts of the sword, suitable for use for any swordsman. The footwork of Shenyuan and Huangting Fist were suited for cultivators training in multiple abilities, enabling them to meld their ways within. Training methods found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus were all of saint level and melded well with the Great Path. Many of those methods were capable of being melded with great paths of different sort, bringing formidable powers to bear. All right. Yifutian nodded and continued to read the methods over there. A training method caught his eye after a while. Art of Thousand Phantasms. Yifutian read the book and was able to deduce from the title that it had something to do with illusions-related training. It was indeed as Yifutian had speculated after flipping the pages. The Art of Thousand Phantasms was indeed a book on the arts of illusions. However, it possessed the ability to bring illusions into reality, changing one's immediately reality so much that one could have even changed one's appearance and bearing. It was something that only cultivators training in spiritual type of arts could have trained in. Furthermore, the one created the art had a peculiar life spirit, the Fox of Thousand Transformations. The Fox of Thousand Transformations was a peculiar beast capable of mystical abilities and take thousands of different forms. They were very eerie beings, and legends had it that such foxes reaching enlightenment would have been able to enchant people, with nothing more than a single look. There had been foxes of thousand transformations taking forms of women of extreme beauty, possessing the ability to enthrall the people. Yifutian extended his spiritual power into the jade scroll of the book and felt a vast power of the Great Path. His eyes had even taken an eerie, demonic form, making them capable of enthralling others without fail. There was a godly fox of thousand transformations appearing in his spiritual world. Those eerie eyes seemed to have been able to cast him into the depths of an illusory world. Boom! Yifutian's spiritual will shuddered violent as he shook free from those eyes. His spiritual will left the world of the Jade Scroll, yet the eyes imprinted in his mind nonetheless. In that split second, he felt as if his spiritual will had been taken over by something else. The eye of the storm passed down by Emperor Yi Qing enabled him to take control of demonic beasts. Yet that godly fox of 1,000 transformations enabled it to take control of humans with its spiritual will. What differed was that the eye of the storm was capable of planting a mark in the target's spiritual will, giving him permanent control. The fox of 1,000 transformations, on the other hand, probably required eye contact to maintain the effects on the target's spiritual will. Even so, it was nonetheless extreme terrifying. Yi Futian's eyes glimmered looking at the methods before him, seemingly thinking of something. He stepped away after a while and went on to browse other arts. Some time passed and he exited the Golden Hall of the Lotus, after picking the 10 training methods. He left the Emperor Xia's palace and returned to the cottage with the methods, letting the crowd take their pick on what to train with. At the same time, he had his teacher, Dozhan, as well as Yu Qi and the others, return to the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State with the training methods. There was one among the 10 that was of an extremely potent sealing art. Queen Zhao's orders required that he only pass down the chosen methods within the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, Yi Futian suggested to the Moon Saint and had him pick the most extraordinary student among their clan to train within the Holy Ji Palace. Doing so enabled them to gain the sealing art, so the Moon Saint agreed to it. It made no difference whether said person trained in the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace after all. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status at the upper worlds was such that he was placed with extreme importance by both Emperor Xia and the princess. Even if Queen Xiao intended to save his nephew, she had to resort to rewarding Yi Futian to do so instead. It was a testament of the bright future ahead of Yi Futian. There was simply no way the Moon Saint would have refused having one of his own clansmen train in the Holy Ji Palace. He clearly knew that Yi Futian had actually chosen the sealing art just so to return the favor of having the Yu clan participate in the sacred war. He was even thinking if he himself should have joined the Holy Ji Palace as well. He would have been able to train in such a powerful saint-level method by doing so after all. Dozhan, Yu Qi and the others returned to the lower worlds, back to the Holy Ji Palace after settling with the arrangements. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace again, and he went to look for Xia Qingyuan at her place instead. "I need a favor from you, princess," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. "What would that be?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. "He actually came asking me for help on his own will. I want to do something and I might require your assistance in the future," Yi Futian said. Seeing Yi Futian being serious, she straightened up herself and said, "Continue then." Yi Futian then told her about what he intended to do, and Xia Qingyuan's face saw a shocking change, saying, "Are you out of your mind? You should know that I train in many abilities, princess. I saw that training method in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and I think it is viable to do so," Yi Futian continued. "That is what you think is viable. What happens if things were to go south?" Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with a rather cold expression. What the hell is this bastard thinking? Is there really a need to go so far for revenge? Couldn't you just wait for a bit? My training is now at the pinnacle of Sage Plane, and I have even touched the power of the Great Path, so I'm not all that far from breaking into Saint Plane. I have developed some understanding training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus for months. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to experience more to temper my mind, allowing my state of mind to stabilize and further my plane level. Yi Futian's eyes were adamant as he said, "That shall be one very perfect experience." "I still think it is too dangerous," Xia Qingyuan said. "Which is why I'd need your help, princess," Yi Futian said. "I'm not agreeing to this." Xia Qingyuan eyed him coldly, and her tone was just as determined. Yi Futian frowned. What he intended to do would have been difficult to pull without cooperation from Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, he would have required large amount of intel. "So you're concerned for my well-being then?" Yi Futian stared at Xia Qingyuan and asked all of a sudden. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded and continued to glare with her cold eyes. "You're my valet now. It's a waste to let you die just like that," Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. "Cultivators couldn't just simply stick with the beaten path with their endeavors. Haven't you ventured into the empty realm, braving the dangers to fight in the battle of Empty Realm too, princess?" Yi Futian then continued saying to Xia Qingyuan, What I intend to do is not actually all that dangerous, and furthermore, I'd have been able to serve His Majesty by doing so. Why would you refuse my suggestion in such an adamant manner? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian without saying anything. There have been many who took the risk in the Battle of Empty Realm. You have participated in the battle personally and never flinched. Yet now you are worrying about my well-being. Are you hitting on me now? Yi Futian provoked Xia Qingyuan with the look in his eyes. After spending so much time near one another, he naturally learned of Xia Qingyuan's personality and knew what would have worked best on her. Xia Qingyuan's pride simply did not allow her to take such provocations and do nothing about it. As expected, Xia Qingyuan glared at him with her cold eyes and said, "If you want to die so badly, fine. I'd oblige you. As for other matters, I'd suggest you not think too much about them." Yi Futian smiled after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words and said, "Thank you for your help, princess." His body glimmered after thanking the princess. His Guqin spirit hovered in the air. Xia Qingyuan had no idea what he was up to. She stared at Yi Futian, who then said, "I'd like to request you to destroy it, princess." Xia Qingyuan's expression turned grim. That bastard has indeed gone nuts. He is asking me to destroy his life spirit? Even though she knew that Yi Futian had suffered having his life spirit destroyed before, but she was unable to fathom why he would have wanted her to destroy his life spirit right there and then. "Are you hesitating, princess?" Yi Futian then continued. "If you wish to see me continue to live, then the Guqin spirit needed to be destroyed." Xia Qingyuan then burst with terrifying will of catastrophe swordsmanship after hearing his words. Sword aura circled about her and her eyes were just as piercing as she gazed at Yi Futian's eyes. She took one step and light of calamity glittered, turning into thousands of swords and swooped at Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. The strings were broken and the Guqin spirit was shattered with one rumble after another. Yi Futian grunted and spitted blood. Xia Qingyuan pulled her sword wills back and glared at him coldly. "You satisfied now?" She then turned around and left, leaving Yi Futian where he was. Her hands, which she had hidden in her sleeves, actually trembled a bit. "That bastard. Thank you for indulging in my request, princess." Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was leaving. A bitter smile was seen in his eyes. That Guqin spirit had been with him for many years. It actually pained him to destroy it. It was especially so since the Guqin spirit held significant meanings to him. His teacher, Hua Fenglu, Jieyu, his grandmaster, all of them were related to the Guqin. At that moment, his Guqin spirit was no more. However, determination was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Even though his Guqin spirit was no more, he had no regrets. What he needed to do next required the Guqin spirit to be destroyed, replaced with other life spirits. Yi Futian bent his knees and sat on the ground, beginning to recuperate from his injuries at the princess residence. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. As the days passed, year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar neared its end. Yi Futian finally emerged from the Golden Hall of the Lotus that day and came to the princess residence. Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian. She never stepped into the Golden Hall of the Lotus all those days. In fact, she had never seen Yi Futian after she destroyed Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. At that moment, she found Yi Futian's bearing took an 180-degree change after seeing him for the first time in many, many days. Yi Futian of the past exuded exceptional bearing, and there was an unbridled, carefree feel to his handsome face. One could have also felt a sense of gentleness and well-mannered bearing from him, something resulting from having been playing his Guqin for years. Yi Futian, at that moment, while still could have been described as handsome and dashing, even more so when looks alone was concerned. His handsomeness had a tinge of demonic grace to it. Those deep eyes looked enchanting, making it seem as if one were to fall for him just by looking at those eyes. Xia Qingyuan felt Yi Futian's eyes looking increasingly demonic and enchanting at the moment. It seemed as if there were only those eyes occupying his mind, as if she was going to fall any time. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan snapped out of it and felt a chill running through her spine, turning her eyes away from that pair of eyes of his. "Just want to try it out for a bit." "Forgive me, princess," Yifutian replied. His expression returned to normal, but nonetheless looked very handsome still. However, the bearing on Yifutian began to change. His features changed gradually and his silver hair turned black again. Yifutian seemed to have become someone else altogether. While he was still exceptionally handsome, but his looks and bearing were no longer what it had been in the past. "Seems like you have mastered the art of thousand phantasms then." Xia Qingyuan kept her eyes at Yifutian. She had to admit that if it had not been for her witnessing Yifutian's transformations personally, there would have been no way she would have recognized him. Even if a cultivator were to change their appearances, there was no way they could have changed their bearing and aura. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator would have become, one could have still told who they were with just one look. However, not only did Yifutian change his appearances, his aura and even his entire bearing bore no resemblance to what they had been before. It was a complete transformation from head to toe. "Princess, would you mind if I let His Majesty take a look at me?" Yifutian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stared at him, knowing what he meant. "Wait here." Xia Qingyuan left where she stood after saying that. Xia Qingyuan returned after a while and said, "You can rest easy now." "Thank you, princess." Yifutian nodded. What Xia Qingyuan said meant that Emperor Xia saw all of that. Despite the art of thousand phantasms being extremely mystical, he nonetheless still had his worries, being concerned that extremely formidable beings could have still saw through his disguise. However, he no longer needed to be concerned about that anymore. "I've taken your time long enough, princess," Yifutian said. "It's time that I head back and get ready. I'd still need your help in the future, princess. If I were to not be around, I'd send word through my stead. You would be able to know of my whereabouts at all times." Xia Qingyuan gave him one cold look. Yifutian cupped his hands and returned to his original form, concealing his aura somewhat, and left the place. A figure came to Xia Qingyuan's side after Yifutian left, chuckled in a low voice and quipped, "Interesting little fellow indeed. Do you like being a voyeur so much, father?" Xia Qingyuan glared at the figure that just appeared. "This world belongs to your father to begin with. Would I really need to peek at anything?" Emperor Xia chuckled and said. Xia Qingyuan was rather exasperated and had no words to retort. "Are you telling me that you have fallen for the kid?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyuan glared at him and said, "I'd fall for anyone but him. Makes sense. The kid sure knows how to piss people off. I feel like giving him a good beating myself." Emperor Xia nodded with a smile. "If he wants to venture on a pilgrimage outside on his own, let him be. There is no need to maintain contact with him. The world would be a more quiet place with him dead somewhere out there. No one else would come to bother you in the future." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father with a dumbfounded expression. "Why are you looking at me like that for?" Emperor Xia smiled and said, "While he is one hell of a jerk, he is nonetheless very exceptionally talented. He might yield unexpected results from his journey. Just have one of your shadow guards keep an eye on him." Xia Qingyuan said to the emperor. "If he wants to die so badly, why bother? Just leave him to his own devices then," Emperor Xia said. Xia Qingyuan glared at Emperor Xia and said, "Have it your way." She then turned around and left. "Someone is not speaking their mind here," Emperor Xia said with a smile, seeing Xia Qingyuan leaving in an exasperated manner. She was in no mood to be bothered with him and just kept walking. There were definitely less than 3 people who dared behaved in such a manner in front of Emperor Xia throughout Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan, whom the emperor had doted on since a very young age, was no doubt one of those 3. Emperor Xia smiled and turned his gaze far away. "This kid sure is interesting." At the end of year 1002-1 of Divine Prefecture calendar, Yifutian was seen training at the mountain behind the villa. Sword will coursed about Yifutian's body, emanating sharpness throughout his entire being. Countless sword will coalesced and terrifying fires emanated from his body. The fires were of raging might as it merged with the sword will. The sword will of flames condensed in a frenzy, being gradually compressed at a single point, which eventually took the form of a sword. The sword pulsed with scorching light throughout its entire form. Yi Futian exuded a totally different aura throughout his being after the sword was conjured. It was an aura of coldness. His surroundings seemed to have been invaded by the sword will of coldness, which was coalesced into yet another sword, hovering before Yi Futian. The third sword after that was that of storms. The fourth, a heavy blade of the stars which suppressed the heavens and the earth. The fifth, a blade that was conjured by countless particles, which could have been separated into thousands of swords at any given moment. The sixth, a sword of lightning infused with explosive powers. The seventh, a blade which flickered in and out of tangibility, looking unreal. The eighth, pulsed with the light of space. All 8 swords pulsed and emanated different sword wills. Stifling pressure was felt throughout his immediate vicinity. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to be shining with the light of the swords. The 8 swords then circled about him. Other than the Taishan Sword Sutra, he learned many other types of sword arts while training with the Golden Hall of the Lotus during the time spent there. Every single art corresponded to one type of elemental powers, which he melded with his own training. His way of training would have been different from that of other swordsmen, making him unique. Yaya continued to stare at him from behind. She had never seen any cultivator like Yi Futian. It seemed as if he would have been able to master any art quickly, so long as he had the will to do it. At present, no one would have doubted Yi Futian's authenticity as a swordsman. Furthermore, even if he were to claim that he had been practicing arts of the sword right from the beginning when he began training, no one would have doubted him after seeing what he was capable of. Yi Futian was indeed a swordsman. Furthermore, he was a swordsman that was considerably more powerful than conventional ones of his current plane. Yi Futian waved his hand. Sword wills shot out and leveled a hill far away right there and then. The sword wills about him dissipated and he set his sight far away, thinking that since he had came to yield some results with his sword training, he would have grown more powerful if he were to merge the footwork of Shenyuan and Huangting Fist Will with his way of the sword. Even if he were to lay off using his previous powers, he would have still been invincible under Saint Plane, not one bit weaker than he had been before. You have changed your bearing and took to studying the art of the sword. What are you up to? Yaya asked Yi Futian. Very few cultivators did what Yi Futian did. There were definitely reasons for him to be doing what he was doing. Yaya, I might be leaving for some time. Take care of the villa for me, Yi Futian said. Where would you be going to? Yaya asked again. Somewhere far away. Yi Futian said, I have hit the bottleneck with my training. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to go on a pilgrimage. I intend to do this on my own, without bringing anyone with me. No idea when I'd be departing, but I'd leave the bird behind. I'd know if anything would have happened to any of you. You are going into Emperor Li's realm, aren't you? Yaya's eyes seemed to be saying that she knew what Yi Futian was thinking. If you're only embarking on a pilgrimage, why would you choose to go alone? Even if the pilgrimage were to be one pitting your life on the line and you don't intend to bring saints with you, why not take Yushang and the others with you? Furthermore, having changed his bearing and trained in the art of the sword, all of that seemed to have suggested that he was in disguise. She speculated that the faraway pilgrimage that Yi Futian talked about was one to be carried out in Emperor Li's realm. Don't think too much about it, girl. Yi Futian extended his hand, but Yaya anticipated it and dodged, glaring at him. Girl? Yi Futian put his slightly shaking hand down, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yaya walked up to him seeing how he acted. Yi Futian flashed a warm smile seeing her move. He extended his hand and stroked her hair, saying, No need to worry about me. Have you learned the art of disguise? Yaya looked at Yi Futian and asked. It was inadequate to just change his bearing and the arts he trained with. Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. His features began to change as Yaya eyed him. It did not seem as if he was in disguise at all. Instead, the man that stood before her had been someone else altogether. What do you think? Yi Futian returned to his original looks. Even if you are able to change even the world around you, but if you were to kill Li Yao in Emperor Li's realm and assuming if you succeed, how are you going to make it out alive? Yaya continued to ask. Who says that I'm going to kill Li Yao? Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm just going to Emperor Li's realm to train. I wouldn't be stupid enough to go and kill him. Relax. Yaya's eyes continued to be filled with distrust. Going to Emperor Li's realm just to train? What kind of an excuse is this? There were plenty of places to train in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there were definitely many places stronger than Emperor Li's realm, yet he insisted to train Emperor Li's realm instead. But since Yifutian put it that way, she saw no need to argue further. If you were to run into any danger, remember to keep me posted. Yaya continued to stare at him, but she was unable to say anything to stop him. If he had made his decision, then it was possibly something that she had no way of changing. Let's talk about something else. Tomorrow would be the first day of the new year. Let's celebrate together. Yifutian smiled and said, taking her to the villa. The black-winged condor ran in Yifutian's direction, not far away, and said, "What are we going to eat for the New Year's feast?" "Roasted meat." "Indeed, roasted condor." Yifutian turned around and said to the bird, "Hey bird, seems like you have grown quite a bit of meat from eating too much. Could you actually still fly? How about we take some of those extras off?" The bird shuddered and whimpered in an instant, looking at Yifutian feeling wronged. All right. Lay off the jokes. I just go on a diet." Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. The upper worlds were naturally ruled directly by Emperor Li himself, while the lower worlds were ruled by the members of Emperor Li's royal family. Furthermore, suitable talents were selected from the lower worlds and sent to the upper worlds for further training. The Dali dynasty's lower worlds were divided into 9 counties, which somewhat resembled the 9 states in Emperor Xia's realm. What differed was that all 9 counties were ruled by sheriffs with absolute power within the country they were in charge of. Conventionally speaking, they were usually the most powerful person to be found in the county. The county of Yen ranked at top 3 among the powers of the 9 counties of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. The county of Yen had been famous for years for producing swordsmen. There was a saying in Dali dynasty that went, "The swordsmen of Dali were divided between the swordsmen of the country of Yen and the swordsmen of other counties." As such, swordsmen of Dali would have all trained in the county of Yen. There were 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, and there were 18 sword saint-level figures in them. It served as the testament of the power of the swordsmen of that county. Swordsmen were usually a preferred choice of many cultivators, and there were many stories of swordsmen. There was a story in Luiyue City of the county of Yen at the moment. There was a young swordsman rising to fame in Luiyue City, which was said to have hailed from the mountain of hidden swords in the east, who developed his powers in a single day, embarking on a journey to help the downtrodden and cut down the wicked. Blood would have spilled as soon as his sword was drawn. Among the stories, there was one where there had been robbers throwing their weight around outside of the mountain of hidden swords, robbing everywhere they went and enslaved the weak. Said swordsman traveled 1,000 miles on a single sword, going into the lair of the robbers alone, and causing a bloodbath in that mountain all on his own. There was also one telling of a clan of swordsmen who performed wicked deeds in secret and even trained in evil arts, using young women to further their training. Said swordsman went up to the clan and cut down the head of the lord. But of course, the most renowned one told was one that happened recently in Luiyue City. There was a son of the younger sister of the city lord of Luiyue City, who was known for being lecherous. He took a liking to a woman he saw in the city, however. Said woman rebuffed his advances, and so he manipulated things behind and backed her family to a corner. That swordsman caught wind of the news and cut that man down. The beloved son of the sister of the city lord of Luiyue City was killed, and the authorities sent men to arrest the swordsmen, who were all ended up killed. The city lord was enraged and led the army of the city lord office to take him down, ordering that he be killed on sight. However, all of the elites from the city lord office perished in that battle. The city lord was killed as well. It was worth noting that the city lord of Luiyue City was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. However, it was rumored that said swordsman only took one attack to take him down. In actuality, such stories were filled with conventional tropes, and they were happening everywhere all the same. Bullies, perverts, and robbers, those people were found in abundance, and there was never any shortage of those kind of people. No one could have ever cut every single one of them down. But It was just a coincidence that the swordsman kept running into those people, and proved mighty enough to slay them without delay. None of those matters would have been all that much of a story in the vast Dali dynasty otherwise. It was rumored that that swordsman went by a very simple name. It was anything but overbearing and very memorable. He was known as the Seventh Swordsman, and some speculated that he had the name due to having carried 7 swords with him. None of them would have naturally expected that the man had only took such a man due solely to laziness. There had once been a swordsman he knew named Yen Jiao, whose name meant loosely Yen the Ninth, so he just called himself the Seventh Swordsman instead. The death of the city lord of Luiyue City kicked up quite a ruckus. It was worth noting that other than being city lord, the man had another identity, a student of the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword. The Holy Land was established by a sword saint named Jian Quangren, whose swordplay was known for its overbearing and ferocious nature, with many of its moves consisting of strong blows and wide sweeps. Luiyue City was under rule of the sword clan of the Gale. There was no way said Holy Land would have simply let the death of the city lord slide just like that. It was said that there were already mighty ones heading towards Luiyue City. Within a villa found inside Luiyue City at that moment, there was a woman who was playing the guqin. The woman had soft features and looked quite stunning. She was alluring enough to pique the interests of any lecherous fellow. A man was lying on the ground near the woman, who had a sword placed at his side, while carrying a gourd on his right hand, drinking from it. The young man had stunning looks, and those eyes of his had a mystical charm to them. At that moment, he looked like he was enjoying himself, drinking and listening to music. The man was none other than the talk of Luiyue City at the moment, the Seventh Swordsman. The man was also one who hailed from the 9 states of Emperor Xia's realm, who came to Dali dynasty on pilgrimage Yifutian. He trained as he traveled, venturing into the lower worlds of Dali dynasty from the 9 states, instead of entering Emperor Li's realm from the upper worlds directly. Yifutian had 2 goals for making the trip, with one of them being truly to train on his pilgrimage, tempering his mind. As such, it was not an odd choice for him to travel through the lower worlds instead. His second goal was to avoid any troubles or suspicions, which might have happened if he were to enter Dali dynasty right away from Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li's realm had a way of investigating a swordsman from the lower worlds. It was especially so for a swordsman who ventured out from the Mountain of Hidden Swords, a holy land of the sword, in the county of Yen. His journey was an extremely risky one, so he naturally needed to be very careful and had to cover his tracks all the time. The woman gradually stopped for the tune was over, turning her eyes at the handsome man who lying about drinking. She then said, "Mr. Seventh, it's best for you to leave. The sword clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword. Even if there were to find out the truth, they might not come looking for trouble with us. But since you've killed the city lord of Luiyue City, they will sure come for you. Having a pretty woman by my side, drinking fine booze, and having superb music being played, this is just heaven for me. Why should I leave then?" Yifutian smiled and asked. The woman lowered her head for a bit and looked rather embarrassed. She then turned her eyes again at Yifutian, who was lying about, and thought that it was quite lucky for her to even get to meet one such dashing figure. While they have yet to get to know each other for long, yet the extremely dashing young man left a deep, lasting impression on her. The man was carefree and abrasive. It seemed that it was always how he had been carrying himself. However, what made him so unforgettable to her was how stunning and extraordinary he looked when he worked with a sword. It seemed as if he was able to put anyone under the heavens in their place with little more than a sword in his hand. Blood would have been spilled as soon as the sword was drawn. Furthermore, is the sword clan of the Gale really that powerful? The young man put his gourd down. Those extremely charming eyes of his met hers with a smile. The woman felt dazed for a second, seemingly attracted by those eyes. She turned her eyes away and dared not look at them any further. She lowered her head and said, "I know that your training is superb, Mr. Seventh, yet the sword clan of the Gale was still a holy land nonetheless. There were quite a number of extremely powerful genius swordsmen in the place. The ones who are coming would definitely be anything but weak, and there would be quite a number of them as well. You might be very powerful, but there is simply no need to stay behind and risk your neck for me. Don't think too deeply into it. I'm not doing this for you. Yi Futian smiled and said. The woman felt her cheeks burning as soon as she heard that. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know just how powerful the swordsmen of the Sword Clan of the Gale are. I wonder if the genius swordsman of said Holy Land would be able to make me use a second attack on them. Yi Futian sounded lazy when he was saying all of that. There was no way he would have left. He was already in Dali Dynasty and he was compelled to attract some attention somehow. He needed to attract not only the attention of holy lands of the lower worlds, but also cultivators of Dali Dynasty of the upper worlds. As such, he needed to take quite a bit of shortcuts, but then again he still had to be careful not to overdo it. The woman felt rather exasperated, but she seemed to have gotten used to Yi Futian bragging. She heard quite a bit over the time she spent around him. Mr. Seventh. An anxious voice was heard at that moment. A middle-aged man walked towards him in a hurry and took one look at his daughter, before saying to Yi Futian, who was casually lying about, Mr. Seventh. Nyayun of the Sword Clan of the Gale brought his men personally to Liyue City. It was said that they were already at the city lord's office. I thank you for your kindness, but it's best that you leave. If I were to drag you into my mess and end up getting you killed, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Is this Nyayun that powerful? Yi Futian did not seem fazed at all, as he asked in a lazy manner. He is the number 1 in the Sword Clan of the Gale. The powers of Nyayun would have ranked him in the top 10 in all of the county of Yen, the middle-aged man said. Top 10 in the entire county of Yenha? Yi Futian then continued nonchalantly. Even if the number 1 below St. Plain in all of county of Yen were to show up, I can tell you that they wouldn't even be able to make me dish out a second attack. Is that so? A voice was heard from afar. There were swords whooshing from far away as the question was asked. One figure after another was seen arriving on their swords. Furthermore, there were more and more mighty ones closing in on the villa, peering inside as they moved. The number 1 figure below St. Plain in all of county of Yen unable to make you dish more than one attack, you say? A cold voice was heard. Everyone was baffled. The 7th swordsman was no doubt very powerful, but they nonetheless deemed him to have been too pompous and reckless for boasting like that. The county of Yen was vast and there were plenty of genius cultivators about. Talented swordsmen were in untold numbers, and one could have imagined how powerful the number 1 below St. Plain had to be. The middle-aged man and the woman turned pale, knowing that it was too late for them to do anything further. The middle-aged man steeled him at the moment and walked forward, saying, Senior, you need to know that it is indeed the city lord's people going too far in this matter. The 7th swordsman here was simply helping us out. If you insist on taking someone, then take us instead. This has nothing to do with the two of you, Nyayun said plainly. Many gasped as he said that. They were indeed people from a holy land, seeing how they had done their investigations beforehand. Claiming that the matter had nothing to do with them meant that they did not intend to pursue the matter further with them both. However, it remained a fact that the city lord died by the hands of that swordsman. There was no way the Sword Clan of the Gale would have simply let things slide like that. Many took to the air and looked into the compound, seeing that swordsman remained lying about lazily. He was totally unfazed even after seeing Nyayun showing up. Seeing as how you people could still tell right from wrong, I just spare you people then. Just go home, Yi Futian said plainly. How insolent! Nyayun berated angrily. He stepped out, bursting with towering sword will and ferocious winds whipped about, then diving below at Yi Futian. He was not the only one who had gotten angry, as all swordsmen from the Sword Clan of the Gale shared the same sentiment, as they burst with their sword will. Why do you have to make me do this? Yi Futian said lazily and slowly got up, taking to the air and set his eyes at Nyayun. Draw your sword. Yi Futian gazed at Nyayun, whose expression turned somewhat severe seeing Yi Futian's eyes. Violent aura burst around him and coalesced into swords. Swords were conjured around Nyayun, all imbued with the sword will of storms. He looked extremely overbearing at the moment. Everyone around them turned their attention to Nyayun, who whipped up a terrifying storm of sword aura around him. as he stood tall in midair. Many gasped as they witnessed the number 1 below St. Plain in the sword clan of the Galen in action. Boom! Gale blew and Ye streaked forward, his storm getting increasingly powerful as it whipped at Yifutian. The place was filled with sword aura in an instant. Yifutian sensed that storm coming at him and conjured a heavy sword right before him. He took one step forward as Nye came. The space around them shuddered as the heavy sword was brought down like a bolt of lightning. Many witnessed the sword cutting through the storm right there and then like hot knife through butter, tearing the storm apart. Boom! Nyeyun's body halted with a rumble, before falling below right there and then. PFF. Nyeyun, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. Nyeyun looked up at the young man before him and sported a surprised look. The man had indeed dealt only one attack. He was not the only one feeling dumbfounded. Many around them stared blankly at what just happened. Nyeyun, the number 1 below St. Plain from the Sword Clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword, had only been able to make that young man attack once. Just like how it was with that city lord. Just how powerful was he? The students from the Sword Clan of the Gale sported frustrated looks. They flashed about and burst with towering sword will, making their way towards Yifutian. Swords came raining down from above, bursting with mighty sword will within an instant. All of the other mighty ones around them felt dazed. That space seemed to have been filled with nothing but sword aura. At that moment, however, they saw Yifutian's body burst into brilliant light, like a blazing sun. There seemed to have been a red sun shining in the sky. Yifutian pointed at the air, and a scorching hot blade emerged from that sun. His sword aura swept all over the place. Go! Yifutian pointed forward, and within an instant, the flash of the sword of the sun burst with blinding light. The students from the Sword Clan of the Gale felt their eyes hurt. It was as if they had been burned by the fires of the sun. When the solar sword flash fell onto them, they felt as if they were covered in scorching heat within a heartbeat. All of their sword will was burned away immediately. Wherever the light of the sword hit, smoking noises were heard as the clothes of many caught in flames and began to burn. Eerie gashes of the sword were left on some of them as well. Everyone stopped what they were doing in an instant, looking at the extremely brilliant young swordsman with astonished expressions. That handsome appearance of his seemed rather demonic. Even men had to admit that those eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Since when did the mountain of hidden swords produce one such mystical swordsman? You failed to discipline your people despite claiming to be of a holy land of the sword. That city lord bullied others using his status, thinking that he had nothing to fear due to having been a student of the clan. It is no wonder why you people failed to produce any swordsman worth mentioning, Yifutian said, completely monotone. He was exuding an extraordinary bearing all over him. It was as if the Sword Clan of the Gale was entirely beneath his notice. The students of the Sword Clan of the Gale all looked frustrated, yet they were unable to come up with any words to retort him. They, the student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, were unable to withstand more than one attack from him, after all. That there is one true swordsman. Many young swordsmen from Liyue City looked at Yifutian with admiration. All disputes were to be settled with the sword as a swordsman ventured on their way to do good, taking no more than one attack to deal with any one person. Any unjust matters of the world shall be taken care of with a single swing of the sword. You're all from holy lands, so what? Care to take one swing of the sword from me? That was the true personification of a swordsman. If you feel vexed, then go back to your clan and tell everyone what is happening. I want to see if the saints of the Sword Clan of the Gale will come for me, just like you people, Yifutian said plainly and waved about with his hand. Sword will filled the place as he said, "What are you still here for? Let's go," Nyeyun said. The mighty ones then retreated in a heartbeat, with their tails between their legs. Many felt dazed about what just happened. Those people were students of a holy land of the sword. Nyeyun was known to be the number 1 below St. Plain, one who ranked among the top 10 in the county of Yen. They expected Yi Futian to be taken away by the Sword Clan. No one would have anticipated that he still lashed out with just one attack. Just how powerful is this seventh swordsman? They wondered. Mr. Seventh. The father and daughter in the villa looked just as dazed. Their hearts continued to race. He was just too powerful. They were not even able to begin imagining how powerful Yi Futian was. He used only a single attack, be it when he was dealing with Niayun or the others, after all. I studied the art of the sword for many years before venturing outside of the Mountain of Hidden Swords, thinking it would be a good thing to see how capable swordsmen outside were. I never expected to find the swordsmen to be so weak. Now, I'm wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Yi Futian shook his head and said, "Man, this is boring. It seems like more fun to drink and listen to the Guqin indeed." Many were rendered speechless hearing Yi Futian talk. He was wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Gosh, just how boastful could he be? It was worth mentioning that over half of the swordsmen of Dali dynasty hailed from the county of Yen, which actually sent many geniuses of the sword up to the upper worlds. Some top-notch geniuses were extremely renowned in the county of Yen. However, the way Yi Futian talked, it seemed as if he was suggesting that there were no swordsmen in all of the county of Yen. But then again, when they recalled what happened moments ago, it seemed to them that he was rightful to boast, given how he had what it took to back his claims. "Where did you train in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, Senior?" A young man then bowed and asked Yi Futian, "Is there any place in the Mountain of Hidden Swords that you can't train in?" Yi Futian retorted with a single question. The young man was dumbfounded and then bowed at Yi Futian, saying, "I do still have much to learn. Thank you for your guidance." "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded and looked like he was some kind of master. Little did the young man know that Yi Futian was making things up. While he had been to the Mountain of Hidden Swords before, he did little more than take a scroll there. The place was too big after all, and he was just there to get familiar with the place, just so to prevent him from getting his cover blown in the future. The seventh swordsman was an orphan who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. He had a single-minded devotion to the art of the sword and did nothing but practice his way of the sword. He was also of supreme talent in the learning of the way of the sword. That constituted his identity at Dali dynasty. That identity of his would one day been the talk of all of Dali dynasty, becoming an extremely renowned genius in all of the realm. Yi Futian hovered to the ground and smiled at the woman at the villa below. "Would you mind if I trade that attack for one more tune?" "I'll play as many as you wish to hear, Mr. Seventh," the woman said softly and then began to play the Guqin again. Yi Futian continued to drink, without any intention of leaving the place. He was waiting for the Sword Clan of the Gale to send more people his way. Be it to extend an invitation or to deal with him, he was indifferent. The middle-aged man smiled a bitter one as he shook his head while looking at Yi Futian. That daughter of his was considered beautiful and prudent, and it seemed as if she was about to really fall for the man. However, he knew that one such mystical man was not someone that his daughter would be able to tie down. That previously unknown young swordsman who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords had truly set the world on fire. That one attack of his would earn him fame throughout the entire county of Yen. As Yi Futian expected, Niayun came back to Liyue City on the same day, looking for Yi Futian. "You want to try your hand again?" Yi Futian sat on the ground and drank quietly, looking at Niayun, who had just gotten there. "Our clan leader extends an invitation," Niayun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he drank with his head down. He then put his cup down and said to Niayun, "I'm not interested in joining the Sword Clan of the Gale." "I know." Niayun looked at Yi Futian coldly. While he acknowledged Yi Futian's strength, he deemed him to be unnecessarily prideful. But he nonetheless knew that there was little for Yi Futian to gain in joining and training in the Sword Clan of the Gale. Niayun was standing at the very top below St. Plain, after all. "You claim to be invincible in the art of the sword. Wouldn't you want to know what the powers of other top-notch swordsmen in the county of Yen are like?" Niayun asked. "I heard that you rank among the top 10 below St. Plain in all of county of Yen. If all swordsmen from the county of Yen are of a similar caliber, why should I bother?" Yi Futian eyed Nieyun with his charming eyes. Nieyun was dumbfounded as he glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard knows no respect at all, he thought. I'm far from being the only swordsman in all of County of Yen. There are naturally those who are more powerful than I am. Even if the County of Yen proves inadequate, top-notch geniuses are found in abundance through the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. Do you dare to claim to be superior to them all? Nieyun asked coldly. Why would I not? Yi Futian looked at Nieyun and continued, I've spent decades in the mountain of hidden swords to perfect my art of the sword, and I gave up fame and glory for over 30 years before I got to where I am today. Dali dynasty has 9 counties, so what? Nieyun glared at Yi Futian, feeling rattled inside. That man had spent decades perfecting his art in the mountain of hidden sword, spending 30 years learning the sword arts. It was persistence and determination that he found himself impossible to match. It was not surprising that he lost at all. However, Nieyun still deemed the man before him to have been overly pompous. 30 years learning the art of the sword, and you think you can claim to be invincible throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty? He thought. There are trillions of cultivators throughout the world. Mighty ones of Dali dynasty are literally everywhere. Other than the geniuses of the lower worlds, there are still the cultivators of the upper worlds who are even more brilliant and unmatched, whom the ones from the lower worlds are incapable of matching at all. While you have defeated my brother and proven yourself to be of incredible power, deeming everything in the world beneath you and cultivators of all realms not worthy of your notice, don't you think you're too much of a frog in a well? Is this your way of the sword? A woman beside Nieyun said. The woman was not there previously. She came after hearing that the man defeated Nieyun with a single stroke of the sword. She wore plain, pitch-black clothes, sporting a dashing, stunning appearance, as well as a well-mannered grace. There was no way she could have known that Yi Futian was able to brag like that because he had already seen what the top-notch geniuses below St. Plain from Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were capable of. If Yi Futian were to be a cultivator who had not been in the scene for long, then the woman would have been right about Yi Futian, a frog in a well whose arrogance knew no bounds. My way of the sword rests with the sword in my hand. There may be countless cultivators throughout the world, but there will only be 1/7 swordsman, Yi Futian said. Brother, while this man truly has exceptional powers, he is not worth inviting over. Let's go, the woman said to Nieyun, feeling rather disappointed at Yi Futian's extremely boisterous attitude. Nieyun gazed at Yi Futian and said, This is the order of our teacher. The upper worlds of the dynasty are recruiting extraordinary people. This might be your chance. Since you've claimed to be invincible, I suggest you go and see for yourself. You can take it as I've never said anything to you otherwise. That so? Yi Futian looked amused. What a coincidence indeed. Dali dynasty ruled both the upper and lower worlds directly, so they would definitely be more strict with the administration of the lower worlds. They might have suffered quite a shock after the Battle of Empty Realm and were ready to recruit capable people from the lower worlds en masse. The ones who decided the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm were none other than him, Yushang, and the others who had cut down the imperial flag of Dali dynasty, people who hailed from the 9 states of the lower worlds. Since you've put it that way, I shall go and have a look. I'd like to know how many attacks the cultivators of the rest of the world can dish out. Yi Futian got up and began walking. Nieyun felt dumbfounded. However, being someone who lost to Yi Futian, he had no right to say much about Yi Futian's arrogance. That woman eyed Yi Futian coldly. Even though he had defeated her brother, who was of supreme talent, she deemed Yi Futian someone who would have limited achievements due to his insolent nature. She was slightly disappointed about coming. While Yi Futian looked stunning, those who trained in the art of the sword were not simply common beings. Mr. 7th. The woman who was with Yi Futian rose, and the middle-aged man came as well, looking at Yi Futian. Fate brought us to meet each other. I think no one else from Liyue City will look for trouble with either of you in the future. I shall take my leave, Yi Futian said and began to walk away nonchalantly, leaving with Nieyun and his people. The woman continued to gaze at him after he left. She believed that she would hear of his name again soon enough, as he was about to be known throughout the world. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yen. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plane. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was considered the weakest out of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yen. Of course, that was also the reason Yi Futian chose to set up shop within Liyue City, a place ruled by the Sword Clan of the Gale in the first place. Even if he were to get on the bad side of a sword saint of the first level of Saint Plane, he would not have been taken down right away without any way of fighting back. Although he pretended to be extremely arrogant, he nonetheless had to be cautious while operating within the Dali dynasty. He had been a champion of the people and went around doing good deeds ever since he entered the Dali dynasty. All whom he killed were people who deserved it, so there were little faults others could have found with him. Yi Futian met Jian Quangren at the palace of the Sword Clan of the Gale on a mountain, who was also known as the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Niayun and that woman walked to the sides of Jian Quangren, and there were many students of the Sword Clan of the Gale below him. All of them looked at Yi Futian. So this is the guy who defeated Brother Niayun with just one attack then, they thought. Yi Futian gauged the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. He was tall and imposing. He emanated sharpness of the sword throughout his being as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. I'm the 7th swordsman, senior. It is an honor to meet you. Yi Futian bowed and said. Jiang Quangren did not say anything. He emanated formless pressure while his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian, finding the man before him exuding a demonic charm, yet lacked the tension exhibited by many when they faced saints. There were many cities found in the county of Yen, and cultivators were aplenty, yet there were only 18 saints found in the county. All of the sword saints were revered by many. It was the lower worlds after all. Regardless of how superbly talented one might have been, all would have paid due respect to a saint when they saw one. However, Jian Quangren was unable to sense any such respect from Yi Futian. Even that bow of his seemed nonchalant. There was no way he would have known that Yi Futian was a palace lord of a holy land. The saints who served him were all powerful enough to raise the county of Yen in its entirety, so there was no way he would have behaved like conventional cultivators. You don't seem too concerned with saints, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said to Yi Futian. As a member of the later generation, it is only natural that I respect my seniors and elders. However, one's training precedes all. Is there a need for cultivators of the sword to be too concerned with propriety? Yi Futian answered. Pressure continued to be emanated from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The man was indeed how he was rumored to be, insolently prideful. One's training precedes all, eh? It seems like you have absolute confidence in being able to break into Saint Plane. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind continued. I have heard that you claim that there are hardly any swordsmen who could have you deal a second attack. No? He didn't even bother with the 9 counties of Dali dynasty, let alone the county of Yen. The woman at the saint's side quipped. Yi Futian took a look at the woman and said, If you invited me here to interrogate me, then it's best that I leave. He cupped his hands and got ready to leave as soon as he finished his sentence. If you're so confident in your way of the sword, then I suppose you'd be interested in fighting the geniuses throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. The dynasty is now recruiting people from all over the 9 counties. If you're so confident about yourself, you should test yourself at the event. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind seemed rather calm as he spoke to Yi Futian. Where should I head to? Yi Futian asked. The people throughout the 9 counties are gathering at Liwang City. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind continued. If you're of supreme talents, you could train in the upper worlds right away. There might be cultivators coming from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty this time. If you're truly that powerful, perhaps you might be able to achieve fame and glory with a single step even. Does that interest you enough? Not interested, Yi Futian answered plainly. So you're saying that there is a competition of martial arts at the lower worlds? Then, perhaps. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind nodded and looked slightly amused. He said that he was uninterested, eh? Just how many cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty are worthy of having me draw my sword? Yi Futian said plainly, such competitions sound boring. As for training at the upper worlds, I'd be able to head there any time the sword is in my hands. As for fame and glory, that sounds even more boring. What I seek is none other than the supreme way of the sword. If I were after fame and glory, I wouldn't have spent decades polishing my art and have emerged only recently. Supreme way of the sword, is it? Interesting. The sword saint of fierce wind looked increasingly amused with Yi Futian. He then said, cultivators of the sword do indeed need to have little concerns with fame and glory, devoting themselves single-mindedly instead, in tempering their minds of the sword. It seems like you have a high state of mind. It is no wonder that you were able to achieve this much. But, even if you're interested in polishing your art and think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then there is all the more reason you should head to the upper worlds to train, don't you think? Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. In that case, let's travel together. I'm curious about your way of the sword. If you think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then how about you wait until you find someone who can make you do so? Very well, I shall travel with you, senior. Yi Futian nodded. That was his goal, after all. It would have been easier for him to add another layer to his identity by being among the ones from Holy Lands, instead of just one guy appearing out of nowhere. Xianxia, find him somewhere where he can train. The sword saint of fierce wind said to the woman beside him. The woman was dumbfounded. I refuse. The woman was the biological daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind. She would not have dared to take such an attitude, refusing what the sword saint of fierce wind told her. She had had a taste of Yi Futian's arrogance, and now, even before her father, Yi Futian continued to behave insolently. Despite his superb talent, she had no desire to get too involved with him. It seems that you're not ready to travel with us on this trip, then? The sword saint of fierce wind said plainly. The woman glared at her father, feeling exasperated as she said to Yi Futian, come with me. She only brought Yi Futian away after that. No one was able to fathom why the clan leader was so polite with that insolent swordsman. While it was true that he had talent, the clan leader was a sword saint, and there was simply no need for him to be so polite. You're dismissed. The sword saint of fierce wind then waved at the people, who then left. Niayun was still around, looking at the sword saint of fierce wind as he asked, are you that appreciative of this 7th swordsman, teacher? That kid has the will of the way about him. The sword saint of fierce wind did not look at Niayun, casting his gaze far away as he continued, there are indeed few below St. Plain in all of the county of Yen capable of matching him in a fight, let alone you. If he were compared to those throughout all of Dali dynasty, there are but a handful of people capable of matching him. He heard from Niayun that the man came from the mountain of hidden swords. That place was indeed a pure land of training of those who were steeped in the art of the sword. He spent decades polishing his art and only emerged after 30 years of age. If he had indeed turned out to be such, then that man's mind of the sword was undoubtedly pure, any hardly matched whose aptitude for the way of the sword in the county of Yen. There were few swordsmen throughout the county of Yen capable of learning that much all on their own, after all. In that case, why not take him in as a student of the clan instead, teacher? Niayun asked. If he was able to come this far all on his own, there is no way the sword clan of the Gale will be able to keep him around. He belongs to the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. I have my agenda of having him travel with us. The sword clan of the Gale had been the weakest holy land of the sword throughout the county of Yen for many years. If there is one swordsman in our midst who proves capable of shining brightly through Dali dynasty and overwhelming those from other holy lands of the county of Yen, it'd feel rather satisfying nonetheless. The sword saint of fierce wind smiled as he said so. It was not that much of an agenda. One could have said it was only something saints would have found amusing. And yeah, don't tell your sister about this, the sword saint of fierce wind said. Why would that be? Niayun asked in puzzlement. There is a need to give her some shock. The greater the shock, the greater her gain would be in tempering his state of mind. The sword saint of fierce wind then turned around smiling, leaving the place. His daughter, Xianxia, escorted Yi Futian to a compound of the clan and said, Stay here and train. The Sword Clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword, and there are many forbidden areas. Don't loiter around elsewhere if you're not training. Thank you. Yifutian walked straight ahead into the compound and did not bother to take another look at the woman. He had no doubt saw through her attitude and did not bother. They were hardly acquaintances after all. The woman was scarcely surprised about Yifutian's attitude as well. She then turned around and left. The mighty ones from the Sword Clan of the Gale departed several days later. Their sword will filled the place as they headed far away. Yifutian was naturally with them on the trip as well. However, their destination was not Liwang City. They were heading to Yendu City, which was where the sheriff of the county of Yen was found. All 9 counties of Dali dynasty had their respective sheriffs, reigning supreme over the own counties. Even holy lands were subjected to their rule. Mighty ones were found everywhere in County King's residence in Yendu City at the moment, seemingly waiting to receive something or someone. The sheriffs were known as kings of counties as well. The king of the county of Yen sat upright on his chair. Many mighty ones lined his flanks, waiting in silence. That day was the day he had set to meet with those from holy lands throughout the county of Yen. They were to gather there and head to Liwang City together. Who among the cultivators of the county of Yen will reign supreme in this trip to Liwang City? The king of the county asked as he addressed the crowd. He naturally knew that it was an extremely rare chance as the event was concerned with the upper worlds of Dali dynasty selecting genius cultivators. As the king of the county of Yen, he naturally hoped that there were few more geniuses selected. It would have reflected well on him after all. There is no doubt that the 2 princesses will make it, someone below quipped, and all turned their eyes at the 2 women beside the king of the county. The 2 women were gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that the 2 of them looked identical. It was as if they were copies of each other. The 2 princesses of the county of Yen were twins and shared a telepathic link. They trained in the way of the sword together and possessed superb talents. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, one of the princesses uttered. Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan, the other one said. Everyone nodded. Both the Ziwei Sword Clan and the Juk Sword Clan were the most powerful of the 2 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. The 2 figures mentioned by the princesses were the strongest students studying in those places, and they were among the strongest to be found below St. Plain in the county of Yen. If there were anyone from the county of Yen who could make it, then those 2 would definitely be among those people. The king of the county looked up far away and heard brimming laughter. Thank you, princess, for thinking so highly of that brat of a student of mine. Powerful sword aura was sensed from far away. 2 sword clans came together, yet they were clearly separated. They were none other than the Ziwei Sword Clan and the Juk Sword Clan. The king of the county smiled as he rose to receive them. The mighty ones from the 2 sword clans landed and cupped their hands at the king of the county. Cultivators from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan and the Sword Clan of the Storm arrived shortly after as well. The place was vivacious. The Sword Clan of the Gale was the last to arrive, and Yifutian was with them. The entire county king's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The county king of Yen threw a banquet for the mighty ones as well as those who came all the way to Yendu City to visit the place, to show his appreciation as the host. They were to leave for Liwang City right away after the banquet was over. Yifutian came with the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, so it was only natural for him to sit with them. However, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind kept a low profile in the banquet. The Sword Clan of the Gale was ranked the lowest among the 5 holy lands of the sword after all. He was less formidable somewhat compared to the Saint Lords of other holy lands. As such, he spoke little and listened more to what others had to say. County King, who is the one from the upper worlds who would be coming to the lower worlds? The Sword Saint of Ziwei asked. They all knew that someone from the Dali dynasty of the upper worlds would be coming down to the lower worlds to pick geniuses, who would then be sent to the upper worlds to further their training. However, they did not know who would have been the one showing up. The County King of Yen was in charge of the county of Yen and had the title of king. His high status meant that he might have known more. I'm not all that sure about the details myself, We'd only find out once we got there. The county king of Yen then said, but there was one thing I was sure of. The operation was ordered personally by the imperial advisor. It involves more than just the 9 counties of Dali, as even the upper world seems to be up to something as well. It might have had something to do with the Battle of Empty Realm that happened last year. Everyone present there was of high status. The county king of Yen was already one of the handful of people standing at the top of the lower worlds, so he naturally would not have been oblivious of what was happening in the upper worlds like most common folk. The imperial advisor. Respect was seen in the eyes of many. There had been many rumors regarding the imperial advisor. He had been playing an important role in bringing about the massive strength of Dali dynasty after all. Even those from the lower worlds would have known about the imperial advisor's status in Dali dynasty. He was someone who stood at the emperor's side and a top-notch figure revered by the saints. If the imperial advisor has a hand in arranging this, then the upper worlds would definitely be placing a lot of importance in this matter. How many slots would there be? The sword saint of Juk asked. It is said that there would be mighty ones coming down to see for themselves. There is no telling of the actual number of slots. Perhaps anyone that they take a liking to would be permitted to train in the upper worlds, so much so even be allowed inside top-notch forces in the upper worlds. The county king of Yen added, would you be reluctant to let your students go? Well, we would be able to help nurture capable ones for Dali and our students would get to widen their vista. What is there to be reluctant about? The sword saint of Ziwei smiled and said, I hope that Hanxing would be able to get to the sword mountain in the upper worlds to train instead. Speaking of which, I assume that you would be reluctant to part with the princesses, no? The county king of Yen took a look at the twin sisters at his side and said, well, I'm sure reluctant, but nonetheless, they would need to venture outside eventually. Furthermore, they might have their own partners in training in the future. There is no way I would be able to stay by their sides forever. With their stunning appearances and talents, I think that the princess's path in training would surpass even yours. There is no need to worry about their partners in the future at all, the sword saint of Ziwei said with a smile. Speaking of which, girls would always have it worse than guys when venturing outside. But if they chose the path of a swordsman, I just hope that they would see it throughout their lives. Being someone who was in charge of managing the county of Yen, it was only natural that he was familiar with the sword saints from the holy lands of the sword, which was why he was able to chat so freely with them. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei sword clan, Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan, Xianxia, Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix sword clan, Linya of the sword clan of the storm, and Ye Yun of the sword clan of the gale. You all are the most capable of swordsmen from the holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, and you may have a chance to make it up to the upper worlds this time. I know that there are rivalries between the sword clans, but if you were to be able to make it up there to train, I sure hope that you've gotten each other's backs. The county king of Yen turned his eyes at the geniuses of the holy lands. The ones that he mentioned were the most renowned of the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. If I were to be able to make it to the sword mountain of the upper worlds and train there, I'd surely have the backs of the princesses, Li Hanxing said to the king, who nodded. I shall recommend one person to you, county king of Yen. A voice was heard and the king turned his eyes at that voice's direction. He then looked at the sword saint of fierce wind and asked, who is he? Nye Yun, his daughter, Huanxue, and one other person was sitting at the sword saint of fierce wind's side. Many took notice of that person when he arrived, as he looked extremely handsome, maybe even demonic. That might have had something to do with his training. Furthermore, he sat next to the daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind, so it was only natural that he attracted attention. However, that young simply enjoyed his drink and food all the way through, so the others did not pay him any further heed. 7th swordsman, the sword saint of fierce wind called. Yi Futian looked up at the county king of Yen and cupped his hands, saying, I'm the 7th swordsman. It is an honor to meet you, county king of Yen. The deep eyes of the king remained on Yi Futian for a bit. It seemed that Yi Futian's eyes looked impeccably dashing, and he was even able to sense charm exuding from them. Yi Futian's eyes shone like the stars, bright, deep, and bottomless. Despite being only a sage, But the king was able to tell that the young man was rather exceptional, judging from his bearing alone. But then again, he had not sensed any might of the great path from Yifutian. He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the sword saint of fierce wind, but he was not doing that then. Not bad. A student that you had just taken in? The county king of Yen turned his eyes away and asked the sword saint of fierce wind. No, the sword saint of fierce wind shook his head and elaborated. The kid spent over 30 years training in the mountain of hidden swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late, and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nye Yun to arrest him, but Nye Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him. That so? The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Yifutian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nye Yun, the number one student of the sword clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, the sword saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nye Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the holy lands of the sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The county king of Yen was not only the other one who was gauging Yifutian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nye Yun with a single attack? You spent decades polishing your art of the sword, you said? That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7th swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years? The county king of Yen asked. The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield. Yifutian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed. But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses. Especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then. It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yen then. The county king of Yen hardly minded Yifutian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as a swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again, Xianxia, who was at Yifutian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yen, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yifutian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yen. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yen asked. Yifutian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Yifutian answered. Oh. Everyone gave Yifutian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nye Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Xianxia noticed the eyes that the others looked at Yifutian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Yifutian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the seventh swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything, and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Yi Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Yi Futian and said, "The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword." Yi Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, "Having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies is the sword and nothing else." "So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then?" Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan asked as well. "There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery." Yi Futian continued, "One's journey on sword training has no bounds." None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words. All of what he said made everyone else speechless. "Splendid." The county king of Yen smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence, "The great path is interconnected, and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds." Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword. It would seem that we have yet another top-notch figure who would be able to make it up to the upper worlds for training then. Since the county king of Yen put it that way, no one else said anything. However, all of them remained somewhat doubtful if Yi Futian's way of the sword as actually as extraordinary as he put it himself. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. With the imperial advisor giving the order and sending people to pick worthy candidates to train, those from the county of Yen saw it necessary to stand together. They needed to send as many geniuses to train at the upper worlds as possible, as the glory of the county of Yen was on the line, and it was not the time for them to fight each other. The banquet did not continue for long, as it was just courtesy of the county king of Yen as the host. The banquet served little purpose but to gather cultivators from Holy Lands and get ready to depart for Liwang City. As for Yi Futian's appearance, he was little more than a footnote to them, especially to the saints. Having yet another extraordinary swordsman emerging from the sword clan of the Gale was hardly anything worth mentioning. "Let's go," the county king of Yen said after the banquet was finished. The mighty ones nodded and took to the air in an instant, their sword will blazing in the sky. The county king of Yen was at the very front with his people from the county king's residence. The mighty ones from the 5 holy lands followed behind them. All had their respective saint in the lead, summoning huge swords to serve as steeds. "Go!" Sword will burst throughout the sky as soon as the county king of Yen was done. The sound of sword aura bursting throughout the county king's residence was heard from inside out. Many looked up in the sky at the impressive scene and were thoroughly shaken. Over 1,000 swordsmen flew while riding on their swords. Over a dozen saints took the lead right in front of them, creating a very, very shocking scene. The swordsmen of Dali went outside the county of Yen, and everyone was hoping that the trip to Liwang City would have allowed the swordsmen of the county of Yen to shine at their best. The swords flew high up in the sky. Yi Futian was traveling with the ones from the sword clan of the Gale. The sword saint of fierce wind invoked a huge sword of the storm and streaked the air. Xianxia, who was beside Yi Futian before, deliberately took several steps away to distance herself from him. That bastard's arrogance knew no bounds, and he didn't even bother to reel his ego in before the significant figures of the county of Yen. It was as if he was the only one in the entire county of Yen who knew how to wield a sword. That was an insult like no other. Regardless of how great his talents with swords were, Huanxue had no intention of getting involved with him any further. Yi Futian stood on the huge sword, his hair billowing in the wind. He naturally noticed what Huanxue was doing. However, he behaved calmly and did not mind at all. No one liked someone who was abrasive, unbridled, and had an ego, especially those who thought themselves to be above others. But then again, he was never there at Dali Dynasty to make friends. If one had extraordinarily stunning looks, traits like stubbornness and contentiousness could be considered affectionate and charming instead. If one possessed unparalleled talents, one's arrogance and boisterousness would be accepted by the people around them, thinking such traits to be typical among supreme beings. Those traits would have even been regarded as unique personalities. After the trip to Liwang City, the people would have naturally accepted his arrogance, and those from the upper worlds had extended their invitations for him to train in the upper worlds. These were his true intentions for the trip. He did not head straight to the upper worlds but had instead taken a detour by first setting up shop at the lower worlds of Emperor Li's realm. The princesses, Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi, complement each other with their way of the sword, and they are versed at sword arts of twin shadows, extremely formidable when they fight alongside each other. There is hardly anyone below the Saint Plane in the county of Yan who is capable of beating the two princesses when they join hands. The only people who could threaten the princesses are Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan and Kai Huang of Juk Sword Clan. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind added quietly. Other than that, Xianxia and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, and Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm are mighty as well. Despite looking straight ahead, Yi Futian was able to tell that the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was speaking to him. "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yi Futian asked. "It is a given that I hope the swordsmen of the county of Yan can become the leading figures of the 9 counties on this trip to Liwang City. But then again, as every cultivator in the county of Yan was a swordsman, it became even easier to compare them with each other. If you wish to find someone more powerful to hone your way of the sword with, then you need to stand out among the most exceptional ones among the swordsmen of Yan. Those people might not be a match to your powers, but there is no doubt that they will be compared to you," the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind answered. "I see," Yi Futian said. "You've got nothing else to say?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind turned his eyes to the side to look at Yi Futian. "That's all with that kid?" he thought. "I'm looking forward to seeing who will be worth having me draw my sword. If there are any such capable ones around, then I will fight," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was dumbfounded but quickly laughed it off. It seemed that he had gotten used to Yi Futian's insolence. He thought if the kid had been too steeped in his training with the sword for the past decades to know how to deal with people. He was thinking if it was all due to him not knowing where his way of the sword stood at, having little idea of how capable the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm were. So the kid wants to get to know the cultivators of Dali better than, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind thought. He found such possibilities to be very plausible. Huanxue distanced herself even further from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's side, finding the conversation intolerable. Niayun was speechless as well. This guy, damn. But then he recalled the attack he took and his annoyance dissipated. Liwang City was the capital of the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty and the #1 city in all of Dali Dynasty. It was situated in the central region of Dali Dynasty. Liwang City was so huge that it was comparable to hundreds of cities throughout the 9 counties. The 9 counties of Dali Dynasty were divided with Liwang City serving as a divider at the center after all. One could only imagine how magnificent Liwang City had been. Liwang City was directly connected to the upper worlds, and King Li, the master of the city himself, was a member of the royalty from Dali Dynasty in the upper worlds, being tasked to manage the entire lower worlds. It was rumored that King Li's palace had received orders from the upper worlds at the start of the year, intending to select genius cultivators and have them train in the upper worlds. The selection processes were to be carried out at Sage Plane, and it was not even limited to just pinnacle levels of Sage Plane. King Li's palace began to spread the news to the 9 counties as soon as the news was received. The county kings of the 9 counties proceeded to notify the Holy Lands, and after that, what took place at the county of Yan happened. The county of Yan was not the only county rising to the occasion. Liwang City and all of the other counties of Dali Dynasty were in an uproar. The most capable of cultivators were gathering at that largest imperial city of Dali dynasty, making the event unbelievably grand. There were many voices heard throughout Liwang City at the moment. It was said that the cultivators of the 9 counties had all arrived before Liwang City. Many people from Liwang City were able to see cultivators from Holy Lands across the 9 counties walking outside. There was news that there would be cultivators of top-notch forces coming down from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. Those people had all arrived at King Li's palace at the lower worlds. Countless people in Liwang City were asking about which top-notch forces had come from the upper worlds. According to rumors, some people came personally from the royal palace of Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor of Dali dynasty sent his students personally to the lower worlds to select geniuses. At that moment, a huge banquet was thrown in the grand, magnificent King Li's palace. A regal figure in a golden threaded robe of the snake was seen sitting at the throne atop the jade steps. The middle-aged man exuded an upper-class, supreme bearing. He was none other than King Li, who was in charge of managing the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. A young man was sitting on the ground quite a distance away below where King Li sat. Despite wearing only a simple robe, the young man's extraordinary bearing was unmistakable, and he looked surreal. King Li even went to toast the young man personally. King Li was important not just because he was in charge of more than just the lower worlds, but he was also of true royal blood of Dali dynasty. A figure like him toasting to a young man spoke volumes of that young man's prestige. Many ministers and officials from King Li's palace were seen sitting at the seats below. Emperor Li's realm had been the weakest among the 3 Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago. Yet, there was one person who turned the tables for Emperor Li's realm. That man reversed the trend by sacrificing a considerable number of Emperor Li's realm's forces to numb their opponents, bagging the final victory to that Battle of Empty Realm. Mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm slaughtered their way into Emperor Xia's city in that Battle of Empty Realm, killing countless enemies and cutting down the enemy's imperial flag. Any who participated in the Battle of Empty Realm would never be able to forget one name. Lu Chuan, a personal student of the imperial advisor of Dali, and was someone whom the imperial advisor held in very high regard. Lu Chuan's name was known throughout Emperor Li's realm after winning the last Battle of Empty Realm. He achieved great fame at the pinnacle of Sage Plain and was greatly valued by Emperor Li. The young man who was sitting on the floor at the moment was none other than Lu Chuan, a genius who would probably succeed the imperial advisor's position in the future. What Lu Chuan did in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago was equivalent to what Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm pulled 10 years later. His story was told everywhere by mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm. In actuality, there were also many mighty ones from top-notch forces of the upper worlds present other than Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. All of them responded to the imperial advisor's call and went to the lower worlds to select geniuses, seeing if there were any among them who would make decent students, which included sword saints from holy lands like the Sword Mountain. Even so, Lu Chuan was still undoubtedly the main character of the day. His status, talents, and what he did at the Battle of Empty Realm enabled him to enjoy all of those privileges. Nobody objected to his privileged status. Lu Chuan was, at the moment, already a saint. He definitely would be a crucial figure in Emperor Li's realm in the future. Everyone knew and did not doubt that. I have heard from Father about your esteemed bearing, and I have long admired you, sir. Here's a toast to you from me, Li Yu. There was a stunning woman who looked incredibly regal and elegant in her long pretty dress, who was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan. Her voice was gentle, and she had extremely stunning looks. The surname of Li, and where she sat at the moment spoke volumes of her status. You're too kind, princess. I only performed puny matters that are hardly worth mentioning. I hardly have the esteemed bearing that you speak of. Lu Chuan raised his cup and drank, both hands holding the cup. He then raised his palm and the cup as a gesture of respect before putting it down. Princess Li Yu did the same after him. King Li was in charge of the 9 counties of the lower worlds, and he was the king of the lower worlds. Emperor Li allowed his children to be addressed as princes and princesses. Many looked at the two of them with smiles on their faces. One of them was an extraordinary student of the imperial advisor and the other, daughter of King Li, who had stunning looks. They were both humble and polite and looked quite like a perfect match. You bagged victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly, besting the strong as one of the weak, and His Majesty rewarded you for it. You are too humble to deem such impressive feats not worth mentioning. Li Yu smiled and said. She was regal and elegant, yet still had a gentle beauty to her. I did not intend to be humble. That battle happens once in 10 years, and there are incredible people emerging in every single battle. In the Battle of Empty Realm last year, there had been a member of the younger generation of Emperor Xia's realm appearing out of the blue. What he pulled was far superior to what I did in my time. Other than the Battle of Empty Realm, there are still many other magnificent people. I dare not brag with that many being better than I am. Lu Chuan then said slowly, My teacher has asked me to come to the lower worlds to recruit capable people and strengthen the Dali dynasty. My mission is an important one, indeed. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. There was a name that spread far and wide after last year's Battle of Empty Realm. It was the name of their opponent, and he was but a sage. It was extremely rare for a foreign name to be so well known in Emperor Xia's realm. Even Lu Chuan, the personal student of Dali Dynasty's imperial advisor, had to acknowledge how extraordinary that other person was, even though a younger brother in training of Lu Chuan had perished in that Battle of Empty Realm. Yuan Jin, yet another student of the imperial advisor, died in that Battle of Empty Realm. While that person from Emperor Xia's realm was a deciding factor of the outcome of the Battle of the Empty Realm, he had only been able to win due to having the element of surprise. No one knew he was able to enthrall the demonic beasts, and that cost Demon Peacock Emperor Realm's place in that battle. Those from Emperor Xia's realm even used them, and it all seemed just too convenient. Another prince of Dali at Li Yu's side said, If you, sir, were of the same era as him and had been able to fight him on the same battlefield, you would have won. Everyone naturally knew the one they were talking about was none other than Yi Futian. There had been an extraordinary figure that appeared out of nowhere in the ranks of Emperor Xia's realm. He single-handedly acted as the key to Emperor Xia's realm's victory in emerging victorious in the Battle of Empty Realm. He had also joined hands with Xia Qingyuan and killed Yuan Jin, causing severe casualties to the mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm at the same time. There are no ifs in the world, only results. If he had been able to do that much, then there is no doubt that he performed excellently. Despite being of opposing sides, I acknowledge his prowess. I would only be able to defeat him should we cross paths in future battles. Lu Chuan replied calmly, elaborating on his thoughts instead of riding on that prince's words simply because it was the prince who lauded him. You do have a solid point, sir. That prince nodded with a smile and did not mind at all. King Li, have the cultivators of the 9 counties arrived at Liwang City? Lu Chuan did not dwell on the topic and asked King Li instead. They are all here, King Li nodded. Well then, please see to the arrangements. There are many forces from the upper worlds coming this time, and I hope they all return with something, Lu Chuan said. Yi Futian did not know that he was mentioned by the ones attending the banquet in King Li's palace. He did not know of Lu Chuan, but he heard of some things about the Battle of the Empty Realm from 10 years ago. Yi Futian was in a palace which served as an inn of sorts in Liwang City for the ones from the 9 counties. Dali dynasty was a force that reigned all over Emperor Li's realm. King Li was in charge of the lower worlds, and all of the county kings of the 9 counties were subordinate to him, and they, in turn, ruled over the Holy Lands in their respective counties. At that moment, the mighty ones from the 9 counties gathered at Liwang City, and they had their palaces to serve as their accommodations. Those palaces were not connected, as they were scattered throughout different corners outside of King Li's palace. At that moment in the county of Yan's palace, Yi Futian was sitting alone in a compound training. Despite being very boisterous with his words outside, he nonetheless knew where his way of the sword stood. All that talk about him having spent decades studying and perfecting his art of the sword was work that he had been doing for several months. But then again, He was confident that due to his extensive training throughout the years, he would nonetheless be able to reign supreme below the Saint Plane in Dali, wielding only the sword, despite having only practicing sword arts for months. Footsteps sounded at that moment. Yifutian, who was training, dispelled the sword while coursing about him. He opened his eyes and saw a dashing silhouette walking by. It was none other than Xianxia, but she was standing far away outside the compound. She looked at him and said, "The swordsmen from all holy lands were exchanging thoughts and arts at the arena. My father told me to come fetch you." She turned around and left right away after delivering her message, not caring if Yifutian bothered showing up or not. Exchanging arts of swords, huh? Yifutian was hardly interested, but since the sword saint of fierce wind was there, he deemed it necessary to have a look. He rose and left. By the time he arrived at the arena, many swordsmen from holy lands were present, but all of them looked nonchalant. Even the sword saint of fierce wind was standing around, looking at what was taking place quietly at the side. Swordsmen from all of the holy lands verified their arts with each other in the vast arena. However, the exchange was hardly an official one, and they sparred for a bit to get a grasp of the level of the other party's training, as well as that of their own. But then again, they were also those who took such sparring and exchanges very seriously. "You have been practicing with your sword?" The sword saint of fierce wind turned around and asked Yifutian, who came to his side with a smile. "Yeah." Yifutian nodded. The sword saint of fierce wind looked somewhat satisfied. Despite being arrogant and unbridled due to his supreme talents, the young man seemed to be very diligent in the study of the sword. His mind of the sword was definitely very pure. The probability of such swordsmen making it to sainthood was very high. "It's a good thing to see how others are doing with their arts of the sword," the sword saint of fierce wind quipped. At that moment, the two top-notch figures from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Qi Xiao and Qi Yao, were standing at the arena. They were siblings, an elder brother and a younger sister. They were practicing their arts of the sword with others. Their prowess with the sword was very powerful. Crimson shimmer flashed when their swords were drawn, looking incredibly sharp. They turned to look at the crowd when they stopped fighting. Qi Yao took notice of Yifutian, who was walking in their direction. "Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan. Would you mind sparring with me, seventh swordsman?" Qi Yao asked Yifutian across the distance. Many looked at Yifutian. The sword saint of fierce wind claimed that Yifutian had beaten Yayun with a single sword attack, and she had no idea how much of it was made up. There was at least no doubt that he had beaten Yayun, and he was probably far more powerful than Yayun was. Furthermore, Yifutian had been very boisterous with his words, claiming that there was hardly anyone who could beat him at the art of swords. She had already wanted to test that figure out. He claimed to be peerless in his way of the sword at the county of Yen. She wanted to know where she stood. Qi Yao was not the only one. In truth, swordsmen from the holy lands of the county of Yen were also very curious about how capable the seventh swordsman was. "My sword isn't used for sparring." Yifutian looked at Qi Yao and said, "Find someone else instead. I have tested my prowess against the swordsmen of holy lands last year," Qi Yao replied. The topmost handful of the swordsmen had fought at an event in the county of Yen in the previous year. Yifutian would probably be a good opponent, which would have served her well in her training before getting into King Li's palace. In that case, just wait for the mighty ones from the 9 counties to show up then. Yifutian answered and did not bother to give her any face. "What harm would there be just to spar for a bit?" another figure said. It was none other than Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm. He crossed his arms before him and had been looking at Qi Yao, only turning his eyes to look at Yifutian when he talked. Yifutian glanced at Linya and said, "If you test your art out against me, I'm afraid you'll all end up returning to the county of Yen and begin to train in isolation instead." All the others looked at Yifutian with their mouths agape, feeling speechless. It was indeed just like how he behaved at the county of Yen. He cared for nothing. "If you do not intend to spar, why are you here? We will fight each other all the same when all cultivators from the 9 counties meet." Qi Xiao looked at Yifutian and said, "Since when did I say anything about being a part of the fighting between the cultivators of the 9 states?" Yifutian said as he looked at Qi Xiao. He never thought about it before at all. Then why are you here? Qi Xiao wore a sarcastic expression as he talked. Dali dynasty intended to select geniuses to train in the upper worlds, and fighting between cultivators would have been a must. I'm just here to see if there is anyone worthy of having me drawing my sword, Yifutian said. Qi Xiao and Qi Yao both took a good look at Yifutian and understood that there were people who were beyond reasoning with. Both of them walked out of the arena, and Qi Yao dropped a line. I look forward to seeing your sword leave its scabbard then. Many from the Holy Lands looked at Yifutian and found him puzzling. Yifutian naturally did not wish for any of them to see through him. He left the place not long afterward. Mighty ones from King Li's palace sent word at the same time, asking for them to be inside the palace 3 days later. The outside of King Li's palace was flooded by a massive crowd 3 days later. Countless mighty ones gathered about, and it was a scene like no other. The gates of the palace opened that day to the public. All cultivators of Dali were permitted to enter the palace and head to designated areas. At that moment, a group of people arrived by air from outside the palace. The leading figures were all saints and looked extraordinary. They landed outside of King Li's palace, and some people came to receive them. Mighty ones from county of Shichu are here. Many were able to identify where those mighty ones came from. County of Shichu. Mighty ones from county of Changhe are here as well. A group of mighty ones appeared in the air, and the entourage looked massive. It looked grand as they entered the palace. The ones from county of Dongyang are here too. Towering sword will was sensed high above. Over 1,000 swordsmen arrived by air, and howling sword will shot through above. The swordsmen of county of Yen are here. Countless eyes turned in that direction. The combined might of the county of Yen enabled them to come to the top 3 among the 9 counties. The swordsmen of county of Yen were also extremely renowned. Over half of Dali's swordsmen emerged from the county of Yen after all. Things were extraordinarily solemn and regal within the palace. King Li was sitting on his throne atop the eastern steps. There were mighty ones on every single step below. Those from top forces from upper worlds sat at the same corner as he was, casting their gaze at the mighty ones that kept showing up. Such grandeur is not something one would often see even King Li's palace, King Li said with a smile. All holy lands from the 9 counties responded to the call of gathering capable people from King Li's palace. My lord, we are from county of Shichu. The county king of Shichu led his mighty ones to pay respects to the throne. There was only one emperor in Dali dynasty. King Li was only a king. Take your seats, King Li said with a brimming voice. Mighty ones from the 9 counties all took their seats later. The grandstands were quickly filled by mighty ones from the 9 counties, surrounding a vast patch of empty ground in the middle. Yifutian sat among those from the county of Yen. He was hardly noticeable due to being surrounded by a massive crowd. He turned his eyes to where King Li was at the moment. It was said that the event on that day was an order by the imperial advisor of Dali, to gather geniuses of lower worlds and send them to upper worlds for training. It was unknown which of the upper world's top forces had shown up, and Yifutian naturally hoped that they would have been a lot of them. He saw Lu Chuan right away. Lu Chuan, who was sitting right below King Li, looked extremely dazzling. It was as if one would notice his presence right away, whether one liked it or not. Is this guy a prince? Yifutian asked himself in secret, but he quickly saw Li Yu, who had stunning beauty. She was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan, and there were several other youths at her side. Those people even bore some resemblance to King Li, and Yifutian only understood right there and then that they were the princes and princesses of the king. If Lu Chuan were to be able to sit at their side, then there was only one possibility. He was from the royal palace of Dali dynasty from the upper worlds. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Currently, people from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty came to the lower worlds to select worthy candidates, and the event was supervised personally by King Li, gathering mighty ones from all over the lower worlds. All of that spoke volumes about how much importance Dali dynasty placed in honoring martial culture. At that moment, the crowd outside King Li's palace was massive, and mighty ones were found everywhere. King Li turned his eyes to the enormous crowd from his throne and said, "Today, people have gathered at King Li's palace from all over the 9 counties to witness what the cultivators from all 9 counties are capable of. The imperial advisor from the upper worlds ordered many top forces to come down here and select worthy geniuses to further their training in the upper worlds. It is a rare opportunity for the 9 counties of Dali, and I hope that there will be more extraordinary people emerging within the lower worlds of Dali, who will become pillars of Dali dynasty in the upper worlds." His booming voice was heard all over in and out of the palace. The messy chatter was quickly suppressed, and everyone quieted down soon enough. Countless looked up at the steps at King Li, who was sitting at his throne. It was said that King Li was already at the 3rd step of sainthood, and he was the most powerful man in all of lower worlds of Dali dynasty. His powers were unfathomable, and he was a flawless saint. The people of the 9 counties of Dali were filled with reverence for King Li. "I shall introduce you all to one person," King Li continued. He extended his right hand and pointed to where Lu Chuan was. Lu Chuan, student of the Imperial Advisor. 10 years ago, Lu Chuan led the cultivators of Dali in the Battle of Empty Realm. He fought between 3 imperial realms of the upper worlds, besting foes that had been superior to ours and cut down over half of the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, thereby attaining a glorious victory in the Battle of Empty Realm. Lu Chuan quickly rose to Saint Plane after the Battle of Empty Realm. He is now at the pinnacle of the 1st level of Saint Plane. He is here today being sent to the lower worlds by the Imperial Advisor personally, to witness this grand event of Dali. Many turned their eyes towards Lu Chuan. A student of the Imperial student and one who was introduced personally by King Li was someone extraordinary. Yifutian only came to learn who he was by then. Being a student of the Imperial Advisor of Dali meant that he was Yuan Jin's elder brother in training, which in turn made him the extraordinary figure who brought about the glorious victory to Dali in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago. Lu Chuan stood after hearing King Li's introduction of him. He cupped his hands at the crowd, looking polite and well-mannered as he said, "You're too kind, King Li. I, Lu Chuan, am but only a witness to the grand event sent here on my teacher's orders. The geniuses of Dali are the true main characters of the event, which both I and my teacher look forward to very much." He cupped his hands again after he was done and returned to his seat. Many gasped and were impressed by his bearing. "That is the student nurtured by the Imperial Advisor of Dali for you. It is indeed rare to find someone of such status to possess such bearing," many thought. As someone of such status and introduced personally by King Li, it sufficed for him to nod to the crowd, enjoying the prestige afforded to him. The County King of Yen, at the County of Yan's corner, rose and spoke. "The Imperial Advisor is indeed the pillar of Dali dynasty. All students that he nurtures are exceptional people without doubt. You all should learn from him." The people from the holy lands of the County of Yen all nodded in agreement. Huanxue cast a glance at Yifutian, who was beside the sword saint of fierce wind, but she said nothing. Despite both the 7 swordsmen and Lu Chuan were geniuses, that bearing alone said that Lu Chuan was far more superior than the 7 swordsmen. The difference was glaringly obvious, and Lu Chuan was indeed the dragon among people. Yifutian was somewhat surprised himself as well. He initially thought that someone who had gone about killing over half of participating mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm would have been someone who reeked of killing intent. However, Lu Chuan looked and felt well-mannered and humble to him instead. Despite being an enemy, Yifutian had to admit that cultivators of Dali were more exceptional than he had imagined them to be. Not only Lu Chuan, but the student of the Imperial Advisor is also here at this time. Even top forces like the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds are here en masse as well. Any who can perform with flying colors here will get the chance to train in the upper worlds. It is very rare for Dali to see such opportunities in years past. Please seize the moment as best as you can." King Li smiled and added, "The event is open to cultivators at Sage Plain, and holy lands are gathering places for these people. All sages of the holy lands of the 9 counties, from lower to higher planes, are free to fight at the platform before you to showcase your talents. Please give it your all and wait until the people of Holy Lands finish showcasing their prowess. Any selected may be challenged by any who think themselves to be at the top of their training. You are free to challenge any selected geniuses of Holy Lands and show everyone present what you've got. There were countless cultivators all over the 9 counties of Dali, even though the event was restricted to sages. Dali Dynasty did not ask for cultivators to get things done quickly. Such showcases would be done in one-on-one duels, just for the Holy Lands to assess how capable every single contender was. As such, it was naturally impossible for everyone to get a turn on the platform, as there was still the matter of time to consider. Cultivators from Holy Lands were made a priority instead. This would be carried out until someone from the Holy Lands got selected by the top forces from the upper worlds before being challenged by others in Dali. By doing so, no one who was not of the very top would dare to step onto the platform. Such rules enabled all to see clearly what the top sages of all over Dali were actually like. "Let's begin," King Li said. A mighty one said with a brimming voice below the steps. "Get the wine ready and open up the platform." The voice was heard throughout the place, and servant girls from the royal palace went on to zip about where the audience was, serving wine. But then again, all who earned the right to sit were cultivators from Holy Lands all over the 9 counties. The cultivators who only came to witness the event were only able to watch everything going on from below. The grand event was to be held over many days. There were people from the Holy Lands of the 9 counties getting up one after another, walking up to the platform. There were also several from the county of Yen making a move, with their swords strapped to their backs. When 2 people stepped onto the middle of the platform, that was when the event truly began. However, those 2 were sages of the first plane. Yifutian turned his eyes at the platform. He had never expected to be able to one day see the cultivators of Dali fight each other while he sat somewhere in King Li's palace. There had been a 9-state forum back in the 9 states all those years ago, and that was already considered the grandest of events to be had. However, with the imperial advisor of Dali giving the order and King Li hosting the battle between the 9 counties, the scale of the event was evidently far more extensive than the 9-state forum back then. One could have even said that they were of different orders of magnitude altogether. All top-notch figures from Dali participated in the event. Better still, there were also people coming down from the upper worlds to attend the event. Could be said to be the largest sparring event to be had below St. Plain. The battles went on with the county of Qin, Dongyang, and Yen having the highest level of cultivators on average. Those 3 counties were the top 3 strongest counties in Dali, to begin with, and their holy lands were also superior to others. "What do you think?" the sword saint of fierce wind asked Yifutian, while they were watching at the corner of the county of Yen. He had bought the idea of Yifutian training his way of the sword hard at Mountain of Hidden Swords all those years, never having ventured into the world to train. As such, he took to asking Yifutian what the young man thought about the cultivators of Dali. "Weaker than I expected them to be. When I was at that plane all those years ago, I wouldn't even need to draw my sword to fight those on the platform," Yifutian said. "You are something?" The sword saint of fierce wind shook his head with a smile. He had already gotten used to how Yifutian talked and continued to ask. "The battle between sages at the pinnacle of their training will probably be at the very end. You can join the fight as a student of the sword clan of the Gale." "Thank you, senior." Yifutian nodded and said, "But I'll need to see if any in the 9 counties are worthy of having me draw my sword." "What happens if there aren't any?" The sword saint's face looked peculiar as he asked. "Then I shall keep my sword sheathed," Yifutian said. The sword saint of fierce wind was slightly exasperated. But he then said, "In the 9 counties of Dali, there are also holy lands from the imperial city itself as well. I'm sure you'd find someone worthy of having you draw your sword." "That would be best." Yifutian nodded. The 2 of them did not go out of their way to conceal their voices. Cultivators had very good ears. So many cultivators from holy lands across the county of Yen heard the conversation between both of them. Many even looked in Yifutian's direction deliberately, finding his antics baffling. Does he want to see if anyone throughout the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having him draw his sword? They wondered. It seems like his insolence isn't restricted only to the county of Yen. Then, if you're able to make it to the upper worlds, then, by all means, get up there to train. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said all of a sudden, "Look at the cultivators from Sword Mountain. That is the most powerful holy land of the sword in both the upper and lower worlds. You may able to find a lot of opponents there. Look at Lu Chuan, the Imperial Advisor's student. That is some bearing you'd hardly find in the lower worlds." Yi Futian took a look at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Regardless of standpoint, he found such bearing truly impressive indeed. Yi Futian came to deem it best to keep a certain distance from him, however. The fighting on the platform continued. Yi Futian drank and enjoyed himself as he watched the fights going on, amusing himself as time passed. At the princess residence of Emperor Xia's palace of the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan stood quietly, and there was a black wind condor before her. "Where is he?" Xia Qingyuan asked the black wind condor. She already knew about Yi Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. The beast before her was Yi Futian's steed, and they shared a telepathic link. "King Li's palace." The black wind condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. Xia Qingyuan's expression changed a bit, and she said coldly, "What is he doing at King Li's palace?" The Imperial Advisor of Dali gave the order to select geniuses from the lower worlds to train in the upper worlds, and they gathered people from all holy lands of the lower worlds for sparring. The Imperial Advisor even sent his student down to the lower worlds. "Guess what that would be, princess?" the black wind condor said. However, Xia Qingyuan felt as if she was hearing Yi Futian talking instead. She knew right away that it was a result of Yi Futian and the black wind condor sharing wills, and the bird was speaking with his tone. "What would that be?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "Lu Chuan," the bird answered. Xia Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. She naturally knew who Lu Chuan was. "What are you going to do?" Xia Qingyuan's expression changed again as she stared at the black wind condor and asked. "Training while I'm on pilgrimage, of course," the black wind condor answered. Xia Qingyuan glared at the bird's eyes and said, "Are you trying to get into the top forces of Dali to train? Or are you trying to get near Li Yao?" "Please excuse me," the black wind condor said. Yi Futian withdrew his will, and the black wind condor was seen flapping its wings. It said, "Master is gone. Can I go home now, princess?" Xia Qingyuan's expression was a cold one. That bastard sure is having a good time. He went to the royal palace of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty, she thought. "No. You are not to step outside the residence for even a single step." Xia Qingyuan glanced at the bird and said. The black wind condor blinked his eyes. "You are not happy with master, and you're taking it out on me then?" Thought. "Princess, I still have matters to attend to." The black wind condor wanted to bail. The palace was too strict and no fun. "Guards," Xia Qingyuan said. Someone responded and came. "If the bird dares to step outside for even a single step, roast it," Xia Qingyuan said. Pfff. The bird's legs gave, and it slumped to the floor. Just what did I do wrong here? Thought. The battles going on in King Li's palace had been going on for days. The spectacular fights taking place opened their eyes of many cultivators of Dali who came to watch the event. All of the topmost geniuses from Liwang City and the holy lands of the 9 counties all gathered around the platform, showcasing their astonishing talents. However, despite the impressive showcase, students that actually caught the attention of Upper World's forces were but a handful, numbering in tens. It was a testament of the high requirements they had for the ones they were about to pick. As the planes of the fighters grew, battles fought on the platform got increasingly spectacular. There were already saints from King Li's palace laying down barriers to prevent the battles from affecting the grandstands and the audiences. The battles between sages at the 8th plane finally ended. Battles between upper-level archmages were about to begin in King Li's palace, which also happened to be the highest level at Sage Plane. Everyone wore solemn expressions, as all of them knew that the upcoming battles would have been that between those at the very top below the saints. The top-notch figures from the various holy lands in the county of Yen were eager to get to the stage. That was the battlefield where they were about to shine. Someone already stepped onto the platform at that moment, bursting with frightening combat capacity with moments. The spectators were all in awe. Even the cultivators and even King Li himself took a more serious attitude towards those battles than before. That plane was the nearest to Saint Plane. If there were those who were of exceptional talents right there, they would have been picked to be nurtured until they became saints. Battles continued to take place between cultivators of the 9 counties, with many very formidable figures being known. Who from the county of Yan would go on to fight the first battle? The county king of Yan said to those from Holy Lands at the county of Yan's direction. All of the 9 counties fielded very powerful figures to fight the first battles. As such, it was unacceptable for the county king of Yan to lose out in terms of putting up heirs. That was why the county king of Yan asked personally, "I'll go." A voice was heard and the first student from the Juk Sword clan walked out and stepped onto the battlefield. His opponent was someone from the county of Baima, who had bested their opponent and yet chose to continue doing battle, instead of walking out to take a break. That person was very powerful. Kai Huang of Juk Sword clan was very formidable and was trained in the Sword of 8 Corners of the Juk Sword clan, possessing extremely formidable offensive powers. You could pay close attention to it, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said to Yi Futian. The Sword Saint noticed that Yi Futian was somewhat slacking off before and very few battles interested him. So much so that he actually shut his eyes for a bit occasionally, as if none of the battles going on concerned him. But at the moment, those were battles that were fought at Yi Futian's current plane, so the Sword Saint deemed that they would have made him sit upright. Celine lifted his head somewhat and looked at the platform, seeing Kai Huang, the number 1 student of Juk Sword clan, summoning his life spirit. His body burst with towering sword will and a heavy sword appeared before him. The sides of that heavy sword was different from conventional swords. The edges were serrated, making it not only heavy, but sharp as well. He was seen dragging his sword with both hands as his sword will built up. Dazzling shadow of the sword appeared around the blade, pulsing with frightening sword will as he thrust at the enemy. His surroundings resonated and the heavy sword burst with sharpness, as if it was an extremely ferocious beast charging at its opponent. Power of rules coursed about his opponent, who then summoned a golden stone wall in front of them. The huge sword was pierced into the wall with a boom, bursting through it. The sword will on the blade, however, dissipated altogether. Kai Huang, who had been holding the sword with both hands, pulled his left arm back and lifted the sword up with his right. He then took 1 step forward and brought the sword down from above, as if he was to split the ground open. Terrifying, overbearing power was sensed from above. Multiple shadows of the huge sword flashed as they came down alongside Kai Huang's body. The blade burst with terrifying aura as it cut through space. Some overwhelming swordplay indeed. The minds of many mighty ones from the 9 counties trembled for quite a bit, as if that sword was being brought down onto they themselves. The trailblazing sword seemed to be about to split their surroundings apart when it was brought out. Its aura swept through all directions. Even if one were to watch the swordplay from afar, one would have still been able to feel the overbearing might of the sword. The defensive powers of that mighty one from the county of Baima shattered in an instant with a boom, while his opponent had burst with the most formidable of powers to block his sword. But when Kai Huang brought the huge blade down with his entire being, everything before him shattered. His opponent was hit squarely by the sword and was thrown to the edge of the barrier of the platform. They were bloodied and no one knew how many bones had been broken. Boom! Kai Huang landed with a rumble and the huge sword in his hand disappeared. He then walked off the platform. He had intended to fight to the very end, so it would have been impossible for him to keep staying behind on the platform. That victory belonged to the swordsman of the county of Yan. What do you think? The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind asked Yi Futian after seeing Kai Huang walked off. However, he found Yi Futian's eyes to be extremely calm and unfettered. Yi Futian nonchalantly picked up a cup and drank from it, looking poised and carefree. He then asked, "You like an honest opinion, Senior?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind looked rather puzzled and answered, "Of course. Too weak." He took 3 strokes to deal with his opponent. "If it were to be me, 1 attack was all it would have taken," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's eyes froze. If Yi Futian were to point out Kai Huang's other weaknesses, he probably would not have felt surprised. However, Kai Huang's sword was extremely heavy. The way of the sword of 8 corners was one that raised everything in all directions. Its sheer force was overbearing and unforgiving. Yet, Yi Futian said that it was too weak. Many from the county of Yan looked at Yi Futian and looked just as puzzled. Did this guy really just take down Nieyun with one attack? No matter how they saw it, they found Yi Futian to be one who brags a lot but has little to show. Kai Huang being weak. Many around him snorted. I'll look forward to seeing you in action, then. Someone from the Juk sword clan said to Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing as he continued to watch the battles. Many others stepped onto the platform later. There were also one swordsman from the county of Yan after another walking up to the battlefield. Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storm caught a lot of attention when he stepped onto the battlefield. His Sword of Storms was not only fast, but also overwhelming. His thundering sword was so unbridled and ferocious that he took only 2 attacks to overwhelm his opponent. What do you think? Linya actually went up to ask Yi Futian after he returned to the Sword Clan of the Storm's corner. It was apparent that he was doing so due to what Yi Futian said about Kai Huang before. He wanted to see how Yi Futian would have assessed his abilities. Lacking in explosiveness, Yi Futian answered calmly. Linya smiled and said, I look forward to seeing your sword at work. Those from the county of Yan were speechless yet again. Linya's swordplay was known for its explosive power, and Yi Futian should have been able to see that much. Yet he claimed that Linya's swordplay was lacking in explosiveness. Everyone was beyond baffled by then. A lot of swordsmen from the county of Yan that stepped onto the platform afterwards would have asked for Yi Futian's opinion regarding their swordplay. However, Yi Futian simply shook his head and did not even bother saying anything to most of them. As such, Yi Futian became the one that all swordsmen from the county of Yan wished to see in action without exceptions. They looked forward to see him at work more so than Li Hanqing from the Ziwei sword clan and the 2 princesses. However, Yi Futian remained unfettered and showed no signs of wanting to do battle. He continued to eat and drink, enjoying himself very much. After a while, the county king of Yan turned to look at where the ones from the sword clan of the Gale were at. When the 2 princesses of the county of Yan walked onto the platform and said to Yi Futian, 7th swordsman, I'd like you to assess how both of them are doing. Many looked rather baffled at how even their county king wanted to hear Yi Futian's thoughts. It seemed to have become something seen only among those in the county of Yan. The 7th swordsman was indeed like no other. He reached new heights with being pompous. The county king of Yan smiled and added when he saw Yi Futian was about to speak, I want honest opinions. All right. Yi Futian nodded unapologetically. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi both fought like a single entity, and as such they were fighting against 2 opponents as well, and those 2 were also very powerful cultivators. However, both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi seemed to have turned into mirages. They seemed to be seen everywhere on the battlefield within a heartbeat. Sword aura whooshed, but it seemed as if no one was able to actually locate them. Only crisscrossing blades flying about. When they both finally stopped, they returned to where they first stood, while their opponents were all bloodied but sustained no serious injuries. It was apparent that the princesses went easy on their opponents. At that moment, many at the corner of the county of Yan turned their eyes at Yi Futian. The county king of Yan then asked, Well, they are doing all right, Yi Futian said. The eyes of many sparkled. So the guy stops bragging in front of the county king of Yan then? Finally some decent opinion. But they were still too slow and they were too fancy. All fluff and no punch. What Yi Futian said next made the eyes of many froze, before silently turning around. No one else looked at him anymore, as if none of them know him. The girls might not be top-notch with their art, but they are doing quite all right, I'd say, especially how their way of the sword synchronized with their movements. While it is not to say that they're unbeatable when they join hands, but they do fine for their planes. Why would you have such opinions, 7th swordsman? The county king of Yan asked curiously. Even he became curious as to how capable Yi Futian would have been. If the princesses were to take on conventional cultivators on the platform, their powers would have naturally sufficed, making it easy for them to take down their opponents. But if they were to take on truly supreme swordsmen, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand around for long. Yifutian answered. Supreme how? Someone like you then. The two princesses walked by and heard what Yifutian said, and one of them asked. Yifutian turned his eyes at both of them and said with a smile, It is totally fine for you to think that way. Sword will emanated from Yen Qingyi after she heard his reply, wanting to test Yifutian out right there and then. However, the county king of Yen interjected. Qingyi, I was the one who asked for honest opinions from him. Just sit back and watch the fights. The sisters glared at Yifutian coldly before returning to their seats. Yifutian saw how similar their movements were with each other. So much so that they even had to fight together, and felt it to be peculiar. However, he did not dwell on the thoughts for long. He deemed it to have something to do with them being twins, and they have trained together since a very young age. He then continued to watch the fights on the battlefield. No other swordsman from the county of Yen that fought the subsequent battles asked for Yifutian's opinions anymore. They have had enough of him. That guy really has skin as thick as a wall. Better not ask to be insulted instead. Even those from the sword clan of the Gale felt rather embarrassed and wondered what was their lord thinking. Yifutian did not care for any of that. He had an easy time with none of them asking him anything, and he simply continued to watch the battles in silence. As the battles raged on, many suffered defeats. The ones who stepped onto the platform had gotten increasingly powerful, as it was the clash of the titans between winners of previous battles. Countless looked at the battlefield in King Li's palace, watching two people fighting on stage while the spectators were unusually silent. Everyone was drawn to what was happening in the battlefield. Some power indeed. Many gasped. With battles getting that far, it was almost exclusively clashes between titans at the pinnacle of their training. All remaining mighty ones were frighteningly powerful. There was only one person who took to the air in the battlefield, whose palm was infused with the might of the great path, booming in the air and down on his opponent. The one at the receiving end was unable to hold out for long and was quickly thrown off. 18 consecutive victories. Many were astonished at the scene happening before them. A lithe figure clad in golden, elegant robe was seen on the platform. His eyes were condescending as he stood tall in the air. 18 consecutive victories. That young man had fought round after round without breaks, regardless who he would have been fighting. It was confidence like no other indeed. Furthermore, there was already top-notch forces of the upper worlds extending their invitation to him. That man was from the county of Xianxia, named Qinsong. Qinsong finally turned around and flashed, returning to the county of Xianxia's corner. Many sighed a breath of relief. There were many who found themselves utterly incapable of showing their prowess with him around, as they would have probably just ended up being overwhelmed. Unsurprisingly, Qinsong might have actually been the one of the strongest persons below St. Plain in Dali. Spectacular. Even King Li came to praise him by then. Many nodded in agreement. Qinsong was indeed very powerful and had already touched the great path. His void walk and madra of the void techniques were also extremely formidable, and there were hardly anyone capable of fighting him. His 18 consecutive victories made the massive number of spectators around the platform in King Li's palace silent. What do you think? By then, the sword saint of fierce wind, who had not been speaking for quite some time, asked Yifutian. He knew that Yifutian had already been able to touch the great path. Finally someone who you'd find worthy of fighting, no? He's okay, Yifutian said plainly. He watched Qinsong fight as well. Qinsong was the first among the fighters who fought to have touched the great path. Cultivators like that were but a handful even if one were to look throughout the entire lower worlds of Dali. That was prowess at the pinnacle right below St. Plain after all. Being able to touch the great path unaided meant that they were having half of their being breaking into St. Plain. The sword saint of fierce wind smiled, finding it amusing that even someone as powerful as Qinsong was only able to make the young swordsman say, "He's okay." Just how powerful the mighty ones needed to be in his eyes. Yet another person emerged on the platform at that moment. Many gasped in shock, as it was apparent that many recognized the one who walked out. Zhuozhengdao of Dongyang, many said. He was indeed Zhuozhengdao of the county of Dongyang, and he was very renowned in his home county indeed. Is he really that famous? Some asked curiously. It was only natural that not all from the 9 counties of Dali knew of Zhuozhengdao. He was known to be the number 1 figure below St. Plain in Dongyang. Some sported solemn looks. Zhuozhengdao walked onto the platform after Qin Song walked out. It was apparent that he intended to fight Qin Song some time later. Those 2 mighty ones would have probably fought at least once later. Many mighty ones hesitated somewhat seeing Zhuozhengdao being of such renown. However, a mighty one from the county of Nanyue emerged on the platform. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he gazed his opponent. It was precisely because his opponent was so powerful and renowned that he deemed that he would have earned greater prestige when he defeated said opponent. Doom. That mighty one from the county of Nanyue stepped out and the air shook. Boundless heavy pressure emanated from him, shrouding Zhuozhengdao's surroundings. However, Zhuozhengdao simply stood calmly where he was, with his eyes fixed on his opponent. The mighty one from the county of Nanyue continued to walk. Every step seemed to be stepping onto the minds of the spectators, imbued with extremely overbearing pressure of the rules. This guy really is formidable. Many whispered deep down to themselves. That man who emerged from the county of Nanyue was definitely no weakling. The people from the county of Nanyue all knew who he was, a very renowned figure. That mighty one from the county of Nanyue walked step by step diagonally above Zhuozhengdao, like some kind of celestial god and looking extremely overbearing. He lifted his hand and threw a palm attack below, with power capable of pulverizing mountains and rivers. At that moment, Zhuozhengdao burst with extremely dazzling glimmer all of a sudden. Golden divine fires burst from his body and he was basked in it like some god of war. He simply lifted his hand after seeing his opponent making a move on him. He pointed a finger in the air and tore through his opponent's attack. The palm attack crumbled within mere moments and the underlying rules were nowhere to be found. The power of that one finger burst with dazzling light and continued shooting upwards at his opponent's body. The one on the upside threw palm attacks in a frenzy, but quickly found Zhuozhengdao flashed at the very next moment. His finger was pointed forward yet again. Their surroundings became basked in his power. His opponent was quickly shrouded in divine light and looked terrified. "I yield," he shouted, feeling as if he was going to be destroyed at the very next moment. Zhuozhengdao's opponent's body was thrown off with a boom. His clothes were torn apart and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, while his hands were still twitching. The power of the great path. Many saints looked at the scene and thought Zhuozhengdao's power to truly be adequate to fight Qin Song toe-to-toe. The mighty ones of the 9 counties felt pressure on their shoulders. Zhuozhengdao continued to score consecutive victories in the following battles. No one was able to fight him. He ended up bagging 18 consecutive victories, just like Qin Song, before walking off. Who in the county of Yen would be able to fight them? The county king of Yen asked. Both Qin Song and Zhuozhengdao were very formidable, and as the county king of Yen, he naturally hoped that there would have been one such formidable figure emerging from the county of Yen. A figure rose and walked up to the platform. He was none other than Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword Clan. Many mighty ones from the holy lands of the county of Yen looked startled. The county king of Yen then asked, "So Li Hanxing has been able to touch the great path then?" "You'd know soon enough, my lord," the sword saint of Ziwei replied. The faces of the other sword saints froze. If the sword saint of Ziwei was putting it that way, then it was extremely possible that Li Hanxing had indeed been able to touch the great path. The following battle was as they had speculated. Li Hanxing burst with frightening sword will, and none who emerged were able to withstand his sword attacks. 3 extremely formidable fighters emerged one after another in the battles, and their emergence had brought the event to its climax. "What do you think now?" Huanxue asked for Yi Futian's opinion, something she would not have done otherwise. Yi Futian never thought much about the swordsman of the county of Yen prior after all. However, it became evident at that moment that Li Hanxing had indeed been able to touch the great path, but he had been keeping a low profile all the while. Yi Futian was the complete opposite, so much so that he was considered a freak. I wonder if he is feeling ashamed of himself now. No comment, Yifutian replied. Huanxue glanced at him. It seemed hopeless to have him admit to anything. She wanted to see how he would have joined the fight instead. Li Hanqing returned to the corner belonged to the Ziwei sword clan, and the county king of Yen said with a smile. Seems like Li Hanqing is truly the number one below Saint Plain among the swordsmen of the county of Yen. Many nodded in agreement. Li Hanqing had been able to touch the Great Path and possessed formidable sword techniques to boot. So much so that he had earned the approval of the county king of Yen. That meant that he deemed both princesses beneath Li Hanqing in terms of combat prowess. Every single battle that was fought after that was extremely spectacular ones. While there was not another top-notch figures who had touched the Great Path emerging, but every single combatant had been of formidable combat prowess. Every single battle had been a clash between titans. As the battles raged on, many came to realize where they stood. Those of insufficient strength dared not even step foot onto the platform. The same could have been said for even those from Holy Lands. Nieyun of the Sword Clan of the Gale stepped onto the battlefield as well, but he lost to a top-notch figure from the county of Shichu in a battle. There were no other new challengers from all Holy Lands going up onto the platform after that. Those who had never lost in their prior battles began to fight other powerful combatants. Other than to fight for the chance to train in the upper worlds, they were also doing so to hone their own martial will. Qi Xiao and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan lost one after another. Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan lost afterwards as well. As the battles continued, Li Hanqing became the only one among the swordsmen of the county of Yen who had yet to lose a battle. Even the two princesses had lost to the most powerful figures from the county of Changhe. However, Li Hanqing quickly stepped into the battlefield to avenge the princesses and defeated the ones who won over the princesses. That act earned him some points with the swordsmen of the county of Yen. Li Hanqing became the only hope for the swordsmen of the county of Yen by then. Splendid, King Li praised. There were hardly anyone who stepped onto the platform by then. Zhuo Zhengdao was standing tall on the platform, and it seemed as if no one dared to challenge him. Li Hanqing eventually rose from the corner of the county of Yen. He moved alongside his sword and stepped onto the platform, standing opposite Zhuo Zhengdao. Loud cheers and roars were heard in the King Li's palace. Is the battle between fighters at the pinnacle about to begin? Even Lu Chuan and the other top-notch figures from the upper worlds came to pay close attention to the battlefield, looking forward to the upcoming battle. Who do you think would win this battle, sir? Princess Li Yu asked Lu Chuan, who was at his side, with a smile. Zhuo Zhengdao seems to have better chances. But then again, Li Hanqing has a fair chance as well, Lu Chuan replied. Li Hanqing has exceptional talents, and if he were to train in the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds, his way of the sword would definitely be able to reach higher heights. Li Yu's smile looked gentle and pretty. The battle on the platform began. Zhuo Zhengdao was basked in divine light like a golden divine furnace, looking indestructible and invincible, and his fingers seemed to be swords themselves. Li Hanqing's sword will of Ziwei seemed like the stars, and every sword will was imbued with supreme offensive powers. Both figures fought on the platform. Violent auras swept through the place, and the King Li's palace was surprisingly quiet. Everyone was paying close attention to the clash of the titans on up there. Both men traded blows using pure offensive skills and clashed untold amount of times. Li Hanqing's sword finally broke with a boom. His body was thrown behind and blood spilled from his mouth. Zhuo Zhengdao's shirt was torn at the same time as well. However, it was clear that Li Hanqing lost the fight. The people of the county of Yen had their eyes fixed on the battle and were all gasping. Li Hanqing's swordplay was superb, yet he still proved inadequate to beat Zhuo Zhengdao. Li Hanqing then walked off the stage dejectedly. Qin Song then emerged and asked Zhuo Zhengdao if he needed rest. Zhuo Zhengdao replied that he would like to continue. The vast royal palace was completely silent when the battle raged on. Everyone kept their eyes at the two violent figures, as if the spectators have all stopped breathing altogether. The battle between supreme ones below Saint Plain indeed. The county king of Yen praised. Mighty ones from all over the 9 counties were gathered at King Li's palace by King Li, with the mighty ones from the upper worlds coming down to witness the battles. That very battle before them were indeed one fought between titans. Qin Song eventually won against Zhuozhangdao. It was a fight that seemed to prove that he was indeed the peerless one below St. Plain. Countless eyes gazed at the two combatants with reverence. Despite having lost the fight, Zhuozhangdao remained standing proud. Qin Song remained standing where he was after Zhuozhangdao walked off the platform. No one else went up the platform after that. King Li then asked personally, "Is there any from the 9 counties of Dali who would like to fight?" No one else answered. There was simply no one who dared to fight him, after seeing what he was capable of. "Are you still going to keep your sword sheathed?" The sword saint of fierce wind asked Yi Futian in a low voice. Many from the county of Yen turned to look at Yi Futian without caring much. That guy had been extremely boisterous, but after seeing that battle between titans, they deemed him too cowardly to emerge and fight. Yi Futian took one look at Qin Song. He smiled and shook his head lightly before drinking from his cup. No one else would challenge Qin Song after this battle. You wouldn't have another chance if you were still going to keep your sword sheathed. Regardless if you win or lose, it's best to have those from the upper world see what you are capable of. The sword saint of fierce wind added. Even the people from the holy lands of the county of Yen turned to look at the sword saint with startled looks. It seemed that he placed a lot of trust in the 7th swordsman. Yi Futian put his cup down and looked at the platform nonchalantly, saying, "No one from the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having me draw my sword. I shall leave it at that." The corner of the sword saint of fierce wind twitched when he heard Yi Futian's words, and wanted very, very badly to just clap him to death right there and then. The sword saint had waited for so long and brought him all the way to King Li's palace just to see his sword at work, while letting the sword clan of the Gale get glorious for a bit on the side. The fights were about to end, and Yi Futian told the sword saint that none of those who fought was worthy of having him draw his sword. "I knew it. He wouldn't have dared to make a move and was just bluffing all the while." "I sure as hell don't know what you're thinking, father," Huanshu quipped, feeling furious at Yi Futian's reply. "Just admit that you're a coward already. None of the cultivators from the 9 counties of Dali being worthy of having you draw your sword, you said? Bullshit." Many eyes turned to look at Yi Futian, and they all had the urge to beat him up, deeming him to be the epitome of a coward. Qin Song and Zhuozhangdao were both of the pinnacle of their training below St. Plain. Even Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan had been a top-notch figure as well. Just what the hell is wrong with this 7th swordsman guy? Not worthy of having him draw his sword eh? Many swordsmen from holy lands of the county of Yen turned to look at Yi Futian with condescending eyes, snorting at his boisterous bluff. Even the county king of the county of Yen spoke. "Your way of the sword might have been superb, but that doesn't change the fact that you really are arrogant." Seeing how the mighty ones from all over the 9 states of Dali fought that day, he had to acknowledge how exceptional those of the younger generations were, despite being a very high-level saint himself. The sword saint of fierce wind was the one who brought him there, and the sword saint had high hopes for him. The county king saw fit to give him respect where it was due, for none other than the fact that he was a genius swordsman from the county of Yen. However, Yi Futian's actions proved somewhat disappointing. But then again, he would not have been petty with a member of the younger generation. As a cultivator of the sword, are you telling me that you won't even admit that you lack the guts to draw your sword? Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan said plainly. Seeing how he had been dropping big words prior, he probably knew that coming out to fight at that point would have been an action to invite insult. Yan Qingyi, Yan Zi, and Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan all simply glanced at Yi Futian with scoffing eyes. However, they said nothing and simply pretended he did not exist. As for Li Hanqing, he did not even bother to look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw the reactions of the people around him and thought everything went as expected. He did not mind the thoughts of those people and said plainly, "I said before I came that I was on this trip to King Li's palace just to see if any among the cultivators of the 9 counties are worthy of having me draw my sword. I didn't say that I would definitely fight. As for my strength, have it your way. The path of the sword does not need opinions of others after all." "Whatever," the sword saint of fierce wind said plainly. Since Yi Futian put it that way, he saw no reason to force the young swordsman. But still, he apparently looked rather displeased. Despite having spent 30 years practicing the sword and had supreme talents, but having such personality meant that it would have been near impossible for him to stand around for long in the upper worlds. He simply has too much ego. Yifutian took note of the sword saint of fierce wind's expression and thought it was indeed for the best. After that battle in Lihan Heaven back then and having experienced the swordmaster of Lihan borrowing his sword to Yiwuchen, his mindset changed somewhat. Despite having a grudge against the regime that was Dali dynasty, he did not intend to shift his frustration towards the cultivators of Dali. A person's place of birth was something predestined. He personally experienced how different Dali actually was from what he had imagined after entering Dali. At the very least, both the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind and the County King of Yen actually seemed to be decent people. Being someone of such an attitude, saints with irritable temperaments would have made a move against him. Saint Ji of the 9 states back then was a good example of someone lacking such bearing. As such, he did not wish for something he would have done in the future to one day get the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind tangled in his mess. Qin Song stood tall on the platform alone and no one dared to fight him. No one else in Liwang City and the 9 states of Dali were able to fight him. Qin Song of the county of Shangqin was about to make it to the upper worlds, and it would have probably been a matter of time before he ended up achieving great things. He was destined to be someone whose name would have been heard far and wide. Be it Qin Song, Zhuozhangdao or Li Hanxing, their future lied in the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. King Li swept his eyes at the crowd and said, "If no one else would come out and fight, then this shall be the end of the battles." The battles between the 9 states were concluded that day. Countless were heard talking for quite a moment. "Thank you all for your hard work." King Li smiled as he said to the county kings of the 9 counties and those from the Holy Lands, "You, King Li, and the cultivators from the upper worlds hosted the event personally. It was not hard for any of us at all." Many were seen cupping their hands at King Li. King Li nodded with a smile, saying, "The banquet shall continue. Be at ease and enjoy yourselves." Many rose at that moment. The lords of Holy Lands whose students had been selected brought their selected students and greeted those from top forces of the upper worlds. They were also getting ready to send them to the upper worlds. The lord of the Ziwei sword clan rose and brought Li Hanxing there. "Let's head there together." The county king of Yen smiled and said. Many saints walked together towards King Li. The sword saint of Fierce Wind did not join them. The students from the sword clan of the Gale had been average in their performances and he did not see fit to join the fray. He was rather disappointed that Yifutian did not fight. However, Yifutian was seen standing up and walking down. He seemed to be following right behind the swordsman of the county of Yen, which the sword saint of Fierce Wind found rather peculiar. What is he up to this time? At the corner where King Li was seen, Princess Liu smiled and said to Lu Chuan, "What do you think about the geniuses of the lower worlds of Dali in this event?" "Sir? They're fine." Lu Chuan nodded and did not hold them in too high of a regard. While there were few who performed rather admirably, but he did not see any supremely powerful figures that H wished to see. But then again, those handful would have emerged to be extraordinary cultivators once they were further nurtured in the upper worlds. "What are you doing following us?" A voice was heard below the steps. Many turned around and saw quite a number of swordsmen of the county of Yen heading towards the direction of the ones from Sword Mountain, led by the county king of Yen. Li Hanxing was among those swordsmen as well. However, there was an unusually handsome figure walked behind those swordsmen, seemingly heading towards the same direction. Yan Qingyi's brow twitched seeing that and said to Yifutian, "I'm not following you," Yifutian replied plainly. The county king of Yen turned around to look at Yifutian. Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan then jabbed sarcastically, "You didn't even dare to fight in the prior battles, and now you actually have the gall to come right behind a swordsman from the county of Yen?" Yifutian glanced at him and remained standing where he was. He looked straight ahead of him and ahead of the swordsman of the county of Yen. He saw a group of people who stood upright quietly somewhere, as if they were all swords. Those people were from the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds. "My name is Seventh Swordsman. I have heard that the Sword Mountain was the number holy land of the sword in the entire Dali dynasty, As such, I came to ask for a challenge, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice, which pierced through the space like a sword. The chatter around them gradually subsided within mere moments, and their surroundings turned dead silent before long. Countless eyes turned to look at one direction at that moment. Yi Futian was seen standing upright like a sword, as if he was the only one worth being noticed in all of the heavens and the earth. Someone from the lower worlds actually skipped the entire event of battles and went up to challenge the swordsman of the Sword Mountain. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind stood up from far away, who was speechless after hearing Yi Futian's voice. Did he really think that no cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali were worth having him draw his sword? So he actually went up to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Someone who spent 30 years polishing his art of the sword is actually this arrogant. The eyes of the swordsman of the county of Yen froze and looked at Yi Futian with baffled expressions. He is actually challenging the Sword Mountain? How insolent! The Sword Saint of Ziwei said. The 7th swordsman did not participate in the battles prior, and Yi Futian was actually coming up to challenge the students of the Sword Mountain, when his student, Li Hanqing, was going to greet them. What is he trying to pull here? Even the likes of King Li and Lu Chuan turned their eyes to look at the handsome figure standing alone. We have not seen you fight in the battles before. Why do you come to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Princess Li Yu turned her eyes at Yi Futian. It seemed baffling that someone just appeared out of nowhere to challenge the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. Yi Futian turned to look at Li Yu calmly and said, I have watched the battles and saw none of the cultivators of the 9 counties were worthy of having me draw my sword. As such, I'd like to try my hand against the Sword Mountain instead. Insolence. Li Yu's expression changed somewhat. His father was the one who managed all of the 9 counties of Dali. His father had called all cultivators of the 9 states there to hold the event as the upper worlds were recruiting, and yet Yi Futian claimed that none of the cultivators of Dali were worthy of having him draw his sword. Lu Chuan looked at Yi Futian with puzzled eyes. Throwing such words in such an occasion was not action that could have been amply described by the word insolence alone. The swordsman of the county of Yen stopped and looked at that lone figure. A figure stepped out at that time, and it was none other than the strongest swordsman below St. Plain of the Juk Sword Clan, Kai Huang. Every step he took was imbued with frightening power, and he pressed on to Yi Futian. His life spirit burst forth and a huge sword appeared. Terrifying sword will was shot at Yi Futian within moments. Boom! Kai Huang stepped into the air and heavy swords lined up around him. The raging pressure was transformed into torrential sword aura. The heavy swords streaked through the air ferociously with a boom. Yi Futian looked up at him and stood quietly where he was. Sword will coursed about his body, and the huge swords, which were shooting down at him, stopped all of a sudden before him, as if they were all blocked by a powerful sword will. Boom! Kai Huang took a huge sword and charged straight at him. Yi Futian waved his hand and a heavy sword appeared right before him as well. Extremely heavy pressure burst forth. He pushed with his hand and the heavy sword shot forward, clashing with Kai Huang's sword. A low rumble was heard and Kai Huang's charging figure was stopped altogether, and it seemed as if his sword was suspended as well, feeling terrifying pressure bearing on his entire being. Yi Futian slapped on the heavy sword, which flew and with sharp, piercing noises. Kai Huang's sword was broken inch by inch, until Yi Futian's heavy sword punched right through his defenses and landed on his body. Kai Huang was thrown far away within an instant, throwing up blood from his mouth. The power of your sword is too weak, Yi Futian said plainly. He never moved an inch throughout the fight, and launched only one single attack with one single clap. Too weak had been his appraisal of Kai Huang before. Crack! Towering sword will shot to the air at the moment. Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms brought terrifying sword will of the storms down from above, as if the air was about to burst. Lightning crackled about Yi Futian and a sword of lightning appeared before him. He took one step forward and charged into the massive bolts of lightning. One sword attack and the surroundings seemed to have split open. The lightning was nowhere to be seen anymore. Boom! A rumble was heard, and at the very next moment, lightning crackled all over Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms. His clothing was all torn and his face looked burnt. You lack explosive power, Yifutian's voice was heard from midair. That was how he evaluated Linya before. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi took one look at each other and the sisters flashed about, turning into mirages. Sword will filled their surroundings, as if countless specters lashed out at Yifutian with boundless sword will. Yifutian's eyes were as pointed as swords. As he calmly glanced at the two of them, he stepped out and disappeared from where he stood right away. Dazzling flash of the sword was seen in the air and thousands of sword aura were launched. One sword was all it had taken to break all of their spells. The swords of both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi were nowhere to be found. A corner of their dresses were torn. They stopped moving and looked down at their torn corner of their clothing, while their arms were shaking. It still took just one attack. None of the swordsmen of the county of Yan had been able to withstand more than one sword attack. The Yan sisters, the daughters of the county of Yan, Kai Huang and Linya, both of whom were number ones of the Juk sword clan and the sword clan of the Storm in the county of Yan respectively. None of them were able to take more than a single attack from him. In just one instant, the vast space turned dead silent. The minds of the swordsmen of the county of Yan were rattled. Their eyes were pointed as they looked straight ahead at Yifutian. The sword saint of fierce wind went out of his way to introduce Yifutian, claiming that he had bested Nyayun with just one attack with his sword. Many thought Yifutian would have been extraordinary, so much so that even the county of Qing shared that opinion. Yet, when it came to the battles, Yifutian had been all talk and no show. No one else paid him any attention by then, especially after his wildly insolent words, which made him look more like just an unruly jerk. And then, he finally drew his sword. One attack on one opponent. That was all. The very reason why he acted as such in the prior battles was not because he was unable to draw his sword, but that no one was truly deemed worthy enough for him to do so. As such, he skipped the battles altogether and came to ask those of the Sword Mountain, the number one holy land of the sword in all of Dali instead. The sword saint of fierce wind stood far away, with his eyes fixed on the lone, proud figure standing high in the air. His handsome figure emanated intense sword will, which had the bone-deep pride weaved into it. That pride was that of a swordsman. That was probably the true seventh swordsman, a swordsman who ventured outside of the mountain of hidden swords, a swordsman who was little else than a swordsman. He sought to further his way of the sword and nothing else. He cared little for the opinions of others, for his concern was reserved for his sword, and his sword only. Thus, he did not play according to the rules of Dali and fought in the battles, as he simply deemed that no one fighting in those battles had been worthy of fighting him. Huanxue watched the dazzling flashes of the sword by the sword saint of fierce wind's side and was utterly speechless. If he was so capable with a sword, why did he not fight earlier? Huanxue said in a low voice, seemingly finding the state of affairs unacceptable. Cutting-edge geniuses were mostly stubborn and lonesome. True extraordinary figures are the ones with the right to break all rules. The sword saint replied, maybe he truly is one of those people. If Yifutian had been able to hear the sword saint of fierce wind's comments about him, he would have thought about how successful that image that he fashioned had been. At the very least, in the eyes of the sword saint of fierce wind, that was the seventh swordsman that he would have wanted the people of Dali to see. An insolent, arrogant, stubbornly prideful swordsman of extraordinary caliber, who saw everyone else to be beneath him. In the world of the seventh swordsman, there was no place for overbearing authority and rules. There was only the way of the sword. With the imperial advisor of Dali ordering to gather geniuses from all over the lower worlds personally, a student of the imperial advisor coming all the way to the lower worlds, and King Li hosting an event to gather mighty ones of all 9 counties to King Li's palace, there was no doubt that Dali dynasty would have been able to stomach a stubborn yet extraordinary swordsman like him. All of you stand down, an elder of the Sword Mountain said to the people of the county of Yan. The county king of Yan led the swordsmen and stepped aside, except one. The one person was Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan, who was ranked 3rd in the battles prior, and was taken in by the Sword Mountain to be their own. So you skipped the battles altogether and challenged those from the Sword Mountain, because you thought that none in the 9 counties of Dali were worthy of having you draw your sword? A saint of the Sword Mountain asked Yi Futian. Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. Yet, the few moves that you have just showed remained inadequate to have the students of the Sword Mountain accept your challenge. That sword saint gazed at Yi Futian and said, if he intended to break the rules, then he needed to bring corresponding prowess for doing so. Li Hanxing walked up to Yi Futian as soon as the saint finished talking. Li Hanxing was 2 from the 9 counties of Dali, but Yi Futian claimed before that none were worthy of having him draw his sword. He glanced at Li Hanxing and sensed the sword will on his would-be opponent. He then turned his eyes to look at Zhuo Zhengdao and Qin Song, saying, I said that none who fought in the battles were worthy of having me draw my sword. If you want to see me in action, then all 3 of you shall move against me at once. Everyone was speechless after hearing that. The 3 he meant were naturally the top 3 strongest figures who fought in the battles. Qin Song of the county of Shangqin, Zhuo Zhengdao of the county of Dongyang, and Li Hanxing of the county of Yan. All 3 of them were figures at the absolute top who had been able to touch the Great Path. They were the 3 strongest figures below Saint Plain in all of the 9 counties of Dali. Even at that very moment, Yi Futian still claimed that they were not worthy of having him draw his sword, and he had all 3 of them gang up on him instead. His unbridled nature ignited the blood of countless. They thought before that the battles were already over when Qin Song proved invincible in all of the 9 counties of Dali. No one would have expected that the 7th swordsman, a nobody at that moment, emerged out of the blue and challenged those from the Sword Mountain. Qin Song, Zhuo Zhengdao, and Li Hanxing all looked at Yi Futian. All 3 of them have already proven that they were the strongest in all of the lower worlds of Dali. At that moment, Yi Futian walked out. Is he trying to just step on us to prove his superior talents? Li Hanxing took to the air and a sword appeared in his hand. Stars dazzled and the skies were lit up. Sword will circled around him and the will of the great path strewn about. Countless sword flashes of the stars rained down on Yi Futian like swords of meteors, whooshing loudly as they bombarded the ground from above. Yi Futian gave him a cold look and burst with terrifying sword will about him, emanating the will of the great path as well. Interesting. King Li chuckled. The 7th swordsman only emanated the will of the great path at that moment, as if none of the swordsmen from the county of Yen before were worthy of having him do so. The light of the sun seemed to have burst from behind, emanating scorching heat like that of the sun as well. A scalding sword of blazing sun appeared before him, pulsing with the will of burn everything down. At the very next moment, their surroundings became covered with freezing ice. A sword of freezing ice appeared right after. Storms raged after that and howled in the air, as the sword of raging storms appeared. Lightning flashed about like the light of calamity of doomsday, as the sword of blitzing thunder appeared. And finally, the heavy sword of the stars materialized with powerful might. The 5 swords lined up and hovered right before Yi Futian. The swordsman of the county of Yen was astonished once again. The pupils of the sword saint of fierce wind dilated. Yi Futian claimed in the county king's residence that blazing sun, freezing ice, raging storms, blitzing thunder. There was no art of the sword that he was unable to train with. Those big words have proven true after all. Li Hanxing's expression changed somewhat when he saw all that. He flashed like a comet and drew his sword, which rained down on Yi Futian like meteor shower. Blazing Sunday. Yi Futian's will merged with his surroundings, and the sword of blazing sun shot out as he willed it. It seemed as if the light of the sun dazzled in the air, devouring the stars, and within an instant, the rain of swords burned. That sword continued its way forward, charging through the rain of swords and headed towards Li Hanxing. Countless swords, which had been raining down, merged into a single blade and clashed with the sword of blazing sun, intended to destroy it from within. Freezing ice. The 2nd sword was launched, emanating cold that was seemingly about to freeze souls. The sword of freezing ice streaked forward, conjuring frost as it went along. The flow of sword wills around it slowed down, and Li Hanxing seemed to have been covered with a sheet of frost. Li Hanxing's body spun and threw a dazzling flash of the meteor. Countless sword will in the air melded into a beam of dazzling light as it tore through space. Yi Futian remained standing where he was silently. His moved his hand and had both swords of Raging Storm and Blitzing Thunder shot out. They streaked through their air. The sword of Raging Storms cut right through Li Hanqing's sword, and the sword of Blitzing Thunder closed in. Li Hanqing's face turned pale. Boom! A rumble was heard as his body seemed like it was about to explode. The lightning flashes consumed his body, and that mighty one from the Ziwei sword clan sported startled looks. However, Yi Futian's sword did not destroy Li Hanqing, and had simply sent him flying far away. He then spitted quite a bit of blood. Yi Futian, on the other hand, never budged throughout the fight. Zhuang Dao made his move right afterwards, turning into a beam of burning golden light, heading towards Yi Futian like a god of war. His moved like a bolt of lightning and was emanating overbearing will of the great path throughout his body, intending to crush everything in his path. The four swords appeared, and yet Zhuang Dao did not flinch at all. He turned into golden lightning and continued to streak through the air. The swords came soon enough, and the wills of the great path from both sides clashed. The space was rattled, and Zhuang Dao looked like a true god of war, with the swords seemingly incapable of breaking through him. He actually intended to take Yi Futian's swords head-on. That scene excited countless. Zhuang Dao might have proven capable of fighting Yi Futian toe-to-toe after all. However, at that moment Yi Futian finally moved. He stepped out, and the air seemed to rattle as he did, with his immediate vicinity shrouded in his might. Many saw Yi Futian took one sword with both hands and descended from above. The heavy sword was brought down as their surroundings howled. Zhuang Dao felt the looming pressure, and his expression finally changed. He roared angrily and turned into a golden god of war, continuing to charge into the air. Yi Futian's sword came. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard, and as expected, Zhuang Dao's body dropped from the sky. Boom! The platform was shaken as Zhuang Dao's body hit the ground below, feeling as if his internal organs had all been ruptured as blood came spilling from his mouth. Qin Song took to the air, and his body disappeared from where he stood right away. He appeared right above Yi Futian at the very next moment, shooting out with his palm attacks right onto Yi Futian. Yi Futian threw his hand at the attacks, cutting through the palm strikes as if his hand was a sword itself. However, Qin Song disappeared right away and appearing somewhere else, again, throwing down his palm attacks. It all happened in an instant, and the spectators saw the space being filled with Qin Song's silhouette everywhere. Every single attack seemed to be imbued with the power of the Great Path, tearing the air apart as they flew at Yi Futian. Return. Boundless sword will circled around Yi Futian, capable of tearing anything that had gotten near apart. His body spun at the very next moment. Countless flashes of the sword howled at the same time in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flashes of the sword were seen everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The huge palm attacks continued to rage on. Sword will filled the air in that very next instant. Regardless how Qin Song dodged, he was forced to take Yi Futian's sword head-on. Raging aura coursed around his body, merging with the Great Path. His palm attacks shot in a frenzy to resist the sword wills, tearing them apart. Yet, at the very next moment he saw a mirage and sensed extremely scorching sword will. He roared, and his hands were thrown out with earth-shattering might. A sword was lashed out, cutting through space and shattering the palm attack. The flash of the sword emerged, and his face was frozen with shock. His heart raced, and he felt as if he was about to asphyxiate. The flash of the sword came and went before him in an instant. Time and space seemed to have been halted. Qin Song's body shuddered as he extended a trembling hand, touching his brow from top to bottom, finding a shallow gash. The sword was not brought down on him. Qin Song took one look at the streak of blood on his fingertips and looked up at Yi Futian. He thought that he had been invincible below St. Plain in all of Dali. He also proven that with his efforts in the battle. Yet, there was an extraordinary swordsman appearing out of nowhere right before him. None in all of the 9 counties of Dali are able to take on your sword indeed. Qin Song turned around and left, looking somewhat dejected. Countless eyes gazed at that handsome swordsman standing in the air at that moment. None in the 9 counties of Dali were able to withstand a single attack from his sword. Yi Futian did not concern himself with the opinions of the people. He turned his eyes at the ones from the Sword Mountain and said, "I, the seventh swordsman, wish to challenge the Sword Mountain." The seventh swordsman seemed to have seen nothing but the way forward with his sword. The seventh swordsman challenged the Sword Mountain. Countless cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali and many from Holy Lands gazed forward. His sword proved that none in the 9 counties were able to take him on. Not even the 3 strongest from the battles of the 9 counties had actually been able to make him go all out, be it Li Hanxing, Zhuozhangdao, or Qinsong. In truth, none of them had been truly able to take that one sword attack he threw. Who the hell is this seventh swordsman? The people of the 9 counties were not the only ones being impressed, as even the county king of Yen became astonished by Yi Futian's power. That young man that the sword saint of fierce wind introduced to him had indeed made it seem like there were no swordsmen below St. Plain but him. None had been able to take even one sword attack from him. Even someone as powerful as Li Hanxing proved utterly incapable of taking even a single attack from him. Spectacular! King Li, who was sitting on his throne on top of the steps, praised. He had truly dared to break the rules with his swords, ignoring the rules of the event, and went straight to the Sword Mountain, as if there were no swordsmen in all of the 9 counties to begin with. He was arrogant and unique. King Li did not mind at all, as he deemed that truly extraordinary people needed to possess the courage of breaking rules, and only truly extraordinary people had the right to do so. There had been quite a number of people from the battles fought between the 9 counties had been selected by the cultivators of the upper worlds. Qinsong of Shangqin, Zhuozhangdao of Dongyang, and Li Hanxing of Yen were all fine candidates. However, as the king who reigned all over the lower worlds of Dali, he nonetheless felt something was lacking. There was a lack of a figure who was truly able to stand above all, a lack of an absolutely exceptional genius who was able to shake the top forces of the upper worlds. While Qinsong had beaten Zhuozhangdao and came to be number 1 in the battles, there was still something lacking about him. The emergence of Yi Futian made up for that lacking. King Li saw a supreme youth who was truly unbridled, and one who possessed the combat prowess that truly stood above all. As King Li, he naturally knew that there was no lack for talent or geniuses in Dali dynasty. What the dynasty lacked was people like Lu Chuan, geniuses who were capable of steering the direction of the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly. They lacked someone like Yi Futian, who had been able to single-handedly decide the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm last year, through his efforts alone. While it would have been nice to have some geniuses enter the upper worlds to train, but it was probably someone like that that would have truly caught the Imperial Advisor's attention. He did not know if the seventh swordsman had what it would have taken to live up to such expectations, but at the very least, he stood a chance of doing so. Lu Chuan gazed at Yi Futian, but he did not speak and did nothing. He simply watched the events unfolding silently. It was the shadow-bearing sword saint that led the ones from the Sword Mountain in that event. His eyes were pointed like swords as he gazed at Yi Futian. The Sword Mountain was the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds, and they had many students. Any one of them had made it through trials after trials, and all had superior talents. But then again, there were still stronger and weaker ones among them. In actual fact, Yi Futian had already proven the power of his way of the sword when he had defeated those swordsmen from the county of Yen. However, as the number 1 holy land of the sword, they were unable to simply allow anyone to ignore the rules and challenge them. Anyone who wanted to challenge the Sword Mountain needed to prove the strength of their way of the sword first. It was apparent that Yi Futian performed with flying colors in that department. "You're from the county of Yen?" the shadow-bearing sword saint asked. "I am," Yi Futian replied. "Who was your teacher?" the sword saint continued to ask. "I have learned and trained under many wandering swordsmen and rangers. I've been guided by them and walked the path of the sword, but I've never truly studied under any teacher in my journey," Yi Futian answered. "So you're self-taught then?" the shadow-bearing sword saint continued to ask. "How many ways of the sword have you developed? I assume that you have developed the general principles of the sword, the blazing sun, the freezing ice, the raging storms, and so on, all on your own." "No. I've picked up quite a number of incomplete manuscripts about sword arts. If I were to be said to have a teacher, then one could say that I've picked up my art's learning from the sun, moon, stars, storm, and rain. The nature itself is my master. Yifutian continued to answer. He then asked the Sword Saint, "Are you done with your questions, Senior? Would you like to come with me and train in the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds then?" The Sword Saint did not ask any further, extending his invitation to Yifutian instead. An invitation to ask him to train in the Sword Mountain. It was not a turn of events that would have surprised anyone, despite his unbridled personality. But Yifutian's talents in the way of the sword proved superior and peerless among those of the lower worlds of Dali. Furthermore, there was simply no way the Sword Mountain would have simply let someone who was so pure in their seeking of the way of the sword. They would have even gladly overlooked his unbridled nature. I have spent 30 years studying the way of the sword. After venturing outside of the Mountain of Hidden Swords and into the county of Yen, I quickly found none of the swordsmen of the county of Yen worthy of having me draw my sword. I then heard that King Li was gathering cultivators throughout the 9 counties, so I came here intending to find a worthy opponent. However, the cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali continued to be devoid of one such person. Yifutian's voice was as sharp as the sword, as he turned around to look at shadow-bearing Sword Saint and said, "I heard that the Sword Mountain was the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. If anyone from the Sword Mountain prove capable of defeating me, then I shall come with you, Senior, to studying the way of the sword in Sword Mountain." "So you're saying that if none of us are able to defeat you, then you wouldn't join us then?" the shadow-bearing Sword Saint asked. "If none of the students who emerged from the Sword Mountain is able to defeat me, then what is there in the Sword Mountain that would be worth seeking for me?" Yifutian said proudly, and those words made all who heard them speechless. None from the sword being able to defeat him? What is there in that would be worth seeking for him? It was clear that he remained as arrogant and unbridled as he had been. However, none of them saw Yifutian with the same eyes they did before. That unbridled swordsman would have been able to join the Sword Mountain if he were to just simply nod. However, he sought only the way of the sword. "Good point." The shadow-bearing Sword Saint smiled and said, not minding Yifutian's attitude one bit. Truly extraordinary people seem to be stubborn to a fault in furthering their way of the sword. That was a manifestation of their obsession with the sword and their yearning for it. He seemed to be able to see all of that from Yifutian. "Yuan Gang," the shadow-bearing Sword Saint called. A figure emerged from the crowd behind him. There were few from the Sword Mountain who came to the lower worlds, and there was coincidentally one who had just touched the Great Path recently. It would have been very difficult for anyone to defeat the 7th swordsman otherwise. In the previous battles, it was shown that Yifutian was versed in many arts of the sword, and it was also seen that he possessed immense strength, being able to cleave Zhuangdao from above with just one swing of the sword from above, serving as testament to the might of his heavy sword. Yuan Gang was also versed in peculiar, uncommon ways of the sword. Yuan Gang stepped forward. His silhouette was clear, and it seemed that he was oozing with explosive power. Every step he took seemed to emanate a sense heaviness, instead of sharpness common with swordsmen. One was unable to even sense any sharpness from him. "Draw your sword," Yuan Gang said to Yifutian, with a heavy sword appearing right in front of him as soon as he finished. Furthermore, there was a sword without an edge, which was how he was like as a person, heavy, clumsy, without any hint of sharpness. Many sported funny looks when they saw him in action. The blunt sword in Yuan Gang's hand seemed to be utterly incapable of piercing into the body of anyone. However, given that he was nonetheless a student from the Sword Mountain, there was still no one who dared to underestimate him. Yifutian stepped out, the light of the sun bright and scorching as it shone from above. He held the sword of blazing sun, its heat burning the sky as it was brought down from above. One swing with the sword and the air looked as if a fire dragon had manifested. Yuan Gang seemed to be cradling the blunt sword at first. His body then coursed with silver light, transforming into a suit of armor. Boom! He stepped out and his movements looked clumsy and heavy. He held the blunt sword and swung it, clapping Yifutian's sword aside. Yuan Gang did not pierce with his sword. He bashed with it instead. The sword of blazing sun was brought down and banged onto the blunt sword. Sparks sprayed all over and Yuan Gang leapt into the air with his sword. Yi Futian's sword of blazing sun cut all the way through the air onto Yuan Gang's blunt sword. The terrifying flames actually reeled back and causing the sword of blazing sun to be shaved off bit by bit. Boom! The blunt sword continued to clap and Yi Futian took to the air, heading straight into the clouds and gazed below. Boom! Yuan Gang shot to the air while cradling his sword. Multiple blunt swords appeared in the sky and they grew in numbers as they stacked on top of each other. It seemed as if their surroundings were filled with nothing else but that edgeless blunt sword. All ways of the world could be made into swords, the shadow-bearing sword saint said as he pointed the fact out. Many came to realize that they were thousands of ways of the sword, instead of being confined to one single path. That sword saint from the Sword Mountain was actually letting Yuan Gang teach everyone else a lesson. You are correct, senior. All ways of the world could be made into swords. Yi Futian replied with a brimming voice high above in the sky. He extended his hand and multiple heavy swords appeared around him, carrying the weight of stars. Every single sword seemed to be emanating terrifying powers. A humongous heavy sword materialized between his hands. Rumbling noises were heard as Yuan Gang shot upwards with his layers of shadows of the blunt sword, heading straight for Yi Futian. Go! Yi Futian took one step in the air and dived, which seemed to be melding with his way of the sword. The swords around him dived as well, bombarding the first blunt sword his opponent was wielding. Intense explosions continued to be heard afterwards. The rumbling shook the world around them. The stacks of blunt swords clashed with Yi Futian's swords. Yuan Gang finally reached his target with the sword in his hands. He yelled and the shadow of blunt swords swept above. However, Yi Futian arrived at that moment, bringing down that heavy sword that was imbued with limitless power down. Countless swords of the stars around him fell, clashing with the heavy swords. Two massive forces clashed with each other, whipping up a devastating storm in an instant. Down! Yi Futian uttered a word. Extremely furious power burst with the will of great path. The heavy sword he wielded bombarded the blunt sword, pummeling it down. Boom! 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 Tremendously terrifying explosions continued to be heard. The crowd was shocked to find two silhouettes dropping at extreme speeds. The stacks of heavy swords before Yuan Gang continued to explode and shatter as they went. He roared and yet remained incapable of stopping that overwhelming tide. The seventh swordsman pointed at the sky with one hand, summoning more heavy swords to rain downwards. Rumbling noises continued to be heard. Boom! A massive rumble was heard all over the place. Yuan Gang's body became pinned on the platform. His hands continued to resist with that huge, blunt sword of his. But Yi Futian came down with the sword of the Great Path, bringing down one attack after another on him, causing Yuan Gang to grunt. He then spit blood and the armor on him shattered. Yi Futian took one furious step and finally, the blunt sword was shattered. Yuan Gang remained all sprawled on the ground. Yi Futian got up to the sky again using the recoil. He stood tall in the air and turned to look at shadow-bearing Sword Saint, asking, "Who else?" His booming voice was heard throughout the venue. Everyone from the 9 states of Dali felt their hearts racing. The 7th swordsman did not only make it as if there was no formidable fighters in all of the 9 counties. His power was such that even a swordsman from the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds lost by his hands. It did not matter that his opponent was someone from the upper worlds. He took them down all the same. The shadow-bearing sword saint looked at Yuan Gang, who was being pinned flat on the ground, and was unable to say anything at that moment to reply Yi Futian's question. Everybody looked in the direction of Sword Mountain, as if they could perceive the silence of the sword saint of shadow-bearing. Many people had a strange look on their faces. What came after was shock. Did it mean even the disciples of Sword Mountain were not able to fight him? Looking at that peerless figure, many were speechless. This peerless person, who came from nowhere, not only conquered the elites of the 9 commanderies of the Great Li all by himself, but he also made no one in Sword Mountain dare fight. Who else could question that he broke the rule? Perhaps now, even the powers of the uppermost rank, such as Sword Mountain, were all planning to recruit him. This time the King Li convened practitioners of the 9 commanderies, including so many gallant heroes. But now, it seemed all became nothing but a foil for this swordsman in training. He conquered everything as if the aura of the great Li only belonged to himself. The sword saint of fierce wind stood aside and watched the scene, slightly affected. Although he had thought that this 7th swordsman was something, he had not expected him to be this strong and defeat the swordsman in training of Sword Mountain with one strike. As for Huan Shui, who stood beside him, she had already been stupefied. Yi Futian's presumptuous words were still in her ears. However, were they presumptuous? Who in the great Li could withstand his attack? I didn't expect that such an outstanding swordsman in training could appear in the Yen commandery of my great Li, King Li said, smiling. 7th swordsman, since you have mastered swordsmanship of such a level, you are overqualified to cultivate in the lower realm of the great Li. The Sword Mountain is the holy land of swordsmanship cultivation for the kingdom of Great Li upper and lower realm. How about you follow the elders of Sword Mountain to cultivate in the upper realm? You won the battle, but this time, the Sword Mountain didn't bring many swordsmen in training to the lower realm. If you join the Sword Mountain, of course, you can find rivals there. The King Li commended Yi Futian's gift and unraveled the awkwardness of Sword Mountain at the same time. Many people slightly nodded. Although Sword Mountain was mighty, they were in the lower realm, and the Real Masters might be all in the upper realm. Let's call it a day, King Li continued. Yi Futian weakened his force and landed on the ground from the hollow sky. He stopped where he should stay. He had achieved his goal. The people from both the upper and lower realm had remembered the name of the 7th swordsman. If he had entered the field and joined the fight in the law battle and taken first place all the time, he could have made the people of the Great Li remember him, too, but obviously, they would not have been so impressed. He broke the rules and skipped all the people of the 9 commanderies to directly challenge Sword Mountain, which made him more like a swordsman in training who was arrogant to the extreme. Your Majesty, I came here just for an opportunity to find opponents. Since there is no sword for me to seek in Sword Mountain, I will not go there, replied Yi Futian. Although you defeated Yuan Gang, there are stronger swordsmen in training in Sword Mountain, numerous classics of swordsmanship and sword saints who can guide you. How do you know there is no sword that you want? The sword saint of shadow-bearing said. Apparently, he cherished his talent. So even though Yi Futian had disrespected Sword Mountain, as long as he showed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, the disrespect could be ignored. This was what a real swordsman should be like. He didn't know that the reason why Yi Futian dared to push his luck like this was that he knew the upper realm was seeking talent from the lower realm. Since the imperial advisor of the Great Li had given the order in person to convene the cultivators of the 9 commanderies and select the peerless genius to cultivate in the upper realm, as an unequaled person in the lower realm, he would not bring trouble to himself. If you can't find the sword you want in Sword Mountain, then where's the place for you to seek the sword in the Great Li? King Li also said, saving enough face for Sword Mountain. I appreciate your kind thoughts, Yi Futian said, slightly bowing to him. It's just that I have spent 30 years to comprehend the pith of swordsmanship and have just started to cultivate in the secular world to pursue the law of the sword. The Sword Mountain is the swordsmanship holy land of the First Order. Still, if I entered the sect to cultivate, even though I would receive guidance from the elders and learn from important classics, I am afraid my state of mind would change, and the spirit of my sword would be constricted. I would no longer be able to wander around the world like what I am doing now, free of limitations and welcoming knowledge from the universe. So, if anyone of my level from Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, this can prove that the law of Sword Mountain is better than my law, and then I will be willing to cultivate in the mountain. If no one can defeat me, it proves that the path I choose is a path toward the great law. So what's the point to forsake the right way and make a detour? He continued. I hope your Majesty and every elder here understands the way I am pursuing. As he finished speaking, even King Li of the 3rd plane of the divine path was caught off guard for a second and looked at Yi Futian in surprise. As a person of the sage plane, this 7th sword was able to utter such words, which made the king even more impressed. Many notables of the upper realm nodded and showed approval to him. For all the swordsmen in training in the world, who were not proud of joining the Sword Mountain. Everyone hoped to cultivate swordsmanship in the Great Li swordsmanship holy land of the First Order. However, this person thought that the swordsmanship holy land of the First Order was also one kind of imprisonment of swordsmanship thoughts. He challenged Sword Mountain just to verify which was better between the law of the Sword Mountain and the law of his own. Even some figures of the Holy Plane felt ashamed in front of his such spiritual stature. Good. The Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing was not angry about what he said. The seventh sword was only at the sage plane but had such a stature of pursuing the law. If a prestigious man like him became furious about this, that would be a shame for the law of sword. On the contrary, he showed more appreciation to Yi Futian. If all the swordsmen in training in this world could have the stature of the seventh sword, how much prosperity would be brought to the swordsmanship of the Great Li. But even if you are reluctant to join Sword Mountain now, you can still come to cultivate in the upper realm. After you reach the upper realm, I can arrange disciples of Sword Mountain to practice swordsmanship with you, and you can decide whether to join the Sword Mountain at that time. I respect your decision about whether you agree or not. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. The Sword Saint of the Shadow-bearing was much admired. This was what the conversation between two swordsmen in training should be like. The swordsman junior wholeheartedly pursued the law, and the swordsman senior cherished the talent and wanted to reward him with the law. Of course, at this moment, Yi Futian had also provoked the envy of countless cultivators, especially the swordsmen in training of the Yen commanderies. Studying swordsmanship in Sword Mountain was the dream of all cultivators. However, Yi Futian won the chance hands down but still hesitated. It was as if the Sword Mountain begged him to join. Totally absurd. Well done, well done. Thank you, sir, Yi Futian said and saluted the Sword Saint of Shadow-bearing. He was proud, but he showed respect in front of elders. Today's conversation in the palace will always be remembered, King Li said, laughing. He was satisfied with such an ending. If the seventh sword had not appeared, however, everything would have just been ordinary and tedious. How could they know that the protagonist of this conversation was actually the opponent of the Great Li, whose fame had just reached every corner of the domain of Emperor Xia because of the Battle of Empty Realm? Besides, what Yi Futian was doing had nothing to do with the so-called spiritual stature. He was just a good actor. Since he acted as the seventh sword, he needed to keep in mind what kind of person the seventh sword was. His personality, a peerless, arrogant, and paranoid swordsman who pursued nothing but swordsmanship. If he had aimed at climbing up to a high rank in the kingdom of the Great Li, he would not have been the seventh sword and had flaws in his acting. The seventh sword, how about you stay in the palace and later head toward the upper realm of the kingdom of the Great Li together with the elders of the upper realm? The King Li asked the seventh sword. Sure, Yi Futian said, nodding. Seeing that all elders of Sword Mountain and the King Li showed so much appreciation to the seventh sword, everybody understood that if nothing unexpected happened, the seventh sword would most likely become a top swordsman in training in the upper realm. After the feast, the people of the Great Li departed in succession, but many people were still not satisfied. The long-lasting battle of law let numerous cultivators of the Great Li witness the elite rivalries under the holy plane of the Great Li, especially the seventh sword, who appeared out of nowhere. He was hard to forget. The king of the Commandery Yen was also preparing to lead his swordsmen in training to leave. They bowed to King Li. Behind the king of the Commandery Yen, Yan Qingyi, Yan Zi, Kai Huang, Huan Shui, Nie Yun, and others all looked at Yi Futian. The shock brought by Yi Futian to them was so strong that maybe it would stay in their mind for a long time. The seventh sword, I know you concentrate on the law of swordsmanship, but after you reach the upper world, you should keep a low profile sometimes, especially when facing the notables of the upper realm. Avoid attracting too much attention. The voice of the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind whispered into Yi Futian's ears. He had the impression that the seventh sword's talent in swordsmanship was peerless. Still, because he only concentrated on pursuing swordsmanship, he couldn't get along with people, and his personality was flawed. Still, perhaps that was the reason why he could use all his energy on swordsmanship and achieve his aim. But before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Yi Futian that the situation of the upper realm was complicated, and there were many more experts. Not every notable would cherish talents, and if he offended someone, even though he had extraordinary talent, he would risk ending up with a murderous outcome. "Thank you, sir," Yifutian whispered back to him. The sword saint of fierce wind fixed a gaze on him and said, "I hope one day you can achieve your law of the sword, and I can hear your name in the commandery yen again." And then, he turned around and left together with the swordsman in training of the commandery yen. The sword saint of fierce wind would not expect what the situation would be like the next time he heard about Yifutian. Yifutian didn't turn his head. Neither did he see him off. He didn't want to talk to anyone. One after another, the people of the 9 commanderies left. In the palace, there were only some cultivators of the upper world, King Li and the Chosen One. At this time, one gaze fell upon the 7th sword. Yifutian raised his head and noticed a smiling person looking at him. The person raised his glass and introduced himself, Lu Chuan, the Great Li. Yifutian had already known Lu Chuan's identity. Still, it was not until now that he actually looked up and down at Lu Chuan, the legendary figure in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago, the disciple directly taught by the imperial advisor of the Great Li. This leading figure, who had vanquished more than half of the army of Emperor Xia's city, didn't even have a slight aura of violence around him. All Yifutian could see was a Confucian sage-like figure with extraordinary composure and elegance. Yifutian couldn't help but become alert. This Lu Chuan must be an uncommon figure, he thought to himself. The 7th sword, a swordsman in training, Yifutian said. He nodded to Lu Chuan and didn't let his gaze linger on him for too long. These 2 decisive figures of the Battle of Empty Realm greeted and toasted each other in such a mild way after 10 years. "Mr. Lu and the 7th sword will become the mainstay of our dynasty of the Great Li. I will toast to both of you," Princess Li Yuqian said, with a slight smile and no pretension at all. "I would be honored," replied Yifutian. The cultivators of the Great Li were not inferior to the ones in Emperor Xia's domain. The next day morning, in the palace of the Great Li, warriors of the upper realms gathered in front of the matrix of the space portal. Lu Chuan, swordsman of Sword Mountain, and the chosen winners ready to cultivate in the upper realms were all here. So was Yifutian. He had agreed to go with them to the upper realms for cultivation. Although he didn't promise to join Sword Mountain, as a swordsman of his level, he should go to the upper realms to pursue swordsmanship. King Li saw them off in person. Many in the palace went with them, such as the Princess Li Yu. The Great Li dynasty ruled over both realms. King Li was the king of the lower realms, but he was also a duke in the upper realms because he was a royal member of the Great Li dynasty. The princes and princesses in King Li's palace also had royal blood coursing through their veins, so there was no need for them to pass an assessment in order to cultivate in the upper realms. For much of their time, they stayed in the palace of the upper realms. The giant matrix of the space portal at their front was the direct access to the villa of King Li in the upper realms. It could be used to commute any time. "Your Majesty, we can see ourselves out here." Lu Chuan saluted with his fist and said to King Li. The swordsman echoed, "Please return, Your Majesty. We will come back to visit someday if we have the chance." "Okay. Please take care," King Li nodded and said. When all the people stood on the matrix of the space portal, one person triggered the matrix using sacred spirit stones. All of a sudden, boundless glares erupted. The dazzles rose up high as if they had pierced through the skydome and been projected into the upper regions of infinite distance, vanishing with the group of people. The matrix of the space portal opened up both realms, so besides the colossal matrix, the launching process each time would also cost enormous sacred spirit stones to create enough energy to send one into the indefinitely distant space. The longer the distance was, the more scared spirit stones it required. So, even for ones of the royal hierarchy, it was very rare to employ the matrix of the space portal, and almost only royal members had the privilege of using it. During the Battle of Empty Realm, the matrix of the space portal was used by Yifutian and others to cross the endless void space from Emperor Xia's realm into the realm of empty space. They arrived at the Great Li dynasty in the upper realms. Rows of lofty palaces standing erect on the ground exhibited the imperial grandeur. Standing on the top of one palace of this villa and looking afar, one would see a palace of the ninth sky that towered into the clouds like a sacred temple. That was the royal palace of the Great Li dynasty. The villa that stood in the neighborhood of the royal palace of the Great Li must also be uncommon, and in fact, It was where the mansion of the King Li, the lower realms King Li's residential home in the upper realms located. A beam of dazzling light discharged from the mansion of the King Li and hit into the sky dome, containing a very strong spirit of the space law. Following the appearance of the beam, a large team of people showed up in the villa. At this location, the void space was emitting dazzling space rays. A myriad of formations of the Great Law surrounded this area. Everyone's body spun around in the formations until they finally landed. The luminous pattern gradually dimmed, too, until it vanished. Only then did they adjust and stand still. In the villa, several figures came near. The person who took the lead with unusual charisma was the King Li's eldest son. He somehow took after the King Li and always guarded the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. The King Li ruled the lower realms for the Emperor Li, while his eldest son Liang was arranged to inherit the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. I am glad to see you back. Liang made a fist salute and said to all of them, Your Highness, they answered. Brother Lu Chuan, how was your trip? Liang asked Lu Chuan. Apparently they knew each other. After all, the mansion of the Imperial Advisor was also in the surrounding. Not bad. There were indeed some extraordinary talents in the lower realms of the Great Li, and we have brought them to the upper realms this time, Liang said. Sounds good. You must be tired now. Everybody, please have a seat in the villa. I will ask my servants to prepare a feast, Lu Chuan said. Thank you so much for your generosity, Your Highness, but the King Li have served us very well for many days, so we should not bother anymore. It's time to bid farewell, someone said. I should go back and report to my master too. Don't bother preparing it. Liang nodded, saying, If so, I will not persuade you all to stay. Please take care. Farewell. People made fist salute and flew away from the place. Lu Chuan and cultivators of the Swords Mountain were the last to leave. The Saint Sword of Shadow Bearings gaze fell upon Yi Futian and asked, Now we have reached the upper realms? What is your plan? Do you want to come with me to Sword Mountain first? Sword Mountain was the swordsmanship holy place of the first rank in the Great Li, but it was not in this area and rather far away. Where are we now? Yi Futian asked. Here is the mansion of the King Li, close to the Imperial Palace of the Great Li. This district includes not only the Imperial Palace, the mansion of the King Li, but also the mansion of the Imperial Advisor and many residential palaces of royal members. It is the center of the Great Li dynasty, Princess Liu replied. If so, I will find a place to cultivate nearby. There must be many top swordsmen in the center district of the Great Li, Yi Futian said. Of course, I will not forget the promise between us, sir. If any disciple of Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, I will definitely go to Sword Mountain to cultivate. The Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing kept silent for a while after hearing Yi Futian's words. Liu laughed and said, Sir, let me arrange for the seventh sword. If he doesn't mind, he can always stay in the villa. The Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing took a look at Liao and slightly nodded. In fact, he really hoped to take Yi Futian to cultivate in Sword Mountain. He had seen Yi Futian's swordplay, and of course he didn't want to miss such an extraordinarily potential young man. If he could join Sword Mountain, he would definitely become a preeminent swordsman in training. Good. If Princess can take care of him, I don't need to worry about anything. So now I will go back to Sword Mountain, the Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing said. It made Liang a little curious about Yi Futian. This handsome young man seemed to be somehow unusual. Both Sword Mountain and his sister Liu specially talked about him. Lu Chuan didn't leave as if he was waiting for an arrangement for him as well. The Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing led all his swordsmen in training to leave. Lu Chuan said, I should go too. Let me see you out, said Liu. No need to bother about me. I can go back by myself, Lu Chuan said, smiling, and then looked back to Yi Futian. We shall meet again. See you again someday. Yi Futian nodded and said. Lu Chuan left with his people as well. After a short while, only people of the mansion of the Great Li and Yi Futian were left. You Li, you haven't introduced him to me yet, Liang said with a laugh and looked at Yi Futian. This gentleman, the seventh sword, is a swordsman in training of our Great Li. As a recluse swordsman, he learned various laws of the swordsmanship by himself. He was the champion among the 9 commanderies of the Great Li, and nobody could resist the attack of his sword. Even Yuan Gang of Sword Mountain was defeated by him. Our father held the feast to convene all the talents of the world where the attention of the realms only belonged to the 7th sword himself. He is peerless in the lower realms. Liu smiled, continued introducing, and the Sword Saint of Shadowing Bearing invited the 7th sword to cultivate in Sword Mountain and promised if any disciple of Sword Mountain could defeat him, the 7th sword would join Sword Mountain. Otherwise, his current law of swordsmanship will be proved to be the best in the world, and he will not join Sword Mountain. Li Yang's eyes widened slightly. A swordsman in training, peerless in the upper realms, and refused to join the sword? No wonder the Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing treated you with special respect. It's so glad to see such a gallant hero emerging from the upper realms of our Great Li. Li Yang said, laughing. I am Li Yang of the Great Li. Li Yang was the King Li's son, who was from the direct bloodline of the Great Li dynasty. So he called himself as Li Yang of the Great Li, like what Lu Chuan did. Lu Chuan was the disciple of the Imperial Advisor, and the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li dynasty was a close confidant of Emperor Li. So when he introduced himself, he also called himself as Lu Chuan of the Great Li. If one was a disciple of Sword Mountain, he would not call himself like that. Instead, he would add Sword Mountain after his name. I am the 7th sword, a swordsman in training, said Yi Futian. I am very flattered by Princess. I am a similar age to you, so if you don't mind, you can directly call me Yuli. Calling me Princess sounds like our relationship is distant, Yuli said, smiling. Yi Futian looked at her beautiful noble face. Her smile was as soft as a spring breeze that made one feel warm. She was indeed an irresistibly attractive woman. When she sat in the palace of the King Li of the lower realm, she was a vision of grace and elegance. But now, she was as close as a friend who would never let one feel a sense of distance. Yuli Princess? Yi Futian directly called her name but added her title Princess after it, which adequately kept his distance. Yuli paused a second, laughed and said, My father is always in the lower realms, so the villa is often empty. If you don't mind, how about staying in the mansion of the King Li for a few days? Although the King Li was of royal lineage and granted with the title of king, in the world of cultivation, it was one's real strength that determined the rank he belonged to. Take the Imperial Advisor as an example, which royal member dared to claim that his position was higher than the Imperial Advisor. Even the king's own son was extremely deferential to him. There were quite a lot of powers of high rank in the Great Li, such as Sword Mountain and Chao family. Given the talent Yi Tianfu had exhibited, if he joined Sword Mountain, it was very likely that he would become an important figure of Sword Mountain. If he chose not to join Sword Mountain, that would mean no peer of Sword Mountain could defeat him, so wouldn't his accomplishment be great in the future? And now such a figure appeared in the mansion of the King Li. As a princess, Yuli naturally would like to get close to him and establish a relationship. There were only advantages for the mansion, no disadvantages whatsoever. I appreciate your kindness, Princess. It's just I have been accustomed to living alone on the path of cultivation, and I am afraid I will feel restricted when living in the mansion, so I think I will not stay. Yi Futian refused. It was no doubt that he would approach the core of the Great Li someday, but not in such a way. If so, I respect your decision, Yuli said with a smile. But you just came here from the lower realms, and there are many things you are not familiar with in the Imperial City. You will not mind if I arrange your accommodation, will you? Yi Futian could see the sincerity from her gorgeous eyes. It was indeed hard to decline it since Yuli had said in such a way, so he nodded and said, If so, I am greatly thankful for your help. It's no bother at all, Yuli said. You said here is the Imperial City, Princess? Said Yi Futian. Yes. Liu nodded and said, You can come up with me. She leapt up onto the roof after she talked. Yi Futian followed her. Yuli pointed a finger into a far distance, and there Yi Futian saw a palace that towered into the clouds. That is the Imperial Palace, the absolute center of the Great Li, surrounded by sites such as the Mansion of the Great Li. Although there is no specific dividing line between regions, people of the Great Li usually call this district the Imperial District. Liu explained. Yi Futian looked up to the palace that towered into the sky. Liao, he must be living there. Until he reached here, Yi Futian had taken a detour from Emperor Xia's realm and crossed the lower realm. But approaching the imperial palace this quick was indeed out of his expectation. It was his luck to catch such an epical opportunity. Otherwise, if he wanted to go to the upper realms, he would probably have to take much more time to attract the King Li's attention. In Emperor Li's city, there was a very famous main street called Emperor Li Avenue. This avenue was the absolute center of Emperor Li's city, as well as the busiest ever place of the boundless Emperor Li dynasty. On both sides of the Emperor Li Avenue, that was to say the outlying district of the Emperor Li's palace, located residential villas whose owners were probably the most prominent figures of the Great Li dynasty. There was a joke that even the doctrine saint of the first level of Saint Plain must behave himself and act humble when walking on the Emperor Li Avenue, because any young person that came out of the revenue might become a figure that ordinary saints didn't want to mess up with. It sounded like a joke, but if one knew whom the villas near the Emperor Li Avenue belonged to, he might not feel it funny. The Emperor Li dynasty ruled over both the upper and lower worlds, and its control to the Great Li was much firmer than in the Emperor Xia's realm. The neighborhood of the Emperor Li Avenue was where the true corridors of power in the Great Li located. There was one advisor and 4 kings in the Great Li, and on the 2 sides of the Emperor Li Avenue 3 kings and the advisor lived here. Advisor referred to the imperial advisor of the Great Li, and the imperial advisor's residence was in the district of the Emperor Li Avenue. Besides imperial advisor, 3 out of the 4 powerful kings also had mansions here. The King Li residence was one, but King Li only assisted Emperor Li to govern the lower worlds. He had supreme power in the lower worlds, but in fact, King Li was considered as the weakest among the 4 kings. His influence in the upper worlds was far less than other kings, and so was his strength. The other 3 kings were legendary beings of the Nirvana state, all in the ultimate level of Saint Plain. Prince Regent, the uncle of today's Great Li dynasty ruler Emperor Li, once had been in power before Emperor Li was enthroned and now assisted the emperor to rule the Great Li dynasty. As a venerable senior politician of the Great Li, even though he had retired from politics, Emperor Li still remembered his accomplishments and had not deprived him of the title of Prince Regent. Among all royal members, Prince Regent had an extremely high rank and numerous followers. Even Emperor Li attended his celebrating birthday parties in person. So you would know, the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm was not comparable with him. In addition to Prince Regent and King Li, another king also had his mansion located in this district. King White, the head of all 3 forces in Emperor Li's realm, ranked even higher than the sacred general of Tian in Emperor Xia's realm. Few could compare with King White in terms of noble status in Emperor Li's realm. However, the imperial advisor was one of them. So was King Tiandao, the most powerful among the 4 kings, and the one who was in charge of the Western army for Emperor Li. People in the Great Li said that among the 4 kings, the King Li ruled the lower worlds but was the weakest. Prince Regent had the most prestigious status and was most respected, but speaking of power and strength, King Tiandao was the strongest. He was Emperor Li's elder brother. If succession to the Great Li throne had been decided by birth order, King Tiandao would have been the one who inherited the throne. Once King Tiandao had been considered to be the one who inherited the Great Li dynasty, but later Emperor Li caught up from behind and became the one who sat firmly on the throne. The reason was that Emperor Li was qualified to do so. He made his breakthrough and entered the Renhuang Plain successfully. There was no voice against him in the Great Li. In the world of cultivation, real strength spoke loudest. Of course, even so, King Tiandao's power in the Great Li was still terrifying. It was only him who dared to directly challenge the imperial advisor. In order to revive the spirit of martial arts, the imperial advisor established the prominent Dali National Academy. Emperor Li devoted all his efforts to promote it, and royal members all joined the Dali Academy to cultivate. The imperial advisor of the Great Li served as the dean in person and cultivated numerous excellent figures for the Great Li dynasty. It was now considered as the top 1 cultivation holy land in the Great Li. The Dali National Academy was also located on the Emperor Li Avenue. King Tiandao envied that Emperor Li paid too much attention to the imperial advisor and was afraid the imperial advisor would gain a status second only to the one on the throne, so he also established Daily Mountain on the land of the West. Now Daily Mountain had become a holy land of the West and cultivated numerous outstanding figures for the Western Army, as if it was trying to compete with the Dali National Academy. So, people of the Great Li said, inside there was the imperial advisor and outside there was King Daily. Even though they too had conflicts, the displeasure would not affect either their positions in the Great Li capital or the contributions they had made to the Great Li. Emperor Li was also fully aware of their achievements, but he intentionally let alone their competition because such benign rivalry would be no harm to the Great Li. In fact, he hoped King Li was also capable to build up a holy land such as the Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. It was just that the gap between the lower and upper worlds was way too huge. Even the whole upper worlds was not able to compete with Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. But now, Yi Fuqian had been arranged by Princess Li Yu, the daughter of King Li, to stay on the busiest street of the Great Li, Emperor Li Avenue, where numerous top figures lived. In Emperor Li's realm, the avenue referred not only to the street itself but also to the neighborhood around the street. At this moment, Yi Fuqian lived alone in a villa on the Emperor Li Avenue and concentrated on cultivation. Li Yu had thought about arranging a maid to take care of him, but he declined. Since it might be an inconvenience during his cultivation, and according to the Seventh Sword's personality, he was supposed to act in this way, Li Yu did not mind. Yi Fuqian squeezed his eyes shut, and his soul traveled an infinite distance away, to Emperor Xia's palace where Black Wind Condor was with Xia Qingyun. Files were piled up high in front of Black Wind Condor. He flipped them page by page and carefully browsed these files which recorded all had happened in the Emperor Xia's realm. Soon, Yi Fuqian came to know where he was the very center of the Great Li. After finishing reading, Black Wind Condor flapped its wings. A wind rose up and closed the files. He lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan with a pair of pitch-black eyes. "You live on the Emperor Li Avenue?" Xia Qingyuan asked, staring at Black Wind Condor. It was so fast. Last time he said he was in the palace of King Li in the lower worlds of Great Li, and now he had already reached the center of the Great Li. "Yes," Black Wind Condor nodded and said in Yi Fuqian's tone. "Lu Chuan, people of Sword Mountain and the prince and princess of the King Li residence all value me and are not suspicious. The daughter of King Li has arranged me to stay in the district of Emperor Li Avenue. Maybe I will start my cultivation from now on." "You really have some abilities," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. "You haven't told me what you want, when you will come back. In the Great Li, nothing is in my control. What do you expect me to do? Now I can only do what I can do and see how it goes. But don't worry, princess, now my identity is as a swordsman in training, and I have no conflict with anyone else. Nobody is targeting me. There is not much difference between cultivating in Emperor Xia's realm or in the Great Li. As for how long, maybe 1 year, maybe 10 years, I have no idea either," said Yi Fuqian. Xia Qingyuan became even colder after hearing what being said from the Black Wind Condor's mouth. This bastard was going to stay for 10 years there? He didn't even stay that long in Emperor Xia's realm. "Whatever you want to do, don't be rash. And be careful of the imperial advisor," Xia Qingyuan reminded him. "It is said that the imperial advisor of the Great Li is extremely knowledgeable and skillful. He cultivates in tens of thousands of ways, even including astrology. He was able to see the past and the future. Maybe it is just an exaggeration, but my father said he is really very dangerous. Even though your illusion could dupe my father, you should still always be careful." "Thank you for your care, princess," Yi Fuqian said. "Care?" Xia Qingyuan looked at the Black Wind Condor's eyes with coldness and said in an aloof tone, "I just don't want you to die outside. No one will bury your body. Sorry for bringing concern to you, princess. Time to go. I will come back if anything happens." After he said that, Black Wind Condor's eyesight changed. Xiao Qingyuan knew Yi Fuqian had left. Frost spread all over her face as if her mood was not good. He would come to her if anything happened? Good. Releasing the coldness from her body, she moved her palm and struck it on the head of Black Wind Condor, directly crushing him to the ground. "Eh." The Black Wind Condor let out a piercing cry and climbed up, staring at Xia Qingyuan in anger. "What are you looking at?" Xia Qingyuan asked with coldness. "Not looking at you anyway," the Black Wind Condor said, but obviously there was a lack of pride in his voice. He turned around and strutted away, unwilling to submit, and kept groaning to himself. "The Princess Peacock is much cuter than you. Lord Condor had some nostalgia when he thought about the time he flirted with Kong Xian in the Empty Realm. This princess was too fierce to mess up with. Xiaoqing, Xiaoqingyun called the name. Suddenly strong gusts of wind rose, and from the sky, a Saiyan Argusianus holy beast swooped down on the black-winged condor. "What?" said Lord Condor. Panicked, he let loose his wings and ran for his life. She was such a bully. Soon, the poor black-winged condor was ridden by the Saiyan Argusianus and beaten like hell. The sound of screaming and pleading echoed in the princess's mansion. Lord Condor swore one day he would ride on their backs, too. The Imperial Advisor residence, Emperor Li Avenue, the Great Li. Lu Chuan had been waiting in the front of a palace since he came back. At this moment, a figure in a Taoist gown showed up. It was the Imperial Advisor who came back from the Imperial Palace. "Master, Mr. Advisor." Lu Chuan and others made salutes in a differential manner. "How was your trip?" the Imperial Advisor asked. "Master," Lu Chuan told him everything that had happened in the lower worlds from beginning to end and said, "It seems that the seventh sword is wholeheartedly pursuing swordsmanship and has an extreme personality. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing wants to recruit him, so I didn't get involved, but if the seventh sword chooses not to join Srod Mountain, do you think we should invite him to cultivate in the Dali National Academy, Master?" "Let Sword Mountain move first," the Imperial Advisor said, "and you spread the word that I will recruit one more direct disciple." Lu Chuan paused a second. Other people also got strange looks in their eyes. The Imperial Advisor was the Dean of the Dali National Academy, but in fact, he only had very few direct disciples, and his disciples were all extremely prominent figures. In the Great Li, as long as one could become a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, his future was destined to be a brilliant one, but of course there were exceptions such as Xiang Yuanjin who died on the battlefield of the Empty Realm. "Yes, Master," Lu Chuan bowed to him. "Now I should leave if you excuse me." "All right." The Imperial Advisor nodded, so Lu Chuan and others left. After they were gone, the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li looked up to the sky. The positions of celestial bodies had changed. The fate of the Great Li was also revolving around a star, transforming. He thought to himself, "The Chosen One has showed up." Some big news made its way out from the residence of the Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty. The Imperial Advisor was going to take on another disciple personally. This news shook Emperor Li's city in an instant. The Imperial Advisor's reputation was so excellent that even the four kings could not suppress him. He was as noble and prestigious as the Prince Regent, and as strong as King Tiandao. One of these men was Emperor Li's uncle, and the other was his brother. Neither of them could suppress him. He truly was subordinate to only one man, and above tens of thousands. Each of the Imperial Advisor's students was also outstanding. Lu Chuan, who had seized victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Empty Realm 10 years ago, was one of them. And there were even several disciples above him. Every one of their names was well known throughout Emperor Li's realm. For example, his great disciple Yen Yuan was now at the third tier of the divine path, the tier of unblemished holiness. He almost stood among the greatest cultivators in Emperor Li's realm. After all, there were so few who had achieved the nirvana tier. In all of Emperor Li's realm, there were not even 10. Thus, one who attained the tier of unblemished holiness was already at the top and far above most. Moreover, some people said that Yen Yuan was at the top of the third tier of the divine path, and that there was no one else at this level in Emperor Li's realm who could defeat him. And the Imperial Advisor's second disciple was also at the level of unblemished holiness. Thus, the Imperial Advisor's reputation within the Dali dynasty, in reality, was no less than that of Emperor Li's sons. This could be seen from the Emperor's son Li Yao's attitude towards Yuan Jin, a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, at the Battle of Empty Realm. Li Yao was a fellow disciple of Yuan Jin and had great respect for him. And Li Yao was also a disciple of the Imperial Advisor, but he was not personally taught by him. He was just a registered disciple. If the Emperor's son wanted to seek training from the Imperial Advisor, he naturally could not deny him that. Because of all this, when the news came out that the Imperial Advisor was personally taking on another student, Emperor Li's realm was shaken. Many people said that it was because of Yuan Jin's death and that he wanted to take another disciple to replace him. Everyone sighed when they thought of Yuan Jin. He had initially been an outstanding figure at Dali Academy, who had achieved the limit of what was possible below the Saint Plane. There are very few people who could rival him, and yet he had met his death at the Battle of Empty Realm. Not many people knew the details of that battle, but some rumors said that Yuan Jin had managed to enter the Saint Plane, but had still been slain by his two opponents working together. Of the two people, one of them was Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm, and the other was the one who had won victories left and right at the Battle of Empty Realm, Yi Futian. This was an unfamiliar name to the people of Emperor Li's realm. No one knew who Yi Futian was, but since he had taken control of the Battle of Empty Realm and slain Yuan Jin, he must be an outstanding and powerful figure. Was the imperial advisor personally taking on another disciple in order to train someone who could compete with this incredibly powerful junior from Emperor Xia's realm? Perhaps he had a plan like this. As for who he would choose, many people in Emperor Li's city already had a guess. It would be the student at Dali Academy, Dong Chen. At the time of the defeat at the Battle of Empty Realm last year, Dali Academy had held its annual forum. Dong Chen had undoubtedly been the first-place finisher from Dali Academy with his perfect performance. He had been number one in terms of both debate and polemic. The debate at the Dali Academy forum was an argument in which they discussed their opinions and feelings about cultivation. The polemic, on the other hand, was a battle. Dong Chen had given perfect answers. The one who had done this before him had been Yuan Jin. Some said that if Dong Chen had been born a few years earlier, he would have been the one to enter the imperial advisor's household and not Yuan Jin, even though Yuan Jin was also an outstanding talent and a hero of his age. Yuan Jin had gone to the Battle of Empty Realm, and Dong Chen had not. Yuan Jin had died at the Battle of Empty Realm, and the imperial advisor was taking another disciple. Dong Chen was the most likely candidate. Many people seemed to already be sure that Dong Chen of Dali Academy would soon enter the imperial advisor's household to cultivate. At that moment, many people at Dali Academy were discussing this matter. Even among those outside Dali Academy, there were some people who would talk about it from time to time. At this time, a handsome figure was standing outside of this top holy land that had been personally prepared by the imperial advisor with the full support of Emperor Li. He was looking at the Grand Dali Academy before him. Dali Academy was not old, and standing before it, one could faintly sense that it was full of vitality. The vast majority of the cultivators who came out of Dali Academy were extremely young, seeming to be about the same age as him. But they had all already reached various stages of the sage plane, having left the noble plane far behind. The true heroic figures of the Dali dynasty were all gathered together at Dali Academy. Even members of Emperor Li's own family came here to cultivate. He had let his sons and daughters come here to train, so how could the other noble families dare not to follow suit? Many people noticed Yi Futian standing outside Dali Academy and were quite curious. This young man was extremely handsome. Could it be that he was a student there as well? Perhaps he was a youth who sought to enter the academy. For who in Emperor Li's realm would not want to enter Dali Academy? But even the sons of noble families would not necessarily be qualified to enroll. The entrance exam for Dali Academy was the strictest in the Dali dynasty. There were none others like it. Yi Futian stood outside and sighed inwardly. He had come to Emperor Li's realm from Emperor Xia's realm. Upon seeing the differences between them, he had realized that Emperor Li's realm's sense of unity was greater than that of Emperor Xia's realm. The imperial advisor seemed like someone who possessed great talent and bold vision. At that moment, a sword will suddenly shrieked beside Yi Futian, and everyone who was outside Dali Academy was instantly drawn to him. And those disciples inside Dali Academy looked at him sharply. This man dared to draw a sword outside Dali Academy? What was he trying to do? There were also people there who had come to pay their respects to Dali Academy. When they saw what he had done, they turned to him one by one. Their faces froze in surprised expressions. They only saw endless sword wills wrapping around Yi Futian's body, which then formed into real swords. The swords flew up into the air, then fell back to the ground, causing a series of loud noises. 7 swords were pierced directly into the ground. The sounds resonated together, and an even more powerful sword will spread out from among them. Yifutian stepped forward, standing behind the swords. A powerful storm of sword chi was born and gathered together around his body. And then a voice came from Yifutian. I, the 7th swordsman, who has reached the peak of the sage level, have come to Dali Academy to seek the path and to cultivate. His voice swept out, making everyone's hearts beat faster, especially those who had come to Dali Academy to pay their respects. They all looked at him strangely. Had he come to Dali Academy to seek the path? The disciples of Dali Academy also looked at him strangely. Was he wielding a sword outside the academy? Someone looked at Yifutian from a distance and asked, How do you wish to seek the path? By training in swordsmanship, Yifutian answered. Is that a challenge? Asked the one who had spoken before. I am not challenging you. I am seeking the path, answered Yifutian. Asking to practice his swordsmanship in order to seek the path was indeed a challenge. But he wouldn't admit it. To stand outside Dali Academy and issue a challenge would not sound too good. It would be more provocative. Seeking the path sounded much better. It was humble, and his opponents could find no faults with it. The 7th swordsman had come to the upper realm and was seeking the path at Dali Academy. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy were looking at Yifutian. Was he doing this to draw attention to his performance, and thus gain entry to Dali Academy to cultivate? This method was very direct, but to be so arrogant as to stand outside Dali Academy and ask to seek the path would end very badly for him. Seemingly drawn by his words, more disciples walked out of Dali Academy. But most of them were just smiling and laughing and did not take any direct action. As disciples of Dali Academy, they naturally had their pride. Someone had come to seek the path, but he was nobody worth taking action against. At that moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. He was carefree and easy, and he bowed slightly to Yifutian, saying, I am Suyu of Dali Academy. I am the 7th swordsman. Yifutian touched his sword to his chest in a gesture of respect. I hope to learn from you, said Suyu. And you as well, answered Yifutian. Boom! As soon as the two of them were finished speaking, Suyu stepped forward as fast as a bolt of lightning, and in an instant he was in the air. Up in the sky, a majestic force surrounded him, and it gradually formed into the image of a dragon. It roared and the sky trembled. Suyu raised his hands into the air and clapped them, and suddenly the golden dragon swept out, rushing through the air towards Yifutian to crush him. Rise! Called Yifutian, and suddenly one of his 7 swords cut through the air. He stepped forward, and clutching his sword in his hand, his body shot up into the sky like an arrow. A ferocious storm gathered as Yifutian's sword sliced through the air, and suddenly, a hurricane of illusory swords appeared in the sky and collided with the golden dragon. Everyone could only see the storm slicing through the air and cutting through the dragon's body. But the giant swords were also gradually destroyed. Yifutian flew upwards, and he seemed to transform into a storm. His swords followed behind him, and suddenly, thousands of sword wills burst out from them. Each one seemed able to cut through the very air itself. The images of dragons behind Suyu were overbearing to the extreme. He clapped his hands together again with what seemed like enough force to topple the mountains into the sea. A pure-blooded dragon Madra shook the skies until it seemed as if they would collapse, and it collided wildly with Yifutian's swords. Everyone saw the terrible scene unfolding in the sky. In only an instant, the two of them had struck each other countless times. Of course, Yifutian was not using his full power. He was indeed practicing his swordsmanship, and his ability to call upon storms of swords. He had come to the Dali dynasty not only for revenge but also to cultivate. Finally, an extremely brilliant storm of swords slashed down from the sky, and all the pure-blooded dragons were completely shattered. Suyu was sent flying backward. He panted heavily as he stared at the swordsman before him. You win, said Suyu. Thank you for the match. Yifutian nodded and then descended to the ground. He brought his swords back down, keeping them held out in front of him. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Su was not well known in Dali Academy, but no one there was a weakling. All of them were outstanding people. From the battle that had just taken place, they could tell that both combatants' combat power was extremely strong. Su was absolutely not weak, but he had still lost to the seventh swordsman. It seemed that this swordsman did indeed have remarkable power, which was why he had dared to come to Dali Academy to seek the path. This battle caused great waves and drew in even more people. Disciples streamed forth from the academy continuously, and in an instant the area grew extremely lively. Someone had come and was standing outside Dali Academy, challenging people to fight and talking about seeking the path. Although many people inside Dali Academy scorned him, they did not care about him and thought that he was nothing more than someone who was trying to please the public with his claptrap. He was doing this because all he wanted to do was enter Dali Academy to cultivate, nothing more. But some powerful figures walked out of the academy and gave a bit of attention to him. If he wanted to seek the path, they would fulfill his wish. Before long, someone else had moved against Yi Futian. A student from Dali Academy who was good at manipulating space rule power attacked him directly, turning himself into a shadow and moving extremely quickly. It was nearly impossible even to get a glimpse of him. His attack power was extreme. Yi Futian was still only using one sword at a time. His swordsmanship was about to reach its peak, and his speed at drawing his sword, when combined with his natural speed, was simply frightening. He was able to block the disciple of Dali Academy's attack completely. In the end, his sword slashed through the air, and the disciple of Dali Academy fell in defeat. Many people decided then and there that this swordsman who had come seeking the path was incredibly powerful. And why did he have 7 swords in front of him? Could it be that they represented 7 different kinds of swordsmanship? For each fight, he only drew one sword. Did that mean he was not using his full power in any of the battles? Before long, the third challenger attacked, seemingly to confirm everyone's suspicions. Yi Futian still only used one sword to defeat the man from Dali Academy who was attacking him. This swordsman who had come seeking the path had won 3 times. For a time, the disciples of Dali Academy all had solemn expressions on their faces. It seemed that this swordsman had not just come to boast emptily, but had truly come to seek the path and to use the disciples of Dali Academy to hone his swordsmanship. At that moment, a young man wearing golden robes stood among the crowd. His features were sharp as a sword. His deep eyes flashed with different kinds of light that constantly changed. 7th swordsman. His eyes flashed with cold light as he smiled. He looked at the figures behind him and then strode forward out of the crowd. A strange look came over the faces of the disciples from Dali Academy as they saw him come forward. For a time, all became quieter. This person was at least moderately famous in Dali Academy. Your swords are not bad. The man who had walked forward swept his gaze over Yi Futian's swords. But what gives you the guts to dare to come to Dali Academy and taunt us? I will give you 10 seconds to get out of here. When they heard this, everyone looked a bit confused. They had thought he had gone forward to fight. They would never have imagined he would directly ask the swordsman to get out of there. But when they remembered who he was, they all felt relieved. This was just his usual style. His surname was Li. This was the surname of the imperial house in Emperor Li's city. He was Li Xian, a third-generation member of the house of the Prince Regent and the Prince Regent's grandson. When he heard what Li Xian had said, Yi Futian's eyes grew as sharp as swords. He swept his gaze over his opponent. He was familiar with his golden robes. He had seen them in Emperor Li's palace. Seeing his opponent's arrogant demeanor, he could sort of guess at his history. He was a prince of the Li house. Of course, in Emperor Li's city, and particularly at Dali Academy, there was nothing strange about running into someone from the imperial family. If you can defeat me while I wield the sword in my hand, then I will get out of here, Yi Futian said to Li Xian. Li Xian looked at Yi Futian with a bit of mockery in his eyes. His look was full of contempt. He was like someone who had been destined to rule others, mocking a toy that he held in his hand. Boom! A violent aura burst forth from Li Xian, and a group of golden afterimages appeared, stretching out his body. It was like there were countless Li Xians who had all appeared at the same time. The foremost Li Xian appeared right in front of Yi Futian and reached out for him. At that moment, all the swords in front of Yi Futian trembled and resonated together. Not only that, but Yi Futian also felt like his swords were about to be shattered into pieces. Moreover, the space where he was standing was subjected to a ferocious binding power and a terrible shattering power. It seemed like he was about to be crushed. Yi Futian drew his sword, and in a flash, lightning swept out, raging wildly in the air like the light of catastrophe. His sword had given birth to the ultimate catastrophe. Purple lightning appeared before Yi Futian, and space itself seemed to split as his power collided with the oncoming attack. Boom! Crack! There was a loud noise as his opponent's arms seemed to turn golden and slammed into his sword. The sword struck his hand, but he felt the almost saint-like power of his opponent. Boom! His opponent's arms continued forward and smashed everything, including his sword. His arms seemed to have been forged out of divine implements. He had come seeking the path, but Li Xian had not taken this as a training battle. Otherwise, he would not have used the power of a divine implement. When he felt the terrible destructive power in his opponent's hands, Yi Futian left behind many afterimages as he retreated. At the same time, his will spread out from him, and sword will shrieked as a great sword appeared in his hands. Boom! Yi Futian suddenly stopped retreating, then stepped forward. Li Xian felt as if he had stepped right on his heart. In the next moment, the great sword whistled forward. It was incomparably heavy as it smashed into his hand. A loud noise rang out as the great sword left a mark in Li Xian's hand. Even though he had a divine implement there, his arm still trembled violently, and he felt like it was going to break off. He was thrown backward, but Yi Futian continued forward with the great sword following behind him. Li Xian's heart beat wildly as heavy sword wills struck towards him. Boom! 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 Violent impacts rang out one by one. Li Xian was driven backward, his feet scraping along the ground until he finally stopped. The great sword disappeared, and Yi Futian gave him a cold look. Li Xian lowered his arms, but they were still trembling slightly. That had obviously been extremely difficult for him to bear. A figure appeared behind Li Xian, but he seemed not to see it. He was just looking up at Yi Futian. A sarcastic look flashed in his eyes, and his mouth curled into a wicked grin. He spat out a command, "Kill him! Kill him!" These words that came out of his mouth had a chilling effect. This was not a joke. Even many of the people from Dali Academy were shocked by what he had said. This swordsman had directly challenged Dali Academy, but had phrased it as seeking the path. Even though that was a little bit disrespectful, Dali Academy could defeat him in battle to save face. Just giving him a beating would be enough to get their revenge. And ordering a saint-level figure to kill him after being defeated was not something to be proud of. After all, Li Xian was someone of particularly high status. Being a disciple of Dali Academy proved you were of high status, and moreover, Li Xian was a member of the imperial family. What Li Xian was doing went beyond what was right and proper, but it seemed that his opponent had been reckless and arrogant all along. For someone of Li Xian's status, killing a mere swordsman who had come seeking the path was not something that he would be held accountable for. The saint-level figure behind Li Xian suddenly moved to carry out his order. He moved so quickly that it seemed as if there was no distance between them. In a flash, Yi Futian felt a powerful force bearing down on him. A giant golden hand pressed towards him, seemingly invincible. As the hand pressed down, it was like the apocalypse. Yi Futian felt like everything in the area was going to be crushed, and it was difficult to even breathe. A saint-level cultivator had directly gotten involved, and he was definitely a killer. There was no trace of hesitation. If Li Xian had ordered him to kill, he would kill. Although he had been full of confidence and carelessness ever since he had come to Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian had not meant to offend anyone too much, nor had he intended to create any conflicts of interest between himself and them. He had seemed wild, but in reality, he had been quite cautious to prevent powerful saints from acting against him. He had come to Dali Academy, not admitting that he challenged them, but instead saying that he had come to seek the path. It was all very regular. The students of Dali Academy were known as the best and the brightest of Emperor Li's city. The foremost holy land in Emperor Li's realm would naturally want to save face, and thus would not try to do anything to him. But there could always be some accident or some person who did not care about the rules and had no morality at all. An example was Li Xian. This was the first time that Yifutian had met him, but his eyes were already full of mockery and scorn. After he had been defeated, he had immediately asked his saint to kill him. As far as Yifutian was concerned, things had gone from bad to worse. He had already attracted the attention of a powerful figure, and he had not even reached the true center of the Dali dynasty yet. Without revealing his identity, there would be those who would try to kill him. At that moment, his will flared up wildly, and a great sword appeared before him and shot towards the giant hand that was pressing down towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise that seemed so violent that it would shake the sky until it collapsed. The golden hand that smashed through the air destroyed everything in its path, including the great sword. It continued downward, and Yifutian was sent flying, giving off a muffled cry. But he had withstood the assault. His eyes went cold, and a terrible storm of sword will erupted around him as he glared at his opponent. When facing saint-level figures in Emperor Li's realm, he could not use the halberd of time and space as he had in Emperor Xia's realm. Otherwise, he would be revealed. Nor could he use other extremely powerful divine implements. If a lone swordsman who had come from the lower realm brought out an extremely high-level divine implement, there would be something wrong with that. And so, Yifutian could not even draw upon the power of a divine implement to fight this saint. Yifutian stared at his opponent, then glanced at Li Xian far away. He stood there calmly, quietly watching the battlefield. Or rather, he was watching Yifutian. The seventh swordsman had come outside Dali Academy to seek the path? Who did he think he was? Even though the lower realms had shown their unparalleled strength at Emperor Li's palace, now that one of them had fallen into his hands, he would not be polite. The saint-level cultivator saw Yifutian block his attack and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Those at the level of the divine path were so powerful. Yifutian was just an enlightened sage. The gap between them should have been enormous. He stepped forward, and the majesty of the great path swept down, pressing on Yifutian. Even the many cultivators who were surrounding them and observing the battle could feel the invisible force. But since they were outside of Dali Academy at the moment, the saint controlled the scope of his power. He did not dare to let loose and break anything. He flooded his will into his hand, and another palm print smashed down from the sky, even stronger than the last one. Yifutian looked up and felt that the palm print crashing down above him would crush everything in the area. A suffocating pressure descended. If it had been someone at the peak of the sage level facing this, they would probably have trouble even moving. But he did not retreat. Yifutian moved his hands, and suddenly, his sword will transformed, forming numerous great swords. A dozen or so swords appeared before him, and each one was filled with vast power. Boom! Yifutian took a step into the air, and suddenly, one of the great swords cut through the sky, piercing through the void as it swept through everything. It rushed towards the oncoming handprint to withstand its mighty power. Boom! He took another step and clapped his hands together with enough force to collapse mountains. Suddenly, all the great swords shot through the air one by one, each one following the last. The palm print descended, and a loud sound rang out. The great sword at the front was immediately destroyed. The giant hand pressed down with incredible speed, and booming sounds rang out continuously as the air itself trembled violently. Great sword after great sword was destroyed, but the hand did slow a bit, and slight cracks appeared in it. Rumble! Whoosh! Yifutian took a step forward. The last great sword shot through the sky and finally sliced through the hand. But at the same time, the saint stepped forward and descended directly above Yifutian. This swordsman might be so strong that he could destroy a saint-level palm print, but destroying a palm print was all that he had managed to do. The saint's hand pressed down like a millstone, and suddenly, a frightening golden storm appeared, destroying everything below it. Go! Yifutian pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, All the sword while surrounding him shot up into the air. The swords shone brightly, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to be filled with swords. There was no trace of Yi Futian. Illusory swords? The saint-level cultivator was uncertain. The golden storm continued to press downward, and the illusory swords were violently destroyed. Devastating pressure descended on Yi Futian that tried to shock him back down to the ground. But as he fell back, Yi Futian reached out with his hand, and suddenly another sword appeared. As he pulled out the sword, his figure disappeared from where it had been. He firmly cut through the pressure that was coming from his opponent and managed to escape. At that same time, Li Xian felt a strong sense of threat descending. In the next instant, he saw Yi Futian waving his blade of light off in the distance. In a flash, he appeared before him, swift as a cloud and smooth as water. This was spatial swordsmanship. Sword will billowed from Yi Futian, and Li Xian went flying backward. But he could not outrun a sword. He could only stretch out his hands and clap them in front of him. His eyes were cold. Did he want to take care of him in a single instant? A divine implement protected his body, and a divine implement also covered his hands as he grabbed Yi Futian's sword. The sword slammed into his hands. Li Xian tried to yank it away, but he only saw golden light flashing by. The sword pierced through his hands and cut open his defensive light curtain, plunging towards his throat. In a flash, Li Xian felt a bit of coldness at his throat. He suddenly stopped moving his hands. His body stayed in that strange posture as he stiffened up. At the same time, the saint stepped forward and landed close beside them. He had felt it when Yi Futian had slashed him with his sword, but it had only slowed him down a little. As long as Li Xian could block his sword, it would give him enough time. But clearly, Li Xian could not block even a single blow. As the disciples of Dali Academy beheld this scene, they all looked shocked. While facing that assault of a saint-level cultivator, he had fled the battlefield and with a single sword stroke, had gained mastery over Li Xian's life and death. That sword could truly be called amazing. This swordsman who had come to Dali Academy to seek the path was truly formidable. Let him go. The saint stepped forward. Yi Futian did not turn to look at him. Sword will billowed out from him as the tip of his sword touched the skin of Li Xian's throat. With only a slight movement, he could pierce through his throat and end his life. Li Xian tilted his head slightly. His face did not seem too disturbed as he felt the coldness at his throat. He slowly put down his hands and lowered his head, but he still stared at Yi Futian with eyes full of coldness and pride. He was indeed worthy of being called matchless in the lower realms. He had defeated the swordsman of Sword Mountain and was able to control him with a single sword. That was amazing. My name is Li. Li Xian stared at Yi Futian as he said this. That is a good sword you have there. Take it away from me, and I will let you leave. Yi Futian kept his sword in place. He looked at Li Xian and said, Why did you attack me? How could I let Dali Academy be so easily humiliated? Said Li Xian proudly. Yi Futian saw that his opponent had remained calm all along, especially when giving the order to kill him. This was not because he had taunted Dali Academy. Moreover, he had come seeking the path and had said nothing humiliating. If Li Xian were genuinely thinking of Dali Academy's honor, he would not have had a saint try to kill him after losing. Li Xian was lying. But this was his first time meeting him, and there was no conflict of interest between them. Then why would he try to kill him? However, judging by Li Xian's attitude, it would probably be impossible to ask him the reason. And in any case, it would be meaningless to do so. Let him go. The saint stepped forward again. His aura was frightening. Sword wheels swirled around Yi Futian, and he moved the sword forward, pressing it bit by bit into Li Xian's throat. He looked back at the saint and said, If you take another step forward, I can't promise you that my sword won't pierce through his throat. Blood trickled down Li Xian's neck. He felt the coldness there, and his eyes changed a little bit, going very cold. If you don't take your sword away, I can't promise that you will leave here alive today, Li Xian said. As he said this, his throat grew colder, and the sword pressed further in. His skin crawled and his face went a little pale. He gazed fixedly at Yi Futian. I promise that you will die before me, said Yi Futian coldly. Also, someone who called in a saint to help him after he had already lost promises have no weight. So you can shut up now. Li Xian obediently shut up. The sword was already in his throat. If it went any further, it would kill him. He could do nothing but close his mouth. All was suddenly silent outside Dali Academy. A group of figures flew through the sky. The headmaster of the academy had heard the news and had hurried over. As the people arrived and saw the scene before them, their faces changed. Although this Li Xian was not an outstanding cultivator there at Dali Academy, he was still surnamed Li. If he died here, it would certainly bring them no end of trouble. But that swordsman's sword did not move even a hair. He stood there still. They seemed to have entered a stalemate. Yi Futian did not know what would happen after he let Li Xian go. So, before he could guarantee his safety, his sword would not leave Li Xian's throat. Li Xian has wronged you in this matter, but why don't you let him go first? The Saint of Dali Academy said to Yi Futian. I have heard that Dali Academy is the best holy land for cultivating in Dali. That is why I came here to seek the path. However, after I defeated this man, he ordered a saint to kill me. I had no choice but to do this. I ask you, Elder, if I let him go, will you swear on the honor of Dali Academy that you will guarantee my safety? Asked Yi Futian. The saint was silent for a moment after Yi Futian had said his piece. Li Xian had a special status. He was a descendant of the Prince Regent. If he wanted to retaliate against Yi Futian, the saint would have no power to ensure Yi Futian's safety. He naturally did not dare to swear this on Dali Academy's good name. Thus, he could only be silent. When a man is angered, the bloodshed he causes spreads far beyond him. And if you cannot guarantee my safety here, then you will be burying Li Xian with me, continued Yi Futian. He kept waiting. Li Xian's face finally darkened. Was what the seventh swordsman meant was that if no one could absolutely guarantee his safety, he would kill him? Many of the people in Dali Academy secretly praised the swordsman. When he was angered, he would spread bloodshed. Li Xian's actions had indeed been too much. If the swordsman had been a little bit weaker, he would be dead. However, other than the most powerful figures of Dali Academy or a great figure from the Prince Regent's household, anyone who tried to guarantee Yi Futian's safety would be talking nonsense. Are you the seventh swordsman who came up from Emperor Li's palace with Lu Chuan and the others? Asked one of the elders of Dali Academy. Yes, answered Yi Futian. A look of surprise suddenly came over everyone's faces. The one who Li Xian had tried to kill was the foremost of those chosen from the lower worlds by Lu Chuan. It was said that Sword Mountain wanted to take him as a disciple. Some people reported this within Dali Academy. This was going to be troublesome. Outside the academy, all still seemed very calm. Two people stood in the middle of it all, not moving a muscle. At that moment, a line of figures stepped forward. Greetings, Brother Yen. The disciples of Dali Academy bowed to the one who was coming one by one, their gazes full of respect. Those who had come from afar to visit the college also gazed worshipfully at him. It was the great disciple of the imperial advisor, Yen Yuan. Now, the matter that was facing Dali Academy was basically up to him to decide. The imperial advisor was a headmaster of Dali Academy. All the cultivators of the academy could thus call Yen Yuan their sworn brother. Yen Yuan already knew what was going on. He walked in front of Li Xian and Yi Futian and looked at the two of them. Then he said to Li Xian, you were the one who started this. How do you plan to solve it? Brother Yen, if he removes his sword, I won't kill him, said Li Xian. Yen Yuan looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian said, I don't believe him. He doesn't believe you. How can you assure him? Yen Yuan asked Li Xian. If he doesn't believe me, what can I do? Li Xian's face grew ugly. Since there's no way to solve this, we're at a stalemate. So, seventh swordsman, use your sword, continued Yen Yuan. As he said this, everyone's gaze froze on him. He had asked the seventh swordsman to use his sword. Li Xian went pale. Did he want the two of them to die together? How could the seventh swordsman's life be worth as much as his? A strange expression came over Yi Futian's face. He was shocked. Yan Yuan was the disciple of the imperial advisor, and a saint at the third tier of the divine path, unblemished holiness. According to the records at Emperor Xia's palace, it was highly likely that he was at the peak of this level. Li Xian was of the blood of Dali. He had been brought here to the upper worlds by Li Xian's sworn brother Lu Chuan to cultivate. No matter which way he looked at it, Yan Yuan should be trying to mediate a solution, not asking him to use his sword. If he used his sword, there was only one possible outcome. Both he and Li Xian would die. Yi Futian glanced over Yan Yuan and saw that he was wearing only a simple robe. His was like brilliant jade, and his figure was slender and elegant. At that moment, his eyes were calm, without even a hint of disturbance. It was like what he had said was the most normal thing in the world. But Yi Futian and even those people in and around Dali Academy who were watching did not know why he had told Yi Futian to use his sword. He wants to kill you, and now you have him. You can't escape, and he can't guarantee your life. With such a deadlock, why are you still hesitating? Yan Yuan looked at Yi Futian as he spoke. It was as if he were trying to provoke him. What you have said makes sense, answered Yi Futian. His sword will shrieked, and his arm moved slightly as he continued pressing the point of his sword into Li Xian's throat. That action caused Li Xian to go pale. Wait! He cried out. Yi Futian's sword stopped, and he looked at him. Li Xian's face was extremely dark as he stared at Yi Futian. You may not be able to trust me, but can you trust Dali Academy? I can, answered Yi Futian without hesitation. Brother Yan. Li Xian turned his gaze to Yan Yuan. He was scared enough that he was willing to concede and turn over negotiations to Yan Yuan. Seventh swordsman, what will it take to make you put down your sword? Yan Yuan asked Yi Futian. Guarantee that I will live. Yi Futian's words were simple yet forceful. He was using his sword to preserve his own life. That is simple enough. Yan Yuan turned towards Li Xian and said, Li Xian, I can make this guarantee for you on Dali Academy's good name, but if you can't do this, then what should we do? Li Xian stared at Yi Futian and saw his cold eyes. He knew what kind of beast this seventh swordsman was. He would not do anything by half measures. He would not put down his sword. I swear on my life. Li Xian's voice was hoarse but icy. Excellent. Yan Yuan nodded. In that case, I swear on the honor of Dali Academy that if you put down your sword, Li Xian will not pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, it will be equivalent to Li Xian trampling on the good name of Dali University. He has offered up his life as a guarantee. Is this enough for you? It's not just Li Xian. If the man behind him pursues this matter, it will be equivalent to Li Xian doing so, said Yi Futian. A surprised look came over the faces of everyone watching. This swordsman's combat ability was extraordinary, but they had not expected him to be so careful. He had not given Li Xian any chance to get revenge. Very well. Li Xian's voice was still hoarse. Yi Futian stared at him and saw that Li Xian's eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. But Yi Futian did not care. Put down your sword, said Yan Yuan. Yi Futian pulled back his sword, and suddenly, the saint from before flashed over behind Li Xian, looking at Yi Futian coldly. He was at fault for what had happened. Yi Futian had fled the battle under his attacks and had instead attacked Li Xian. His opponent was quite skilled at spatial swordsmanship. Let us end the matter here, said Yan Yuan. Then he turned to leave as if nothing had happened. The other saints of Dali Academy left with him. Li Xian had sworn it on his life. He would certainly not dare to do anything. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy watched Yan Yuan leaving and admired him in secret. Yan Yuan telling Yi Futian to use his sword had been a case of making concessions to gain advantages. Since neither of them had been willing to step back, he had to see who would be more firm and who would compromise. Obviously, Li Xian had compromised first and had asked him for help. Li Xian may have sworn on his life, but it was something that he had sought help from Yan Yuan about. No one had made him do it, so even the Prince Regent could find no fault with what had happened. Li Xian had lost this conflict without a doubt. He did not dare to trade his life for his enemies. After pulling back his sword, Yi Futian turned to leave. He no longer defended himself. From what he understood of the Imperial Advisor and Dali Academy, even a grandson of the Prince Regent, or even a prince, would not dare to besmirch Dali Academy's reputation. Li Xian had sworn on his life. If he acted against Yi Futian now, he would be seeking his death. Yan Yuan may have left as if nothing had happened, but Yi Futian did not think that Yan Yuan had handled the situation so well. Was it truly that easy to become a top figure at Dali Academy? Seventh Swordsman. At that moment, a voice rang out, and a group of figures flashed over towards him. At their head were Li Yang and Li Yu. "My prince, my lord," Yi Futian called to them. Li Yang and Li Yu looked at Li Xian and saw him looking back at them. The Prince Regent and King Li were both of the four kings, but the Prince Regent was the elder, and so King Li had to call him uncle. Thus, from the point of view of seniority, Li Yang, Li Yu, and the Prince Regent's grandson Li Xian were of the same generation. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of two kings, giving him double status. "Is everything all right?" Li Yu asked Yi Futian. "Everything is fine," Yi Futian answered. At that moment, Li Yu's face grew a bit ugly, and not only because of Yi Futian's talent. Yi Futian had come from the lower worlds. Her father, King Li, was the master of the lower worlds. Lu Chuan and the people of Sword Mountain had chosen Yi Futian. In some sense, King Li's palace had formed some level of relationship with Yi Futian. Thus, Li Yu had always been good to Yi Futian because he had come from the lower worlds and had outstanding talent. But she knew that the seventh swordsman had almost died at Li Xian's hands. The most powerful figure from the lower worlds, who was controlled by her father, had almost died so unexpectedly. She was naturally out of sorts, but she still said nothing. She heard Li Xian say, "Li Yang, Li Yu, is he one of your people? Master Seventh Swordsman has been invited by Lu Chuan to come up from the lower worlds. He is the most powerful figure in the lower worlds under our control. Master Shadow-bearing Sword Saint of Sword Mountain invited him to Sword Mountain to cultivate," she said coldly. "Li Xian, you almost became a murderer back there. Why?" Everyone who heard Li Yu's words looked shocked. No wonder the swordsman had been so strong and could get to Li Xian even under the assault of a saint. He was the foremost figure of the lower worlds, the one who Lu Chuan and the others had brought to the upper worlds. Many people knew about Lu Chuan's affairs in the lower worlds. This was why everyone had a look of wonder on their faces. They had thought that this was just a simple surprise attack. However, no, it seemed not to be that simple. Who was Yan Yuan? He was Lu Chuan's sworn brother, and the two of them had a close relationship. They valued each other greatly. Since Seventh Swordsman was the one that Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds, Yan Yuan had probably realized this as soon as he heard his name. However, Yan Yuan had just barely told Seventh Swordsman to use his sword. From Yan Yuan's perspective, he was just a mediator and was not trying to help either side. He was trying to solve the issue. But which one of them had Yan Yuan secretly been biased towards? Or maybe he was not biased at all. What was interesting was whether or not Li Xian had known that Seventh Swordsman was the person whom Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds. If he did know, then that was food for thought. That's how it is? Li Xian looked at Li Yu. No wonder he had the guts to come to Dali Academy and taunt us. And his swordsmanship is indeed quite good. On saying this, he placed a hand on his neck to wipe away the blood. There was still pain there, and a feeling of coldness. However, I may have promised not to pursue this matter, but he better not do anything else improper. Otherwise, once I get my hands on him... Li Xian's face was cold. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. No matter who he is. So, you better keep your distance from him, so you don't get hurt. On saying this, Li Xian cast a cold glance at Yi Futian, then walked away. The murderous intent was clear for all to see. Today, the point of this swordsman's sword had pricked his throat, threatening his very life. This matter was not over. He would watch this seventh swordsman. Li Yang and Li Yu looked a bit angry as they watched him leave until he disappeared. "Master Seventh Swordsman, let us take you back," said Li Yu. Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you." He was not under threat anymore, but he still did not refuse Li Yu's kindness. As for seeking the path after the surprise attack, he no longer needed to continue to do so. The group of them left, and the disciples of Dali Academy and the cultivators around the academy dispersed. They all went to look up a certain name, Seventh Swordsman. Yifutian flew through the air with Li Yu and the others. "Who is Li Xian?" he asked. He had looked up the top powers in Emperor Li's realm in the scrolls, but it was impossible to know everyone in the imperial family. From the moment that Yan Yuan had told him to use his sword, he had realized that his opponent was not a prince. He must be another descendant of the imperial bloodline. But he still did not know his actual identity. He was not of the blood of King Li. "He is the grandson of the Prince Regent," said Li Yu. "Li Xian always does things very casually and is a bit wanton. But I would never have thought he'd try to kill you." The grandson of the Prince Regent, Yifutian thought to himself. No wonder he dared to be so wanton. He had nothing to be afraid of. "Tell it to me straight." "He must have known that I came from the lower world's part of Emperor Li's realm," said Yifutian. Li Xian had not seemed like a man of noble birth to him. He had seemed more like an assassin. Li Yang and Li Yu looked surprised when they heard Yifutian. They looked at each other. If Li Xian had known, then that could be punishable by death. His Majesty highly regarded the imperial advisor, and the people of Dali Imperial City said he only answered to one man. Obviously, in their hearts, he was only inferior to His Majesty. It was public knowledge that King Tiandao was not happy with this, and thus he was always in conflict with the imperial advisor. Everyone in Dali knew this, but the Prince Regent was still very low-key, and over the past few years had gotten involved in very few external affairs. The people of the Prince Regent's household definitely would have ideas of their own. Lu Chuan had brought Yifutian to the upper worlds. If Li Xian knew Yifutian's identity but had pretended not to know as he tried to kill him, then he definitely had ulterior motives. He may have been deliberately trying to stir things up. Li Yang and Li Yu brought Yifutian back to a private residence on Emperor Li's road. "Would you like me to station some people here?" Li Yu asked Yifutian. Li Xian may have promised not to do anything, but he had done so unwillingly. "No need. If Li Xian were willing to trade his life for mine, he would have asked Yan Yuan for help," said Yifutian. He had just gotten back. Who besides Li Xian would be trying to kill him? And Li Xian was not that stupid, especially because he thought that Li Xian's acting against him back there had been premeditated. He was not a simple scion of a noble house. Even though he had compromised in the end, all the time that Yifutian had been pressing his sword into his throat, he had been extremely calm. "All right, be careful, master," said Li Yu. "But if you can, you should go to Sword Mountain to cultivate." She naturally meant well. All Yifutian had to do was nod, and he would be able to go to Sword Mountain to cultivate. Because of the involvement of Sword Mountain, Li Xian did not dare to do anything rash against Yifutian. After all, that was the foremost holy land for swordsmanship in the Dali dynasty, similar to Lihan Heaven in Emperor Xiao's realm. The master of Sword Mountain was a saint at the fourth there of the Saint Plane, Nirvana, and he truly stood at the peak of the people in the Dali dynasty. There were few people like him. "I will think about it carefully," said Yifutian. Li Yang and Li Yu said farewell and left. After they left, Yifutian sat down in the courtyard and closed his eyes to cultivate. Today's events had made him more vigilant. After coming to Dali, he had observed the situation and been cautious. He had not gotten into conflicts of interest with those who he could not compete with. And if he had been a bit arrogant, saint-level figures were too high above him to care about it. And even if they did care, they wouldn't kill him over it. But the affair with Li Xian had made him understand that here in the power center of Dali Imperial City, sometimes even when he did nothing, disasters could still befall him. Actually, this was not only true of Emperor Li's realm. The whole world was like this. Those who had cultivated weakly would die when battles broke out between powerful figures, and they would not even know why they were dying. Thus, there was only one way to avoid these threats that you could not see coming. Make yourself stronger. If he had not had enough combat power today, the saint would have directly killed him. He had truly wanted to slay him. Li Xian had not been joking. Thus, he had used his combat prowess to capture Li Xian with his sword and avoid danger. If he became a saint, then killing him would not be something that a saint at the first tier of the Saint Plane could do. However, the gap between sage and saint was extremely difficult to cross. It was like a moat. Many people were stopped on one side of it, and even if they worked their whole lives they would never be able to cross it. Yifutian pushed away these distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. It seemed there was a rustling sound ringing out through his life palace. The world tree was swaying and giving off jade green light. Many patterns were blooming around the tree. They were other life spirits. The world tree's light flowed towards his body and then spread out into the distance. Suddenly, Yifutian felt that he had turned into a tree. His every thought and every piece of his aura were branches stretching out into the distance to touch the essence of nature, heaven, and earth. He could feel the power of heaven and earth. Man was modeled after heaven, after earth, after the path. And the path was modeled after nature. A marvelous airflow swept out from him and was immersed in his cultivation. When he had fought Yuanjin at the Battle of Empty Realm, he had also entered this mysterious plane where he could sense the power of the Great Path. Since man made the path was an extension of man's will. Of course, to actually extend one's will was too hard. Yifutian's perception was not strong enough right now. But by plunging himself into the path of the sword, he could already create many kinds of swords. He could gain a name for himself with his swords and thus walk around in Dali. The seventh swordsman was a powerful fighter, but that was, in fact, an illusion. Many months had passed since he had cultivated the Taishan Sword Sutra. Although his swordsmanship was already exquisite, he was more integrated with the power of multiple elements, and combined with the other skills he had learned while cultivating, he could unleash outstandingly powerful swords. Of course, his sword itself was not too bad. The Taishan Sword Sutra provided a general outline for his swordsmanship. He had cultivated many elemental powers, but he had truly cultivated different types of elemental sword magic. He had been able to apply these many kinds of abilities to his sword, so his swordsmanship alone was quite formidable. But if he could integrate the power he had before into his swordsmanship, it would naturally be even stronger. Now, he needed to forge an even more powerful sword so that he could truly make a name for himself with it and create a foothold in Dali. Yifutian did not go out for a while. He stayed in his residence, cultivating. However, Seventh Swordsman's name began to circulate in the outside world. Dali Academy had a prestigious place in Emperor Li's realm, and so the things that had happened were passed along quite quickly. Moreover, since the first person who Lu Chuan had brought from the lower worlds to cultivate, the Prince Regent's grandson, and Yan Yuan had all been there, it would have been impossible for the news not to spread. Many people in Emperor Xia's realm were curious the first time that Seventh Swordsman's name spread throughout the upper worlds. How strong was this man from the lower worlds who dared to stand directly outside Dali Academy and seek the path? Li Xian had ruined Seventh Swordsman's battles for seeking the path. If he had been able to continue, a much stronger disciple from Dali Academy would have come out, and then they would have been able to see. After a few days, some more slightly shocking news came out. And there were two sides to this news. The first was that a swordsman had come from 1,000 miles away in the primary Holy Land for swordsmanship in Dali Imperial City, Sword Mountain. It seemed that he had come for an appointment and had met with Seventh Swordsman by chance. The reason that this was shocking was that the one who had come from Sword Mountain was Jian Wu, who was called the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of Sword Mountain. He was at the limit of what was possible below the saint level. Once upon a time, many people had wanted to see a battle between Jian Wu and Yuanjin and had speculated about who was stronger between them. However, Yuanjin had fallen, and Dong Chun would probably take his place and become the personal disciple of the imperial advisor. Who was stronger, Dong Chun or Jian Wu of Sword Mountain? But Jian Wu's reason for coming was not Dong Chun of Dali Academy, but Seventh Swordsman. From this, it could be seen that Sword Mountain thought highly of this junior swordsman who had come from the lower worlds. Indeed, he had made Jian Wu come off the mountain. The second reason the news was shocking was very similar to the first reason. It was because someone else had come to Dali Imperial City who was almost a saint. It was Di Hao of Dali Mountain. King Tiandao had always been overtly in conflict with the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor had founded Dali Academy, and so King Tiandao had founded Dali Mountain in the west as a holy land for cultivating. Not long ago, the imperial advisor had announced that he recalled his disciples. Now, the disciples of Daily Mountain were coming from far away. This made people speculate wildly. And the one who had come was Di Hao. King Tiandao controlled the Western Army, and all of the disciples of Daily Mountain had battle experience. They were all geniuses forged in the fires of battle. Di Hao had the honor of being the best disciple of Daily Mountain. King Tiandao thought very highly of him and had adopted him. So, how could someone like this coming to Dali Imperial City not cause a great disturbance? Especially since Jian Wu of Sword Mountain had also come. At that time, Yuan Jin and Dong Chun of Dali Academy, Di Hao of Daily Mountain, and Jian Wu of Sword Mountain were the best that there was below the saint level, and the most prestigious people at that level in the Dali dynasty. Yuan Jin had gone to the Battle of Empty Realm, but Dong Chun had not. As for Jian Wu, the imperial advisor had not wanted to order him to go and had wanted even less to have Di Hao go. Generally speaking, the imperial advisor's household was responsible for commanding the Battle of Empty Realm, and one of his disciples was always there. And it would obviously not be suitable for the imperial advisor's people to show up at the same place as King Tiandao's people. The three strongest figures in the Dali dynasty below the saint level were all in Dali Imperial City. Even though they weren't saints, they still attracted a lot of attention, and people had great expectations for them. Many people even wondered if the three of them would stand upon the same stage and battle. They would be able to see which one of them was worthy of being called the greatest figure in Dali Imperial City below the saint level. As for Seventh Swordsman, he was naturally overlooked. Even though he had gained a little bit of fame outside Dali Academy, he was still not worth looking at when compared to those three. How could the foremost person from the lower worlds compare with the strongest people from the upper worlds? Many people even argued about how many sword strokes Seventh Swordsman could last at Jian Wu's hands. As Dali Imperial City was being shocked by these two pieces of news, Yi Futian was improving his swordsmanship at his residence. He sat there cross-legged with an old tree beside him. The tree was swaying, and its leaves were falling off and swirling around Yi Futian. They seemed to circle him in some sort of majestic pattern. What was more incredible was that each leaf seemed extremely sharp. At that moment, Yi Futian suddenly opened his eyes. The leaves suddenly flew wildly as a terrible shriek rang out all around. The sound was ear-piercing, and the leaves all flashed in the same direction, seeming to cut through space itself. Slash! A wall was cut through piece by the leaves, and the whole thing crumbled to the ground. A vertical line appeared where the leaves had cut through, and on the other side of the wall several figures appeared. The leaves flew back to Yi Futian and drifted behind him. "Your sword of raging storms is becoming as pure as flame," said Li Yu with a smile. "Why have you come?" asked Yi Futian with a bow. "You have been staying here practicing swordsmanship for several days, so you probably don't know what has happened in the outside world. You have a meeting with the shadow-bearing sword saint, who has just arrived in Dali Imperial City. And the most outstanding disciple of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu, has also come," said Li Yu. "Oh," Yi Futian nodded. It seemed that the shadow-bearing sword saint wanted to take him to Sword Mountain as a disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been so considerate. "You have been at peace here, but you don't know the disturbances that have taken place outside. Jian Wu is the best swordsman of Sword Mountain below the saint level. And not only that, he is one of the strongest people below the saint level in Dali Dynasty. The fact that the shadow-bearing sword saint brought him here means that he firmly wants to defeat you and bring you back to Sword Mountain with him," said Li Yu with a smile. It would be good if Yi Futian went to Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was the best place for practicing swordsmanship for those below the saint level. At that moment, Yi Futian thought of Wang Chuan. But this time, he would compete with his opponent with his sword. Yi Futian saw Li Yu's smile and said, "If I am defeated, then I will fulfill my promise and go to Sword Mountain to practice my swordsmanship." Li Yu nodded. Sword Mountain is the best place in the Dali dynasty to practice swordsmanship. If you were to go there to train, you wouldn't have to go to Dali Academy like last time. Li Yu was certain that Yi Futian would be defeated. No matter how strong he was, his opponent was stronger. He was the foremost junior of Sword Mountain. Yi Futian nodded slightly and didn't say any more arrogant things. If he gave it his all, He believed that he could defeat anyone in Dali below the saint level. But right now, he could only do it via his swordsmanship, and he had placed many constraints on himself. If he wanted to win, he could only do so with his sword. If he could not win with his sword, then even if he could defeat his opponent, he still could not win. If he won with his sword, then he won. If he lost with his sword, then he lost. If he faced an opponent like Wang Chuan, he still did not genuinely have absolute assurance of victory with his sword alone. Oh right, one more thing. But it doesn't have much to do with you. Are you interested in hearing it? Asked Liu with a smile. Please tell me, said Yi Futian with a nod. Jianwu is not the only one to come to Dali Imperial City now. Di Hao from Daily Mountain has come as well, she said. Di Hao? Asked Yi Futian, confused. He knew of Daily Mountain. The records told him that it had been founded by King Tiandao, who controlled the Western Army. At the moment, there are 3 powerful holy lands for cultivation in the Dali dynasty. Dali Academy, Daily Mountain, and Sword Mountain, said Liu slowly. Dali Imperial City is not among them, but in the eyes of the dynasty, it lies at the center of these 3 holy lands. Dali Academy, which was founded by the Imperial Advisor, is there. Since it receives the full support of His Majesty and has the advantage of being located in the Imperial City, it is considered the best of the 3 holy lands. The second best is Daily Mountain. King Tiandao has been stationed in the west for many years, and the Western Army completely controls that area. King Tiandao's household holds absolute power in the west. Many families and sects look to them for leadership. Given this background, King Tiandao was able to leverage the power he held in the west to call together all the young geniuses and found Daily Mountain. All the disciples of Daily Mountain have experience on the field of battle. That is how Daily Mountain, which is the foremost holy land in the west and the second best in all the land. The third best holy land for cultivating is Sword Mountain. Di Hao comes from Daily Mountain, and King Tiandao has adopted him. Many people look at him as the future king of the west. He has never been the Dali Imperial City before, and the great figures of the city have no concrete information about his power. Still, many people speculate that he is the strongest person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. None of the disciples of Dali Academy can defeat him? Asked Yi Futian curiously. Dong Chun of Dali Academy is indeed very strong. Now that the Imperial Advisor is going to choose another disciple, Dong Chun is probably best qualified for the spot. Many people think it will be him. His strength is obvious, but King Tiandao is very conceited and arrogant. He probably sent Di Hao to Dali Imperial City to attack the cultivators that the Imperial Advisor has summoned. You can see the trust he puts in Di Hao, said Liu. Thus, there are those who call Di Hao the most powerful figure in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. Of course, some think it is Dong Chun, but without a doubt, one must add Jian Wu to that list. They are certainly the 3 most powerful figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty, and the most famous. And no, they will all be together in Dali Imperial City. But, Liu looked at Yi Futian and smiled. If you can defeat Jian Wu, you will be one of the top 3. Of course, she was being polite. In reality, she didn't think Yi Futian could defeat Jian Wu. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing. Liu took her leave, saying, I will return. If there is more news, I will come tell you. You can just send someone to tell me, said Yi Futian. Very well. It's also possible that the people from Sword Mountain will personally visit us, said Liu with a nod. She couldn't keep coming here all the time. After Liu left, Yi Futian continued cultivating, doing all he could to integrate his power into his sword. He used Taishien's Sword Sutra to temper his sword. The next time he faced a powerful foe, it wouldn't be like it had been in the lower worlds. Jian Wu of Sword Mountain was ranked in the top 3 figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty. The cultivators from Daily Mountain and Sword Mountain were arriving at Dali Imperial City one by one. The commotion shook the city at the center of the Dali dynasty. Everyone was waiting for some news. They did not have to wait too long. Soon, the people from Daily Mountain went to pay a visit to Dali Academy and arranged to go to Dali Academy again in 7 days to seek the path. Daily Mountain wanted to come into conflict with Dali Academy openly. And just like Yi Futian, they said they were seeking the path, just because it sounded good. In reality, they were challenging them to battle. The two most powerful holy lands of the Dali dynasty were in open conflict. This was King Tiandao provoking the imperial advisor. He wanted to prove that Dali Mountain trained better disciples than Dali Academy. Since Di Hao had come, many people expected that they would get to see the battle between him and Dongchen. Many people thought about what it would be like if Di Hao defeated Dongchen. Would the imperial advisor's authority come under threat? Just as people were becoming worried about the imperial advisor, some news came from his household. In 7 days, the imperial advisor would personally come to Dali Academy. And he had invited all the top figures of Dali Imperial City to go and observe the forum. Even Sword Mountain was on the list of those invited. And on that day he would choose his next disciple. There was a great stir in Dali Imperial City as the news spread. This was the imperial advisor's manner. Just as many people were worried about him and were afraid that he would be defeated, he had said that he would personally observe the battle and choose a disciple. No matter if he won or lost, he had shown himself to be 2 steps ahead of everyone else. On the second day, news also came from Sword Mountain. Jian Wu would invite someone to go to the forum at Dali Academy with him. 7th Swordsman. Suddenly 7th Swordman's name was once again ringing throughout Dali Imperial City. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu, had challenged 7th Swordsman. The time. The day of the forum between Dali Academy and Dali Mountain. The place, Dali Academy. This news caused great waves and shocked all the people in Dali Imperial City. They were now full of great expectations for the forum in several days. Not only Dali Academy and Dali Mountain would be attending, but Sword Mountain would also be there and would fight with 7th Swordsman. The 3 greatest holy lands in the Dali dynasty would all be there, and so would the 3 strongest cultivators in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. On that day, Yi Futian was still in the residence where he was staying, tempering his sword. At that moment he had a slightly strange feeling. He opened his eyes and looked up into the distant sky. He saw a group of swordsmen flying over, and they landed outside his residence. "Greetings, 7th Swordsman," came a voice from outside. "Please come in," said Yi Futian. As he said this, the group of cultivators flew in and descended into the courtyard. They all looked at Yi Futian, who was sitting there, cultivating. "I come in the name of the shadow-bearing sword saint with news. In 5 days, Sword Mountain will await you at Dali Academy. Please keep your promise," one of them said. Yi Futian already knew from Liu that Jian Wu would be there, so he knew what the promise the man had mentioned was about. But he was a little surprised about the location. It would be at Dali Academy. "All right, please tell the shadow-bearing sword saint that I will be there on time," answered Yi Futian. "Very well. Farewell." The man nodded, and then the group of them flew up into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Not long after they left, Liu arrived and told him what had happened outside. This made Yi Futian anticipate what would happen in 5 days at Dali Academy. The 3 strongest people in the Dali dynasty below the saint level would all be there together. The days finally passed as everyone in the city waited expectantly. On that day, powerful figures were continuously descending from the sky outside of Dali Academy. Some of them rode on swords, others on carriages. Some of the figures who were coming down from their carriages had powerful auras. Many people from the imperial family have come. Everyone's hearts trembled. It seemed that the imperial family was quite interested in this forum. A dragon roared in the sky, as a divine golden dragon came pulling a carriage. Several gold-robed figures were on the carriage. Everyone gasped as they saw them. It was not just people from the imperial family who had come, as even the prince of the Dali dynasty had come to Dali Academy. If Yi Futian had seen this, he would have realized that the person on the carriage was the one that he had come to this place for. It was Li Yao, the prince of Dali Imperial City. The huge golden dragon descended outside Dai Academy, and the carriage came to the ground. The prince stepped into the academy, but no one came out to greet him. The imperial advisor had founded Dali Academy and had desired to train the best fighters of the Dali dynasty there. When he first founded it, His Majesty Emperor Li had once ordered people to build a statue outside the academy, a statue of the imperial advisor, highlighting his powerful position. However, when the imperial advisor found out about this, he had personally requested that the statue be torn down. Emperor Li had agreed, and the imperial advisor had destroyed the statue with his own hands. He had declared that Dali Academy did not advocate advancing the individual, but was to be a place for training cultivators for the Dali dynasty. There was no rank or authority here. Everyone who entered the academy was equal. However, after that day, the people of the Dali dynasty's respect for the imperial advisor only grew stronger. After this, His Majesty Emperor Li had personally ordered that anyone who entered Dali Academy must come down from their carriage. They could not rudely fly in, not even princes and princesses. Afterward, Emperor Li had made the princes and princesses go to Dali Academy to cultivate. Thus, now that Li Yao and his entourage had arrived, they still had to get out of their carriage, even though they were royalty. They had to walk into Dali Academy, and there was no one there to welcome them. This was Dali Academy, the foremost holy land for cultivating in the Dali dynasty. But today, Dali Mountain was coming there to seek the path. All the disciples of Dali Academy were gathered together, having shown up for the sparring session. There were many disciples on both sides of the area, but they were behaving in an orderly manner, casually chatting and occasionally casting glances off into the distance. There were many seats on the steps in front of the sparring session platform that had been prepared for many of the elders that had come here today. There were already many more elders of Dali Academy waiting here than usual, and they were all looking off into the distance as well. The great disciple of Dali Academy, Yan Yuan, was already there. Li Yao and his entourage approached from the distance, coming in front of the building. They bowed slightly to Yan Yuan and the many saints of Dali Academy and called, "Greetings, sirs." Yan Yuan was usually responsible for events held at Dali Academy, and thus he was seated in the highest position. "Please have a seat, Your Highness," said Yan Yuan with a slight smile. Li Yao and the others nodded, and 3 of them stepped forward and were seated. Afterward, more and more people arrived, many of whom were of the imperial family. There were many people of Emperor Li's bloodline in the city. Other than the few kings who had been given their titles by His Majesty himself, many others had been born into the imperial household. At that moment, many people were clustering around a single person. He was wearing a golden robe, and Li Xian stood by his side. Li Su was Li Xian's elder brother and the Prince Regent's grandson, and had the highest status of the royal grandsons. Many people thought that he would one day inherit the Prince Regent's mantle. The Prince Regent's position in the imperial family was extremely high. After all, he was the emperor's uncle, and so he was highly respected. King Tiandao was extremely powerful, but he was His Majesty's brother. In some sense, King Tiandao and the emperor were the closest being of such close blood. He did not bother to get closer to other members of the imperial family, and since he was in the west, the Prince Regent had gradually become the leader of the imperial family. As for King Li, although he was a king, not many people cared about him. His status was not very high. King Li was the weakest of the 4 kings, and so he had the lowest position. Although relationships between members of the imperial family were slightly delicate, Emperor Li did not care. This was the world of cultivators after all. If they didn't gang up and form cliques, how could they have any power? As long as the members of the imperial household did not do anything too improper and stayed within the rules, Emperor Li would not bother with their affairs. Emperor Li would not even ask questions about the conflict between King Tiandao and the imperial advisor. A little benign competition was not a bad thing for Emperor Li. And King Tiandao and the imperial advisor both had a sense of propriety. "Li Xian, I heard that several days ago, someone put a sword up to your throat. If Yan Yuan had not shown up, perhaps you would have been slain?" said a voice. Everyone looked up to where it had come from. The speaker was a young man next to Li Yao, who was wearing bright and beautiful robes. He looked a lot like Li Yao and was clearly someone extraordinary. And his aura was mighty. He was clearly at a very high level. This naturally another prince, Li Sun. He was Li Yao's brother and a saint-level figure. There was a bit of mockery in his words. Li Xian was of the same generation as these princes, but they were not very close. Li Xian naturally did not dare to be as arrogant as he usually was in the face of this opponent. He looked a bit embarrassed. He bowed slightly to Li Sun and said, "Your Highness, it was because I was too generous." "I think it was because you were too arrogant," said Li Sun with a smile. "He had come to Dali Academy to seek the path and you tried to kill him. What a temper you have. But in the end, he got you. How does that feel?" Li Xian nodded. This matter had indeed been very shameful. "You'll have to cultivate more in the future and spend less time stirring up trouble," said Li Sun. He then looked at Li Su beside him. "Li Su, make sure to teach this guy well from now on. He's outrageous." "All right." Li Su nodded and bowed to Yen Yuan. "I apologize for disturbing you with this matter, sir." "It's no problem," answered Yen Yuan indifferently. He looked at Li Xian and saw him bowing his head. He was clearly uncomfortable right now. "Dong Chun is here," came a call. A group of figures appeared off in the distance, and suddenly everyone was making way for them. Dong Chun and his people were coming over. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people beside Dong Chun were all outstanding cultivators from Dali Academy. "Brother, Your Majesty," said Dong Chun to Yen Yuan and Li Sun. Li Yao and the others all bowed. "Daily Mountain is coming here on this day to seek the path. Make sure to prepare well," said Yen Yuan. "Yes, sir." Dong Chun took a polite step backward. Someone said, "I heard that Hao Di of Daily Mountain will one day be named King of the West. King Tiandao has adopted him, so he must be a stunning figure. It will truly be amazing when he gets here to seek the path. Brother Dong Chun is full of learning. At the year-end sparring session last year, he took first place. I am very excited about the battle between him and the future King of the West." The disciples of Dali Academy were naturally full of confidence in Dong Chun. Dali Academy would definitely win this battle. "I'm excited too," came a voice from outside. Everyone saw a black-robed figure walking in, with many people following him. When this person entered, there was an invisible aura all around. Everyone felt bursts of pressure. "How can an elder of the Chao clan have time to come here today?" asked Li Sun with a smile. The one who had come was a cultivator of the Chao clan's demonic clan. He was an unblemished saint of the Chao clan. His name was Chao Zhan, and he was extremely powerful. "This is a battle of the greatest figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty. So naturally, I brought some of my juniors along to open up their eyes," said Chao Zhan. "It seems that several members of the imperial family are here as well? Your juniors must be eager to get involved. Do they want to step onto the platform?" asked Li Sun with a smile. "There are a few youngsters in the Chao clan who aren't bad," said Chao Zhan heartily. "But they're nothing compared to Dong Chun and Di Hao. It seems that you have a clear understanding of your weaknesses," said Yen Yuan. Chao Zhan looked at Yen Yuan and said, "I'm not looking to fight with you here at this sparring session for the youngsters. Please sit," said Yen Yuan. Chao Zhan stepped forward and took his seat. As for his juniors, they could only stand below him. "Sword Mountain has come to greet Dali Academy," came a voice from outside. Soon, a group of swordsmen entered. The shadow-bearing sword saint was leading them, but the disciples of Dali Academy were paying attention to the young swordsman behind him. He was clothed in black and standing there calmly with no aura coming off of him. It was as if he did not exist. But he still gave people a strong sense of threat. He was one of the juniors of Sword Mountain, at the extreme of what was possible below the saint level. He was someone who was often mentioned in the same breath as Dongchun Jianwu. Sword Mountain had been invited to Dali Academy, but Jianwu had received a personal invitation to take part in the sparring session. The foremost figure of the Dali lower world's seventh swordsman had also been brought here by the imperial advisor's disciple Lu Chuan. "It seems that the top figures of the Dali dynasty are all here today," said Li Sun with a smile. Beside him, Yen Yuan pointed out a seat and said, "Please be seated." The shadow-bearing sword saint and the other elders of Sword Mountain took their seats, and their juniors stood beside them as they continued to wait. The important faction today was Daily Mountain, and they had not arrived yet. When Yi Fuqian arrived, he was much more low-key than the Chao clan and Sword Mountain. He had come with Li Yong and Li Yu. King Li had been garrisoned in the lower worlds for a long time, and his power was unmatched down there. But his influence in the upper worlds was relatively weak. After Yi Futian had arrived, the shadow-bearing sword saint's gaze fell upon him. Yuan Gang, who had once lost to Yi Futian, was also there. He said something quietly into the dark-clothed man's ear. Jian Wu's gaze turned to Yi Futian, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. But in a flash he turned his gaze away. However, Yi Futian still felt it. But he did not look over at him. He just followed Li Yu into the crowd. "Your Highness, sir." Li Yong and Li Yu bowed slightly to Li Xian and Yan Yuan. "Li Yong, Li Yu," said Li Sun with a smile. "You are becoming more and more beautiful, Li Yu. It seems like I will have to talk to your father when I have a chance, and see if we can find a suitable family for a match." Even though they were of the same generation when it came to cultivating, there was a significant gap in their ages. Li Sun, Li Yao, Li Xian, Li Yu, and many others were all of the same generation, but Li Sun was older than them all. He was their elder brother and kind of their elder. Moreover, he was prince, but by the way he spoke, he seemed very familiar with them. "You must be joking, Your Highness." "I'm serious," said Li Sun with a smile. He looked at Yi Futian beside her and said, "This must be Seventh Swordsman." "Seventh Swordsman of the lower worlds greets you, Your Highness," said Yi Futian with a bow. He naturally had seen that Li Yao was there, but he did not look at him as if he was a stranger. Right now, he was Seventh Swordsman, not Yi Futian, who had come for vengeance. If he wanted revenge, he would have to be patient. He had created the identity of Seventh Swordsman from the lower worlds with great difficulty, so he could not so quickly reveal himself. "I heard that you defeated all the geniuses of the 9 commanderies of Great Li. That is very good. Before, you came to Dali Academy seeking the path. And now there is a battle of top talents here. You should observe it closely," said Li Sun. Yi Futian nodded. "All right." Li Sun said nothing else. Li Yu and the others stepped back, but at that moment, Li Xian said coldly, "Li Yong, Li Yu, it seems that you have ignored what I said last time." Li Yu turned and looked back at Li Xian. "Seventh Swordsman is my friend." "Your friend?" said Li Xian coldly. "You must have forgotten that I am your brother." "Li Xian, it seems that you learned nothing from last time," yelled Li Sun. Li Xian suddenly bowed his head. "Do not forget yourself again," said Li Sun. Li Xian nodded. "Yes, sir. The disciple of Daily Mountain has come to seek the path." A voice came, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly looked up into the distance. The sound of footsteps seemed to come from far away, but a few moments later, everyone saw a group of figures coming towards them. These people had supernatural auras. They walked in good order, all in uniform, and all of them were light and carefree. Their manner showed how extraordinary they were. Dong Chun and his entourage walked out of the crowd and looked towards the figures that were coming. Their opponents had arrived. Many people had come from Daily Mountain, and the one at their head had a powerful aura. He was a saint who had cultivated to be very powerful. They walked to the front of the platform, then stopped and swept their gazes over the seats. They bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. Today you have come here to take part in the sparring session. We are just here to watch, so there is no need to be so polite." "Don't worry about us," said Li Sun with a smile. Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were the 2 strongest holy lands in the Dali dynasty. He was also looking forward to the battle between these 2 vast holy lands. It would undoubtedly be marvelous. At that moment, Lu Sun's gaze fell upon a young man who was standing among the crowd. He was standing up straight and tall and was looking forward calmly. No emotion could be seen in his bright and clear eyes. They were as calm and still as water. However, even so, the people in the crowd took notice of him as soon as they saw him. Some people had this kind of quality, that even when they were in a crowd, everyone would look at them. Di Hao of Daily Mountain was said to be the strongest person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level, and he had cultivated himself to be infinitesimally close to the saint plane. The cultivators of Daily Mountain greet our brothers on the path from Dali Academy. The cultivators from Daily Academy may have come seeking the path, but they still expressed themselves very politely. Not a trace of arrogance or taunting could be seen from them. It was as if they had just come to pay a visit. "You are all so polite. Please sit." Yan Yuan pointed out the seats for the cultivators from Daily Mountain. The elders of Daily Mountain took their seats, while Di Hao and the other youths remained standing. They had come to seek the path, not a banquet. The disciples of Dali Academy were also standing. They would not sit either. "The Imperial Advisor is coming," said Li Sun. From far away, they could see another group of figures coming. In the crowd, Yi Futian also looked up. Among the group of people who were coming were Lu Chuan, who he had seen before. But this time, Lu Chuan was standing behind someone else. He was a middle-aged man wearing sky-blue robes. His face was square and even, and there was no strong sense of majesty coming off him, making him seem like an elegant and refined person. But even though there was no aura bursting from him, one could still feel that he had a strong spirit within him. Everyone sitting in their seats rose, even the princes Li Yao and Li Sun and the great figures from the top forces. All of them bowed to him. The disciples of Dali Academy and Daily Mountain naturally did the same, and they respectfully called out to the one who was coming, "Greetings, Imperial Advisor." No matter if you liked him or not, no matter if you sympathized with him or not, as soon as you saw this middle-aged man, you could do nothing but bow respectfully and call out his name. He had not been born into the imperial family, but he stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty and was said only to be subject to one person. Moreover, even if you didn't like him, you had to admit that he had worked his heart out for the Dali dynasty. He had bent his mind and skill towards training people. He was even basically responsible for carrying out the Battle of Empty Realm. This middle-aged man was indeed the top figure in Emperor Li's realm. Dali Academy alone had trained countless top cultivators. Before he had come to the Dali dynasty, Yi Futian had heard a lot of rumors about him in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many in Emperor Xia's realm even said that he was a strange and evil man who practiced dark magic. But since coming to Dali, all he had seen and heard was the absolute admiration that people in both the upper and lower worlds had for him. Even the princes of Dali Imperial City bowed to him when they saw him. King Tiandao's household was not at peace with the Imperial Advisor, but the people of Daily Mountain still had to show respect when they saw him. This was what he had seen of the Imperial Advisor in the Dali dynasty. He had wondered what kind of person this man, who stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty, was. Perhaps only those who stood beside him could truly know anything about him. The Imperial Advisor walked to his seat and bowed slightly to Li Sun and the others, saying, "May I be seated, Your Highness?" "Please," said Li Sun politely. The Imperial Advisor was not a stickler about where he sat, and so Li Sun and the others always left him several possible places of honor at the center. After he sat, the Imperial Advisor looked at the vast sparring field before him. With only a glance, he gave everyone there a strange feeling. It was as if he were looking directly at them. Everyone had this same feeling, and Yi Futian was no exception. There are many holy lands for cultivating in Dali Dynasty, but few of them are in contact with each other. Today, Daily Mountain has come seeking the path, and this is a good thing. Thus, I have invited many people from Dali Imperial City and Sword Mountain to come and witness the sparring session, said the Imperial Advisor. For the vast majority of people, there are boundaries to cultivation, and once you have reached a certain level, it is difficult to move forward. You can only wait for your juniors to overtake you. I hope that the juniors of the Dali dynasty can continue to surpass their elders. As a member of the Dali dynasty, seeing so many outstanding juniors gathered here for this sparring session soothes my heart. If you all can keep coming to seek the path in the future, that would be a beautiful thing. When you spar with each other, you can see your weaknesses, scrutinize yourself, and then keep moving forward. Today, I will choose a disciple from among those sparring here. Of course, if he is not willing, I will not force him. I now give you all time to yourselves. And on saying this, he said no more. In reality, all the disciples of both Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were outstanding people, and all of them were at the sage level. There were many things that their elders didn't need to do. Here, all they had to do was observe. These disciples would do very well on their own. At that moment, a figure walked out of the group of disciples of Daily Mountain. There was a fierce expression on his face. He wanted to look even more dangerous than Dihao. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and he gave off a pressing aura. But this aura was not too strong. When he released his rule power, everyone could feel that he had only cultivated up to the lower sage level. But he was undoubtedly at the peak of that plane. I am Kuang Shao of Daily Mountain. I have no name of my own as found on the battlefield and brought back by the army. The king gave me my name, as my father probably died in battle. The youth looked at the disciples of Dali Academy. In this life, most of my time has been spent either cultivating or in battle. I have killed many enemies and have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat many times. The disciples of Dali Academy cultivate here in the city, reading books. Yet, they receive the respect of the masses and enjoy many cultivation resources, even though they have rarely experienced the threat of death. This is because no one dares to do anything against them. Thus, I wish to test if my cultivation methods are better, or if those of Dali Academy are better. Kuang Zhao's dashing spirit was carried in his voice, and he did not hide his talent. Even the bit of aura that he was projecting was extremely wild. Unlike Daily Mountain, Dali Academy was located in a city. Thus, the environment that the disciples of Dali Academy lived in was indeed much more peaceful. And each disciple of the academy was relatively famous, with everyone knowing about them. In contrast, the cultivators of Daily Mountain, which was located in the west, often faced death on the battlefield, and yet few in the Dali dynasty knew their names. Only Dihao attracted anyone's attention. This diatribe that Kuang Shao had launched against the disciples of Dali Academy was calling Dali Academy itself into question, as well as the imperial advisor's ideas. In some sense, Daily Mountain's attitude was King of the West Tiandao's attitude. Li Sun looked at Kuang Shao. His kingly uncle seemed to want to prove something by this sparring session. The cultivators of Dali Academy talked among themselves quietly, and then a mighty and powerful figure walked out from their midst. That is Qian Shan, who has been called the most talented student of rhythmic sorcery in Dali Academy. Li Yu told Yi Futian. Dali Academy naturally did not only have top-level sages. It had cultivators of all levels. And Qian Shan was an extremely powerful lower-level sage. After he had stepped forward, Qian Shan bowed to the crowd, then looked towards Kuang Shao and said, "The great path is long. There is no weakest person on it, just those who are better suited and those who are less suited. Reading leads to cultivation, as does killing enemies on the field of battle. There is no distinction about which is better. Moreover, we do not receive cultivation resources and the respect of the masses just because we are disciples of Dali Academy. Any time the Dali dynasty needs us, we can go to war. In last year's Battle of Empty Realm, Brother Yuan Jin died on the field of battle." Everyone nodded slightly. Qian Shan's argument was outstanding. "You may say there is no distinction about which is better, but there is," said Kuang Shao. His wild aura swept out from him. Qian Shan nodded. "Please." He knelt on the vast sparring field, and a Guqin spirit appeared. He began to pluck the Guqin, and the notes resonated. The melody was warm and calm, seemingly able to calm the anger of a human heart. Kuang Zhao's life spirit blossomed, and the figure an impossibly giant beast appeared behind him, full of ferocity and anger. It was the vicious beast Taowu. A suffocating pressure swept across the sparring field, and Kuang Shao suddenly stepped forward. The ground trembled continuously. He seemed to be one with Taowu, having transformed into a beast of war as he charged at Qian Shan. Qian Shan continued plucking the Guqin strings, and the notes resonated with heaven and earth. Suddenly, an invisible force pierced through everything, as the musical sorcery turned into invisible power and shot towards Kuang Shao and Taowu, slowing them down considerably. Hearing the music, Yi Futian felt that the worldly rules had been infected by it. It seemed that in that area, everything would only move according to the music. Even those watching on the sidelines had an illusion that their perception and movements had been slowed. Kuang Shao will probably lose, thought Yi Futian. Although he was very wild, and his combat ability was very high, Xianxia's music could control him. Moreover, as a disciple of Dali Academy, Xianxia's rule spells would certainly not be weak. Sure enough, a snowstorm seemed to appear along with the trembling notes. The temperature plummeted, and waves began to crash towards his opponent. The whole area seemed to have turned into a sea world, and the watery prison affected Kuang Zhao's movements. As soon as Kuang Zhao had stepped forward, the disciples of Dali Academy must have guessed that he was good at close combat. Kuang Zhao's attack was extremely brutal. Even if it was being sealed by frost and bound by the water prison, it continued its wild attack toward the other. With his body as the center, many giant Taowu appeared, rushing forward and tearing away at the frosty seal. At this moment, his body seemed to be fused with the Taowu, and this incredibly violent war beast stood in front of Xianxian. Its sharp claws clamped down, trying to destroy and vanquish this space. Xianxian sat quietly. In this space of illusion, he seemed to be at the bottom of the ocean. He did not look up, only stroking the strings, and the musical notes turned into ripples of sound waves, rushing into the ears of Kuang Zhao. The closer he got to Xianxian, the stronger the power that oscillated, rocking his entire will so that everything in front of him seemed somewhat blurred. But even so, it was impossible to stop him from continuing his attacks. The water waves roared upon Xianxian, and a water dragon encircled around his body moving upward, and then rushed to the war beast and entangled the body of the other, which blocked Kuang Zhao's attack. Along with a violent shock, their two bodies were simultaneously slammed backward. Kuang Zhao is on the verge of defeat, many exclaimed inside their hearts. The technique of Xianxia's music was able to weaken Kuang Zhao's combat ability continuously. At the beginning of the battle was when Kuang Zhao had the most chance to win. Still, as that attack did not overcome his opponent, the likelihood of another opportunity later in the fight was slight. As expected by everyone, the battle lasted quite a long time. Xianxia's musical spell defended Kuang Zhao's violent attacks until Kuang Zhao was weakened to his eventual defeat by Xianxian. Much obliged. Xianxian collected the Guqing spirit, got up and bowed to the cultivators of Daily Mountain, then returned among the disciples of the Dali Academy. Kuang Zhao's face was icy, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. He also returned to the people of Daily Mountain. Did you understand? Among the crowd of Daily Mountain, next to Di Hao, a young man looked at Kuang Zhao and asked. Kuang Zhao bowed his head. On the battlefield, if defeated, it often meant death. He was the first one of the Daily Mountain to battle. Therefore, the defeat was particularly shameful. On the battlefield, you were brave enough to face thousands, rushing into the army without hesitation. But from the very beginning, Xianxian of Dali Academy restricted your ability. His musical talent was superb, and his spells extraordinary. Even though you possessed immensely strong offensive powers, it was still difficult for you to fully exert your power. After you return to Daily Mount, you should self-reflect. Empty courage ultimately will achieve nothing. In addition to the trials of life and death, more studying is needed. The young man continued to lecture. Many people looked with surprise at the young man. From what he had said, it seemed that the battle was just a trial for the disciples of Daily Mountain, not a real battle to seek the way. He had used this battle to teach Kuang Zhao, a disciple of Daily Mountain. Yes, senior brother. Kuang Zhao bowed his head. He seemed to be extremely respectful to the young man. The young man stepped forward, and suddenly, the eyes of all the disciples of the Dali Academy fell on him. The affectation of the young man was even more extraordinary than Kuang Zhao, and he was about half a head taller. He was clad in all black, and his eyes, though calm, were extremely deep. This person stood next to Di Hao among the disciples of the Daily Mountain, and from this alone, one could detect his status. Presumably, he was mighty. 7 sins of Daily Mountain, swordsman of the peak of Sage Plain, half-step into Saint Plain, pleased to meet you. The moment his voice fell, an invisible sword will instantly envelop the entire platform, cold and sharp. Although he was still standing there calmly, there was an extreme sense of danger coming out of him. The faces of the disciples of Dali Academy were darkened. Clearly, this person was very powerful. Moreover, when he introduced himself, he bluntly declared that he was a swordsman, half-step into Saint Plain. This was a kind of self-confidence. He informed everyone of his level of cultivation. He released the atmosphere so the other party could perceive it, allowing Dali Academy to choose the next person to answer the battle call. Even the eyes of those from Sword Mountain were focused on this person who walked out. Many of the swordsmen in training wore a grave look on their faces. From the sword will that was released from the other, they had felt an authoritative pressure of swordway. 7 Sins swordsman in training. This was a cultivator who did not enjoy any fame in Dali Imperial City. Before now, almost no one had heard of his existence. Never mind him. Even Di Hao was only known because of his adopted father, King Tiandao. The people of Dali focused on Dali Academy way more than they did Daily Mountain, especially inside this imperial city. Dali Academy had countless cultivators, which was a conglomeration of all the elites of Dali. Naturally, some were half-step into the Saint Plain. If Di Hao did not answer the call of battle clearly, Dong Chun would not either. Otherwise, who could battle Di Hao? At this time, a disciple from Dali Academy stepped out. He was wearing a golden shirt and seemed very thin. When he stepped onto the platform, the sword will released from 7 Sins could be felt. Yet his footsteps were steady. A ray of golden light permeated from him, and there seemed to be a strange rhythm that rocked the invisible space, which gradually turned into a strong pressure, sweeping towards 7 Sins. Zuozong. Many were not surprised to see the appearance of this person. In Dali Academy, Dong Chun and Zuozong were the closest to Saint Plain. At the most recent battle forum at Dali Academy, Dong Chun was first, and Zuozong was second. Zuozong, a disciple of the Dali Academy, pleased to meet you, Zuozong said. As his voice fell, the golden robe fluttered without wind, and a suffocating pressure shrouded the forum platform. At this instant, although the two had not yet made any exchanges, they were already competing with their aura, and the airflow on the platform became extremely agitated. Even the cultivators around them could feel that suffocating pressure. The sword will was madly condensing, and everyone could see violent currents of sword wei gathering in front of 7 Sins, making sharp and harsh sounds. It was followed by a sword, suspended in front of him, humming. This sword looked to be greedily devouring of the currents of sword wei that rose between heaven and earth. The sword itself was extremely thin, but there was a terrible texture carved upon it, puffing out shocking radiance. Many people of Sword Mountain showed a sharpness in their eyes. Their expression now mirrored that of a sharp sword. Even the shadow-bearing sword saint was moved slightly. Sword of Cassiopeia, shadow-bearing sword saint said. Suddenly, many of the powerful principles people were stunned. The name of the sword of Cassiopeia originated from a Cassiopeia sword saint many years ago, whose sword wei was unparalleled. He was known as the first person of the Dali sword wei. Later, the Cassiopeia sword saint had gone missing, and the sword of Cassiopeia never surfaced again. Now, could the sword in the hand of 7 Sins be the sword of Cassiopeia? The sword was thin as a leaf, and indeed the shape of a leaf could be faintly detected. Although it was extremely thin, its sword will was astounding. First sword. 7 Sins spat, and the sword shot out like a light. It disappeared in a flash. Zuozong apparently also perceived the strength of the other. He released his life spirit, and suddenly a golden brilliance flowed upon his torso. A huge golden shadow covering him, just like an ancient golden god. Dong! A loud bang rocked the void and let out a roar, and a terrible storm swept out and turned into countless golden spears. However, the sword penetrated directly and split one of the golden spears down the middle, but did not touch the other spears. Continued the forward momentum towards Zuozong, as fast as light. The huge golden palm of Zuozong lifted up and slammed toward the sword. It was like the waves of a storm, and even the void trembled. However, that sword was far too thin. As if there was nowhere to exert the force, it directly pierced into the golden palm print, and penetrated it bit by bit. It came out from the back of the palm, continuing to stab towards Zuozong. On the golden body of Zuozong, brilliant golden lines also appeared, and a clear sound was heard. Terrible shockwaves swept out, But in the face of this terrible storm, the sword still stabbed toward that golden torso, penetrating bit by bit. Halfway, it was finally blocked. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked grave. Zhuozong's offensive and defensive skills were considered unparalleled below the Saint Plane. But the sword of his opponent actually penetrated him halfway. Zhuozong wanted to grab onto the sword with his left hand, but saw that the sword instantly exited, like a golden streaming light. It then wrapped around and twirled above Zhuozong's body. Many people look at Seven Sins again. He was controlling the sword. Not only that, but a second sword appeared in front of him. Second sword. As his voice fell, the sword struck again. It once again went towards Zhuozong. At the same time, the first sword also started to move back. The two swords simultaneously cutting the body of the ancient god that was summoned by Zhuozong, tearing it apart little by little. Dong! A loud noise seemed to rock heaven and earth. Zhuozong stepped out, allowing the swords to cut at him while he continued walking towards Seven Sins. A golden arm smashed towards Seven Sins. When his foot stepped down, there was a pressure of the way that covered this space and oppressed the void. Seven Sins stood indifferently. He looked up and glanced at the arm that was slamming toward him. Sword will surrounded his body, tearing the void. In an instant, Seven Sins broken through the sky, as if ignoring the pressure, and his body disappeared. Then, the body of the Seven Sins appeared above Zhuozong. The way of the space. The sword of Cassiopeia could only be cultivated by those who specialized in the way of the space. The third sword. In front of Seven Sins, the third sword of Cassiopeia stabbed forward. Upon the immense body of Zhuozong, suddenly, there appeared many golden arms, grabbing toward the void at the same time. The figure of Seven Sins disappeared once more, like a golden afterimage, shuttling upon the platform. His spiritual willpower was released to the extreme. While dodging, he still controlled the swords that cut at the body of Zhuozong without ceasing. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked serious. If this continued, Zhuozong would be defeated. As they expected, when the sword of Cassiopeia manifested the 13th time, a terrible storm of the sword of Cassiopeia started around Zhuozong. His huge golden battle form was now being slashed and shattered, slowly being destroyed. Soon, even the incomparably sturdy body of the ancient god could no longer be sustained, and its body collapsed and shattered. The 13 swords surrounded Zhuozong's body. The sword will was covering the sky. The body of Seven Sins suspended in the sky, still looking indifferent. Zhuozong of the Dali Academy had been defeated. Many looked up at Seven Sins, who was in the void. It was unexpected that besides Di Hao, there still existed such a strong person. So, just how strong was Di Hao? Even if Yi Futian's eyes, while looking at Seven Sins, changed somewhat, the one who stood at the peak of Dali was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect the sword of Cassiopeia, which had been lost for a long time, to appear here today. It was certainly worth the trip, Shadow-bearing Sword Saint said. Could he compete with Jianwu? Asked Li Sun. He certainly could. Shadow-bearing Sword Saint nodded, and everyone looked at Seven Sins. Jianwu was praised as the first swordsman of Dali under the Saint Plane, the first disciple of Sword Mountain. Seven Sins could compete with him. This demonstrated the formidable strength of Seven Sins. Today's forum battle has gotten even more interesting. I didn't know if we would be seeing the sword battle of the younger generation of Dali, to see the sword of Sword Mountain compete with the sword of Cassiopeia. The shadow-bearing Sword Saint looked at Jianwu and then looked at Yi Futian. The Sword Mountain had come to Emperor Li's city to fulfill a contract to allow Jianwu to descend the mountain and to defeat the 7th swordsman so he could cultivate at Sword Mountain. Now, there was also a peak swordsman in Daily Mountain and the appearance of the long-lost sword of Cassiopeia. Li Sun noticed the gaze of the shadow-bearing Sword Saint and suddenly looked at Yi Futian, saying, I almost forgot that this trip of the Sword Mountain was to come for the 7th swordsman. 7th swordsman is the first swordsman from the lower worlds. What is your opinion of the sword of 7 sins? Many people looked at Yi Futian. At this moment, it was the first time that many top figures of Dali had truly noticed Yi Futian. Among them, there was the advisor of Dali and the royal prince of Dali. Yi Futian's eyes fell on Li Sun, and he saw that Li Yao, who was next to Li Sun, was also looking at him. However, Li Yao would not know who he was or for whom he came for. Once upon a time in the 9 states, Li Yao caused Jiu's death and also caused the death of many in the 9 states. In the empty realm, Li Yao forced him to react after he was defeated. Yaya and senior brother were both seriously injured. Both of them and Wuqian almost died in the battle. If it weren't for the sword from the swordmaster of Lihin that allowed Yi Wuqian to block the attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, he came to Dali. There were some things that he needed to do. If it was merely relying on cultivation to kill Li Yao, and judging from Li Yao's status, when would that be? But even though his heart was full of hatred, his eyes were calm and without disturbance. He did not cast so much as a sideways glance at Li Yao. He merely focused on Li Sun and said, "The way of the sword was outstanding, and its power was truly amazing." When many heard what Yi Futian had to say, they secretly agreed. 7 Sins was indeed outstanding. This man himself had once come to the Dali Academy, also seeking instruction. He was now known as the first person of the Dali lower realm. He must have been quite extraordinary himself. However, this time Jian Wu of the Sword Mountain and 7 Sins were both present. There were also Dong Chan and Di Hao, 2 peak characters, so there wouldn't be much required of him. However, it was still an opportunity to observe and learn. Li Sun nodded with a smile and said, "Today is a rare opportunity. Sword Mountain came because of you. There are also 2 great young swordsmen in training at their peak. A great way to sharpen your sword way. You can ask them for instruction later." "I do not agree with your highness," Yi Futian said. "Why?" asked Li Sun. "Your highness said that Jian Wu and 7 Sins are the great young swordsmen of Dali. Though the first sword of Sword Mountain and the sword of 7 Sins are strong, they may not necessarily be at the peak. The sword of 7 Sins had fatal flaws. If your highness wanted to talk about the peak sword way below the Saint Plane, then I ought to be included," Yi Futian said. "Oh!" Hearing his words, Li Sun showed a look of surprise. All witnessed the force of 7 Sins' sword. He had realized the way of the space and integrated it into the sword. The power of the sword of Cassiopeia was unparalleled. But the 7th swordsman claimed that the sword of 7 Sins had fatal flaws. Many who knew the name of the 7th swordsman had heard that his entire mind was bent on seeking the way of the sword. His behavior was quite arrogant, and he thought that his sword way was the one and only. It seemed that this was indeed the case. He had come alone to seek the way from Dali Academy. He had just witnessed the sword of 7 Sins in action, but he was now saying that there were imperfections in the sword of 7 Sins. The 7th swordsman felt that he ought to be the person at the peak of the sword way. However, in the eyes of most people present today, the 7th swordsman, though outstanding in his own right, he was bound to be at some distance from the few who were at the peak of the Dali upper realm. Li Sun did not deny Yi Futian's claim but said, "If so, let me witness your sword. How about it?" Yi Futian looked toward Li Sun. The status of Li Sun, as the royal prince of the Saint Plane, was no lesser than Li Yao. "Since your highness wishes to see, I will oblige," Yi Futian responded. He stepped forward and looked at 7 Sins in the crowd of Daily Mountain. He called out, "The 7th swordsman in training, ask for instruction in the way of the sword." 7 Sins cast a glance at Yi Futian. He did not recognize who he was. He came here today for Dali Academy. And this person just critiqued his sword as having fatal flaws. He naturally relegated it as nonsense. 7 Sins looked at Yi Futian. He did not speak and did not step out. Many eyes were looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain, falling on 7 Sins. For a time, this space was rather silent. 7 Sins did not respond to the call of battle, not because he dared not to. His eyes were casual and calm, and he moved his sight away. It was as if he had not heard anything Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Daily Mountain, likewise, glanced at Yi Futian. No one spoke. The silent space was like a silent jeer. Yi Futian dared to criticize that the sword of 7 Sins, so it was understandable that the people of Daily Mountain would eschew all etiquette on that account. The silence at the moment was a statement. Not just anyone could ask 7 Sins of Daily Mountain for a fight. 7 Sins did not care to move his little finger. Many people felt uncomfortable in this slightly embarrassing atmosphere. This first swordsman from the lower worlds was obviously not quite up to par. Even if he had personally asked for 7 Sins to instruct the way of the sword, he was ignored by 7 Sins. Those in power felt the embarrassing atmosphere of the forum, but they did not speak, just watching Yi Futian. How would this swordsman in training handle the situation? Li Sun looked at Yi Futian. His face changed slightly. This embarrassing situation would make Yi Futian feel he was losing face. Shadow-bearing sword saint was thinking whether or not to ask Jian Wu to step out instead to resolve the impasse. This 7th swordsman was dedicated to seeking the way of the sword, and his speech was quite arrogant. The unparalleled in the lower worlds also had the right to be arrogant. It was only that in the upper worlds, among the top figures here, it was inevitable that this attitude would suffer some disadvantage. However, with the right challenges and trials, great achievement was a definite outcome. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he was being ignored, but he did not feel anything out of the ordinary when he saw the reaction of the people of Daily Mountain. Being ignored was, in itself, quite within expectation. After all, this was one of the 2 strongest holy lands to cultivate in Dali Imperial City, and 7 Sins was someone who stood at the top. 7th swordsman in training asks Daily Mountain for instruction of the way. Yi Futian continued, and this time, he was not asking for 7 Sins only. Instead, he was asking Daily Mountain. In other words, anyone from Daily Mountain would suffice. The people of Daily Mountain glanced at him and saw Yi Futian standing there. His body stood tall. It seemed as if he had not felt any shame whatsoever. After being ignored the first time, he was still insisting. In the direction of Daily Mountain, a burly figure walked out. It was a cultivator of the sage plane of Daily Mountain. Today, it was Daily Mountain asking Dali Academy for instruction, not an occasion for Yi Futian to cause trouble. However, since he had affected them, they had to clean it up. Dong! The cultivator who came out did not announce himself, but merely stepped right out and released a terrible force. "Are you ready?" asked Yi Futian. "Get it on," the other responded coldly. Yi Futian's palms stretched out, and suddenly, sword started whistling. It surrounded him and gathered into a massive sword in front of him. This heavy sword rotated in front of Yi Futian, whistling and humming, and its breath was getting stronger and stronger with terrible power. The force that came out of it contained a strong sense of annihilation. A few cultivators of Daily Mountain expressed a stern look. This person did not seem to be weak. Raising his palm, Yi Futian reached out and clasped the end of the sword, and then pushed the sword forward with breakneck speed. Loud noises whistled. The Daily Mountain cultivator suddenly lunged forward with both palms extended forward, and a golden pattern appeared in front of him immediately. Yi Futian came with the sword, and his palm pressed toward the front. As the sword arrived, the loud roaring noise came out, and instantly the golden pattern exploded and was pulverized. The heavy sword continued its movement forward. The cultivator let out an angry roar. His face changed slightly, and he stepped out once again. His life spirit was released, and a huge golden behemoth appeared. The strength of both palms, like a hurricane, blasted out fiercely. Yi Futian ignored the attempt of the other, and his palm continued to push the heavy sword. Everything shattered and exploded, and the body of the other continued to backpedal. He let out sounds of frustrated exertion, and it was still useless. His feet ground against the floor, and the clothing on his arms were shredded. Blue veins on his arms were bulging. The sounds of friction could be heard as if his bones were about to be crushed. Yi Futian did not deal a fatality. He had folded one hand behind him, using only his right hand pushing forward, oppressing the other with the ease of a stroll. Enough! A voice was heard, and Yi Futian stopped to turn his head, looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain. Over there, 7 Sins walked out and looked at Yi Futian. His expression was as sharp as a sword. Clearly, this battle made him feel that Yi Futian possessed incredible strength. Yi Futian let go of the opponent, and the sword disappeared. He went to Seven Sins, and the two stood face to face. "My sword, what's wrong with it?" asked Seven Sins. "Are you ready?" Yifutian asked the same as he had before. Seven Sins frowned and replied, "Yes." He needed no preparation. Around him, the sword will shot to the sky, and the sword of Cassiopeia was condensing. But as he was concentrating on forming the sword, Yifutian's body turned into a stream of light, and Seven Sins felt that he was locked down by spiritual power. Yifutian had a sword in his hand, a common-looking sword. But when the sword struck, a horrible storm that came between heaven and earth appeared. It was as if everywhere it passed, everything would be crushed. So fast, everyone blinked, and then they saw the sword will of Seven Sins coursing out. His body seemed to disappear. It was like a light that moved in and out of thin air. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted. They saw that Yifutian had also disappeared. In the void, Yifutian's sword was still swinging. This sword seemed to have accompanied him traversing the void and was aimed directly at Seven Sins. The sword will around Seven Sins was extremely powerful, and it madly screamed toward Yifutian for the kill. But Yifutian was also surrounded by an equally terrible sword storm. Buzz! Seven Sins once again disappeared from where he was standing. Almost at the same time, everyone saw that Yifutian had also disappeared. The pupils of everyone contracted and stared at the battlefield. They saw a sword. This sword seemed to be a sword from another dimension, appearing through the void so that there seemed to be a sword light crossing the space of the void. From that sword light, it seemed that the position of the two could be deciphered. All of this, in fact, happened in an instant, and there only seemed to be a sword that crossed heaven and earth. In the next instant, two figures appeared at the same time. Yifutian stood in the void, but Seven Sins appeared on the forum platform. The sword in his hand was broken. Seven Sins looked somewhat bewildered at the sword that had not yet formed, and his face was slightly pale. Not only him, but many people around him trembled and watched the scene in front of them with shock. One sword strike. That beautiful scene in the void was just one sword strike. Seven Sins, the swordsman who stood at the peak of Dali, whose sword was cut in half by another. Those from Daly Mountain looked extremely concerned, and they looked up at Yifutian. "I said, your flaw was too fatal," Yifutian said. The sword of Cassiopeia was mighty and would get stronger as the battle went on. However, the sword of Cassiopeia needed the condensation of sword will. Obviously, he would not give Seven Sin the time to do so. In the first sword strike, he had immediately resolved the battle. But was it true that Seven Sin's sword contained fatal flaws? The answer was no. No cultivator in this world was perfect and without fault. No matter the ability of cultivation, there would always be weaknesses. Perhaps the only weakness of Seven Sins was that for the sword of Cassiopeia to be released, it required a significant amount of sword will to turn it into an invincible sword. The sword of Cassiopeia would get stronger and stronger. When all 13 swords were deployed, even someone as strong as Wuzong of the Dali Academy was unable to resist. Moreover, he could be stronger still. But it did require some time for the sword will to condense, and did that matter? With the sword will that flowed upon Seven Sins, even if there was no sword of Cassiopeia, his offense and defense were still solid. Not to mention, he had incorporated spatial will and integrated it into the sword will so that it could tear the void in its progression. Previously, even Wuzong's might of the Great Path was unable to trap him. So, how could this be considered a fatal flaw? But at the moment, the seventh swordsman did not allow Seven Sins to strike with the sword. And before the sword of Cassiopeia could be unleashed, he had cut the formation of the sword short. Because the sword of the seventh swordsman was not any weaker than the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was also an expert in spatial will, by locking onto the body of Seven Sins, the sword broke through the void, hence the brilliant sword strike that everyone witnessed. If Seven Sin had time to gather multiple swords of Cassiopeia, it would be difficult to know who was strong and who was weak. But since the seventh swordsman could deter him from launching his sword, that itself proved that the way of the sword of the seventh swordsman was more convincing than that of Seven Sins. Excellent, Li Sun praised. Though there was only one strike through the sword, it was a superb one. Not only Li Sun, everyone around looked at Yi Futian with a slightly changed attitude. This first swordsman from the lower worlds, with just one sword strike, convinced all the top figures who were present to recognize his strength. Before, many had thought that this battle was to Yi Futian to seek the way to learn of the sword and to observe the swords of Jian Wu and Seven Sins. But obviously, the seventh swordsman was proving that his sword was not inferior to anyone, even if it was someone as strong as Seven Sins. As he said before to Li Sun, he ought to be included among those at the peak of swordsmanship below Saint Plain. Li Yu also looked at Yi Futian with some shock. Even though she knew that he was strong, she did not expect that he was this strong. Seven Sins was someone who had defeated Zhuozong of the Dali Academy. When Yi Futian stepped out, he was ignored by the people of Daily Mountain. But then, when the two significant cultivators of Daily Mountain faced him, each was only able to release one single sword strike. Even at this moment, all the top figures of Dali who were present focused their attention on him. Jian Wu. At this moment, the shadow-bearing sword saint spoke. Your turn. In the direction of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu's sight directed toward Yi Futian from a distance. He stepped forward. Shadow-bearing sword saint had asked him to fight some swordsmen from the lower worlds, and it was not something he was willing to do. However, the shadow-bearing sword saint was his elder, so he still obeyed. When he saw the sword of Seven Sins today, he thought that his opponent would be Seven Sins. But Yi Futian proved his worth with his sword, that he deserved an exchange. Jian Wu walked out, and each of his steps contained a terrifying sword will. The swordsmanship clouding the sky and causing a sword storm of sword chi. Jian Wu, the first disciple of Sword Mountain, the first sword below Saint in the Dali Imperial City. Seventh swordsman, the first person below Saint Plain in the lower worlds. Both of them used sword in their name. Jian Wu's body levitated and appeared upon the void, standing opposite Yi Futian. With the sword will wrapped around him, and real, physical swords bloomed between heaven and earth. This storm headed directly toward Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was also protected by the same force, so the two storms of swordsmanship collided, and a truly suffocating might now filled this space. Some cultivators below the Saint Plain felt that if they came between the two, they may not be able to withstand the sword will and might be torn into pieces. At this time, Jian Wu extended his palms, and suddenly, in front of his palms, the sword will gathered, turning into swords, and transparent swords surrounded his body. Water of Autumn, Jian Wu said, and the sword broke through the sky and moved toward Yi Futian. On top of Yi Futian, burning flames hung high above the sky as a sun. His hand reached out, and suddenly, a sword gathered in his hand. A sword of burning flame. The sword unleashed, and fire dragons roared and burned through the void. Blazing sun, Yi Futian also commanded, and the two sword wills circled and colliding. Jian Wu seemed not to have noticed, and the sword will once again condensed and gave rise to a sky full of swords. Between heaven and earth, there appeared a starry sky. Meteor. Jian Wu pointed forward, and suddenly, another sword broke through the sky, descending with meteor sword will. Yi Futian looked up at his surroundings, and there was another will of frost materializing around him. Hail! A voice commanded, and the sword of ice went toward the sword of meteor. Heaven and the earth seemed to be frozen, which blocked the meteor from falling. Jian Wu's body floated in a forward movement, both of his hands stretched out. Above the sky, a great and stunning sword will manifested everywhere. The moment, cued by the command, swords came out to attack, and the affectation of the moment was everywhere. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward, and the sword whistled in the sky, and a storm of destruction raged. Storm! With the strike of the sword, the horrible storm of horror seemed to flood this space. Qijue's swordsmanship of Sword Mountain. All the cultivators of Dali gazed upon the battlefield. Qijue's swordsmanship used 7 kinds of sword wills to manifest and depended on each swordsman's cultivation. The results were not all the same, but Qijue's swordsmanship gradually increased in layers. Its power was shocking, and every time the sword struck, it was to gather sword force so that the sword strikes towards the end were more terrifying. Qijue's sword realm contained all the swordsmanship. At the moment, above the sky, there was an infinite number of sharp swords falling. In its succeeding gloom, this space had completely turned into a world of the swords. Jianwu's Qijue's sword realm. All in all, Jianwu's eyes were extremely sharp, and from those eyes came a terrible light. Of the 7, 4 had already been dispersed. When the sword struck out, it turned into all and contained all. It was everywhere, omnipotent, and could destroy all. Above Yifutian, a terrible thunderstorm exploded, sweeping the entire space, shattering all things. He stepped out again, and this time went toward Jianwu. In the battle between swordsmen, the only way was forward, and there was no retreat. Thunder! Another sword emerged, and heaven and earth seemed to be destroyed by way of the sword. Thunder sword strikes smashed the void and cleaved open the great path. Densify! Jianwu's eyes turned into sword eyes, and inside his pupils, the space of the sword realm was reflected. Yifutian only felt that this sword realm was unreal, just like a hell made of swordway. Heavy swords condensed and came into being, immense and incomparable. Each step he took shook the void. The heavy sword broke through the air and blasted into all 8 directions of the land, suppressing the sword realm. The end of day. Jianwu unleashed the 6th sword, and the Qijue sword realm turned into real doomsday. The infinite sword will intended to pierce the sword realm and madly moved to attack Yifutian. Yifutian waved both hands, his feet upon the void, and sharp swords surrounded him. Infinity. Rolls of sword veil swung out, seemingly infinite, annihilating all swordsmanship. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at the scene of horror in the void, and many people trembled in their hearts. Was this the battle of the peak swordsmanship below the Saint Plain? Whether it was Jianwu or the 7th swordsman, they were both fearfully strong. But at this moment, the 7th swordsman was shrouded by Qijue's sword realm and was significantly restricted by it. Even so, he was still able to block the 6th sword with his sword of incomparable aggression. However, the space seemed to be shattered and destroyed. How sharp would the next sword be? Just then, Jianwu closed his eyes and seemed to have integrated into the sword realm, and his body was spinning. Suddenly, the infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together and merged into the sword realm. This entire sword realm seemed to be turning and crushed everything within. Funeral of the gods. A sharp voice came from inside the sword realm, and the sword will of destruction suddenly shattered the void. The funeral of the gods was precisely that. Even the gods would be buried in the Qijue sword realm. Yifutian stared at this devastating storm. The sword realm buried all things and shattered all things. Even the clothes on his body were shredded. His swordsmanship seemed unable to defend this force. At the moment, the aura upon his body had already reached its peak, and the sword force of heaven and earth seemed to gather together. In this storm he held a sword, and with every step that was taken, the sword force was still climbing higher and strengthened further. There was a sword mark between heaven and earth, tearing up the void. Wherever Yifutian passed, everything seemed to be pulverized. The storm became stronger, rushing toward him. Finally, Yifutian's sword was unleashed. The sword would end all things. When the sword struck, a storm broke out, and his body moved with the sword, using the sword to tear apart the funerary storm. Sizzling sounds were heard, and the sword will madly teared and destroyed. The sword realm seemed to have been opened, and then tore apart bit by bit until the sword realm was fully opened. All saw that sword rocket upward, like a sacred sword, a true sword strike that could cleft the sky in two. The sword light crossed the heaven and the earth, and a sword opened up the sky. With a loud boom, the storm of destruction raged between the sky and the earth, and the Qijue sword realm was broken. In the sword realm there came a groan. Jianwu flew out backward, and at the corner of his mouth, there was a streak of blood. The first person in the younger generation of Sword Mountain, the sharpest sword below Saint in the Dali dynasty, Jianwu, was defeated. Of course, he was no longer the strongest sword below Saint in Dali Imperial City. The 7th swordsman had replaced him. At this time, the aura on Yifutian's body was slightly shallow. Jianwu was already incredibly strong, but the final sword of end all appeared as one strike but gathered the momentum of all the sword attacks before it. With his terrible power integrated within, along with the space-shredding rules, he had turned the end-all power of the halberd of time and space into the swordsmanship that would end all things. Therefore, there was that beautiful sword strike opening the sword realm of the other. The shadow-bearing sword saint looked at Yi Futian, speechless. For this arrogant but pure-hearted swordsman of the lower worlds, he had asked Jian Wu to come down from the mountain to defeat him. But now, even Jian Wu of Sword Mountain was defeated in battle. Just as the seventh swordsman had said, would this confirm that he learned from all things of the world to comprehend the swordsmanship of all things, which was more suitable than the swordsman of the Sword Mountain? Then why go to Sword Mountain at all? Could it be that this seeker's destiny was not with Sword Mountain, after all? No one would have thought that the seventh swordsman from the lower worlds would triumph over the two mighty swordsmen Seven Sins and Jian Wu. The young man who had come to the Dali Academy to seek instruction once upon a time now used these two battles to prove to the world that he was the first sword under the Dali dynasty. After this battle, below the Saint Plain, there is nothing more to ask regarding the swordsmanship. The road ahead can only be the divine path, Yi Futian said. Although the words sounded proud, they were the truth. He had reached the apex of the swordway below the Saint Plain in Dali. From now on, what lied in front of him could only be the divine path. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Our Dali dynasty is full of talent. Even the people of the lower worlds are standing at the peak below the Saint Plain. I am looking forward to the future of Dali dynasty. Next to Li Sun, the imperial advisor of Dali also looked at Yi Futian. The fortune of Dali was changing, and there could be turmoil in the future. However, he could not yet see the cause of the change in fortune. Dali dynasty was prosperous. It had many strong cultivators in its command. Even though he had had words with the two kings of Dali, he would still avoid the conflict with the two kings at all costs. Their ideologies slightly conflicted, but they were all acting in the best interest of Dali, and no one dared to trespass. Otherwise, even the two kings would not be able to afford the anger of the emperor of Dali. This seeker was a wild card and came from the lower worlds. Would he be the one? Seventh swordsman, the imperial advisor called out. Suddenly Yi Futian looked toward the imperial advisor of Dali. This was the first time he looked at the imperial advisor. Because the other had called out to him, he could look back at the imperial advisor with good reason. I heard Lu Chuan saying that you cultivated in the lower worlds and were enlightened. You comprehended the swordsmanship in 30 years, with nature and heaven and earth as your teacher? Asked the imperial advisor. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. His battle techniques had integrated the way of all things in the world into his swordsmanship and turned it into sword arts that was without weakness. The sun, the ice, the storm, the thunder and lightning, even the way of space, contained all things of the universe. Although it seemed that his talent was rather particular, among the many cultivators of the Dali dynasty, having such one genius was not surprising. Your life spirit, let me take a look, the advisor of Dali said. He hadn't seen Yi Futian's life spirit. What kind of life spirit could comprehend the way of all things in heaven and earth? Yi Futian's heart trembled slightly. At this moment he was a little nervous. He was unambiguous that possessing such talent would naturally cause the curiosity of those in power in Dali. To cultivators, the life spirit was vital. The request from the imperial advisor of Dali to see his life spirit was not because he doubted his identity. No one would see a genius and immediately suspect that this person was a fraud. This was not a rational thought process. Perhaps the imperial advisor of Dali wanted to know how this swordsman from the lower worlds was so outstanding. He also knew what came next would be the key, and he had already thought about it. Very well. Many thoughts that flooded his mind, but Yi Futian did not hesitate to agree. In the Life Palace, a sword shuttled around the ancient tree of the world. A rustling came from the ancient tree. Curious aura blended into the sword will and surrounded the sword. Subsequently, the sword whistled and rushed out of the Life Palace. Outside, a brilliant sword rocketed upward, and this sword was incredibly radiant. The instant he appeared, the worldly spiritual chi could not resist but gather together. It was as if this sword had an affinity with all the other spiritual chi of the universe. The sword crossed in the void and was gone in a flash. Then it buried itself into Yi Futian and returned to his life palace. The attention of the imperial advisor of Dali landed on Yi Futian. In this instant, although Yi Futian stood there quietly, he was very nervous inside. He did not know whether or not the will of the ancient tree of the world that he had integrated into the sword will had any flaws. He had tested it before. In his opinion, there were no issues. The cultivators of the world were endless, and it was the same with life spirits. Many people's particular life spirits carried with them various attributes. No matter what power of attributes his life spirit was carrying, it was also entirely reasonable. The sword spirit in harmony with nature and heaven and earth is a considered full attribute. You are indeed suitable to be taught by all things in the universe and refine the all-method swordsmanship. If you could render harmony between them, there would be no sword you could not master. The imperial advisor of Dali nodded slightly and was not surprised. It was as if the full attribute sword spirit was completely expected. Otherwise, how could all things of the universe be its master? Moreover, Yi Futian's sword spirit not only had an affinity toward the full attribute, but he also perceived an incredibly fantastic force. It was as if he was born to fit into the way of the world. His perception was not incorrect, but what he sensed belonged to the life spirit of the ancient tree of the world, which caused him to misjudge. Imperial advisor, it seems that Lu Chuan brought us an amazing genius of the swordsmanship from the lower worlds. He smiled and said, "Seventh swordsman, are your parents still in the lower worlds?" "I don't know who my parents were." Yi Futian's tone was a bit cold, and it seemed to reflect a faint sadness, but it was the truth. It was true that until now, he still did not know who his biological parents were. That old guy, Yi Baichuan, did not tell him anything, and now he was missing, and his godfather had never mentioned it either. It was as if he was an orphan. Li Sun nodded lightly and did not say anything more. "You may go," the imperial advisor said. Yi Futian nodded, and then returned to his seat on the side of Liu in a flash. When Liu looked toward him, there was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. She said with a smile, "It seems that I underestimated you, the first swordsman below St. Plain in Dali. The road of cultivation is without end, but the first sword below St. Plain in Dali is nothing to be boastful of," Yi Futian said calmly. Liu blinked her eyes, and this dignified and noble princess revealed her side as a lady. "You are a sword idiot." Liu laughed softly, and her beautiful eyes stared straight ahead. Zuozong, Seven Sins, Jianwu, and Yi Futian had made exchanges. For the forum battle of the Dali Academy, who else would now dare to step out? The few people before were already peak figures beside Di Hao and Dong Chen. Even if they stepped onto the forum platform, they would not exceed anyone's expectations. This space was silent for some moments, and many eyes looked at the two figures. One stood in front of the crowd of the Dali Academy while the other in front of Daily Mountain. Next would be these two battling for glory. Today, Daily Mountain came to visit and seek instruction. These people came to Dali Academy to serve as witnesses of this moment. At this moment, Di Hao stepped out. He did not reveal any expression from beginning to end. Even though Yi Futian defeated Seven Sins in one sword strike, he still looked as if nothing had happened. He came today with only one goal: to defeat the best disciple of the Dali Academy, Dong Chun. Di Hao walked onto the forum platform and looked in the direction of the Dali Academy, and said, "Di Hao of Daily Mountain, asking for your instruction." The clothes upon his body moved without wind. A solemn atmosphere shrouded this space. Soon after, everyone saw that Dong Chun had stepped out and stood opposite Di Hao. There was no breath released from either one of them, but there was an invisible wind blowing, which was caused by both of their auras. Dali Dynasty below the St. Plain, two figures at the peak. At this time, an invisible storm swept out and beat on Dong Chen's body. He felt that this force oppressed his soul and was extremely suffocating. Di Hao was still standing there, but it seemed that he was everywhere. At this time, Di Hao stepped forward and walked out. "Dong, A bell ring sounded across the land, causing a devastating spiritual storm between heaven and earth. When it swept through, Dongchun closed his eyes slightly and felt that his spiritual will was shaking. He felt a very strong sound wave blast out, intending to erase his spiritual will. God-burying bell. Many elders from the Dali Academy had seen and known many things, and in just a moment, they had identified the kind of magical power of this sound wave attack. This was a kind of sound magic. It could disregard defensive forces and shatter the spiritual will power of others through the air, destroying others' minds. It was incomparably aggressive. Although the others' understanding of Di Hao was limited, they did not doubt that his power was great. Otherwise, no one would have named him the first person below Saint Plain in Dali. Now, when they heard this god-burying bell, many knew that Dongchun was in big trouble. The god-burying bell was an aggressive mental attack, capable of greatly damaging the spiritual power of Dongchun, thus weakening his combat effectiveness. It was not probable for this to be the only kind of ability that Di Hao was an expert in. There must be other extremely strong methods he had at his disposal. Dongchun closed his eyes, and there was a mighty storm of spiritual power that appeared upon his body, which blended with the heavens and the earth. It echoed with the great path. Suddenly he was covered with dazzling brilliance. Dong! Another bell ring rocked the world, sweeping toward them. In front of Dongchun, the invisible spiritual attack materialized and turned into half-shadows of the ancient bell. It blasted toward him. This was a compelling and mystical method of the Dali Academy, which could make the spirit will power materialize. Dali Academy was built by Emperor of Dali, according to the specifications of the Imperial Advisor, and contained many mysterious and compelling methods. Dongchun was the first person of the younger generations of Dali Academy, so he cultivated many great and powerful abilities. Di Hao continued moving forward, and the bell kept ringing. The invisible storm turned into bell rings that continued to attack Dongchun. At this moment, Dongchun's fingers stretched out, and above the 5 fingers of his right hand, radiant and mysterious brilliance encircled them. At the moment the half-shadows of the ancient bell attacked, his fingers pressed down toward the front, and there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of fingers of catastrophe that reached out, blasting upon the ancient bell and destroyed it into smithereens. But at this point, Di Hao's aura had already elevated to an extremely dominant level. Both of his hands stretched out, and suddenly, there was a large sacred tripod, hundreds of meters high, that appeared behind him. The sacred tripod rotated, and there was a crushing atmosphere appearing above the firmament. On the area above the forum platform, many tripods appeared at the same time, suspended in midair. It was as if they were all controlled by Di Hao. The tripods spun at the same time, gathering a terrifying storm of suppression. From those tripods, images of the dragon and elephant could be faintly detected. Its might suffocated the sky, and everything was on the verge of being flattened and overruled. Tripod of dragon and elephant. The cultivators of Dali Academy looked up. It was yet another aggressive attack. The tripod in itself was a symbol of suppression. Most cultivators who cultivated in the method of tripods were experts at suppression rules power. And the tripod of dragon and elephant was the most excellent method among them. The tripod integrated the power of the dragon and elephant and could even suppress the great path. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy and Daily Mountain felt that their feet were floating. Those whose cultivation was weaker felt their legs slightly trembling. Even if they were not located below, they still felt oppressed and had difficulty breathing. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy had a look of unease on their faces. Di Hao's strength was simply beyond imagination. Was this the might of the way that someone in the sage plane could release? It was just like the might of the divine path. Dongchun was just underneath the might, and the pressure he felt was naturally the strongest. The radiance on his body was still brilliant, and the thousands of fingers of catastrophe pointed to attack the invisible ancient bell of the great path. But at this moment, the bell and the tripod both hummed. The bell shattered the souls of men, annihilating the divine spirit. The tripod crushed everything, oppressed the physical body. The tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed the great path. Both of Dong Chen's hands made the mudra, and suddenly, there was a crisp clinking sound from his body. There was a terrible radiance shining upon him. And suddenly the battle form of Vajra appeared, which grew larger and larger, reaching as high as hundreds of meters, just like the battle form of the Great Path. Moreover, the battle form of Vajra gave birth to many arms, and the will of the Great Path flowed, and all the arms simultaneously struck. The immense palms contained horrific mudra method. The elders of the Dali Academy nodded slightly. Dong Chun was the premier disciple below Saint Plain in the Dali Academy. Now he combined the battle form of will and two other magical means to create a perfect blend of power. Exploding amazing power. Dong Chun, whose comprehension of the cultivation had always been strong, so he could understand the true meaning within. The tripod of dragon and elephant dropped down and wiped out everything. The great palm of Vajra blasted upon it, and caused a violent hurricane. The clothes of those who were around watching the battle had fluttered uncontrollably, and the might of the path blasting toward them. Those sages whose realm were lower were blasted backward, and it was difficult for them to remain standing. Dong! Di Hao was still moving forward, and the bell rings shook the sky. The tripod of dragon and elephant, like a divine tripod with golden rays, came out of it, just like the light of the great path directed toward Dong Chun. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to perceive just how strong the oppressive force that Dong Chun was enduring. That immense and incomparable Vajra battle form seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Dong! A loud bang, and numerous lines of light appeared on Dong Chen's battle form, extending along the battle form toward the arms. Above the sky, numerous arms blasted out at the same time, creating an extremely brilliant golden pattern from which endless brilliance exuded, and collided with the light from the divine tripod. The two forces were jousting with one another. Di Hao stretched out both of his hands, his robe fluttered, and a mighty aura bloomed from him, which then turned extremely sharp. With his body as the center, there was a sudden storm of sword will, and behind him a glorious golden sword appeared. He is also good at swordsmanship? Everyone looked on with shock. Di Hao had already released 3 major life spirits. All of them were martial spirits. Bell, tripod, sword. At the moment, he stood on the forum platform like the king of the divine soldiers. When the sword will was whistling, the infinite sword will once again gathered in front of him. Under the gaze of everyone, the sword of Kasyapa that was previously used by 7 sins was once again manifesting. Sword of Kasyapa. Di Hao knows it too. Many disciples of the younger generation were trembling in their hearts and extremely shocked. Moreover, the sword of Kasyapa from Di Hao was even stronger than that of the 7 sins. Many people showed a look of curiosity. Everyone had thought the battle of the swordsmanship had ended, but no one expected Di Hao was also good at the sword. However, the sword spirit was only one of Di Hao's life spirits, of which he had 3 major ones, and each one of them was extremely aggressive. If Yi Fuqin claimed that his previous fight with 7 sins, there were flaws with 7 sins, then Di Hao was undoubtedly perfect without any faults. The bell rings suppressed the spiritual willpower, the tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed all things, and now with the rebirth of the swordsmanship, how tyrannical was this strength? The people of Daily Mountain appeared calm without any look of surprise. Naturally, they knew how strong Di Hao was. Even 7 sins was observing the battle calmly. His own strength was already incredibly strong. There were few rivals below the Saint Plain who could be his equal, and in the entire Dali Imperial City there were hardly anyone who could counter him. This was why he could defeat number 2 of the Dali Academy, Zhuozong, with overwhelming advantage. However, Di Hao was someone that he admired greatly, and was also someone that he felt he could never surpass. With Di Hao around, everyone else could only fight for the second spot. Although he was very strong, if he had fought with Di Hao, he would be defeated very badly. Whether it was from the beginning or allowing him to release the sword of the peak, he would be crushed either way. There was no need to stop him from gathering the sword of Kasyapa as the 7th swordsman had done. Imperial advisor, Dong Chan seemed to be under great pressure. Li Sun said to the man next to him, "I had no idea that uncle had adopted such a powerful godson." The imperial advisor of Dali looked at the battlefield quietly. The strength of Di Hao was indeed at the apex below Saint Plain. Such ability was nearly invincible. Swords of Cassiopeia now gathered and manifested. Unlike Seven Sins, Di Hao could gather multiple swords of Cassiopeia, and in an instant the swords whistled in the sky. The bell was still ringing, and the tripod of dragon and elephant was still in a deadlock with Dong Chun. And with such terrifying swordsmanship suppressing, it could only be imagined just how much pressure Dong Chun was facing. Dong! A loud bang, and the many arms of Dong Chun were unleashed at the same time, and the currents upon his body were extremely aggressive. He then went in the direction of Di Hao. Not only did he not retreat, but instead he headed toward the other. Go! Di Hao's fingers pointed toward the front, and the sword of Cassiopeia penetrated the void, reaching the limit of speed. Buzz! At this moment there were many afterimages appeared in front, and they were all images of Dong Chun, and these images seemed to be as real as could be. The swords of Cassiopeia whizzed by, and all the afterimages were shattered, and yet other images were constantly condensing and appear, and seemed to be increasing. Not only that, but above these condensing illusions, there was also an extremely powerful spiritual will. Di Hao actually felt threatened. Suddenly the tripod of dragon and elephant flew back, and appeared in the area above him. The vastness of the might descended. He continued to move forward, and the bell and the tripod sounded at the same time. His palms pushed out, and the swords of Cassiopeia that were whistling suddenly ran through the void, and madly slaughtered in the space, wanting to smash and pulverize the space, and destroy all the images of Dong Chun. Above the sword of Cassiopeia, there was a great murderous intent hidden within. This was the powerful murderous will that Di Hao had refined from his experience on the battlefield. Dong! The Vajra battle form exploded from an afterimage, blocking the sword will that was madly attacking. At the same moment, the battle form rushed forward and directly oppressing Di Hao's true location. Di Hao showed no fear. The tripod of dragon and elephant descended from the sky, destroyed everything, and blasted toward the battle form. The many arms of the battle form raised up to support the tripod of dragon and elephant. Dong Chen's body carried the radiant glory with him as he moved forward. He was surrounded by a sacred light, as if it was not below the Saint Plain any longer, but had already entered the presence of the divine path. Di Hao's hands closed together, and the swordsmanship surrounding him hummed together. The sword of Cassiopeia broke through from the sky. With the body of Dong Chun as the center, it was attacking instantly, fast as can be. Many disciples of the Dali Academy clenched their fists tightly, and revealed a look of worry on their faces. At this moment, the sword of Cassiopeia and millions of sword will came together, shattering the void, and was completely indefensible. But Dong Chun did not pay any attention to it and just continued moving forward. When the sword came for the attack, it passed through his body. Just as the sword about to descend on Dong Chun, it stopped abruptly. The glory on Dong Chun shrouded the space within it. The sword screamed wildly, and Di Hao stepped forward again. His fingers extended, continued the command for the sword to attack. A loud sound was heard, and in this moment, Dong Chen's body split once again, producing bodies outside of bodies, colliding directly with the swords of Cassiopeia, and was crushed by the swords. Buzz! The might of Great Path descended in front of Di Hao, and a phantom image penetrated the attack of swordsmanship and came in front of Di Hao. Dong Chen's body seemed to be unreal. His fingers pressed down toward Di Hao, who was in front. In an instant, heaven and earth were suffocated. Everything seemed to be at a standstill, with only this one finger existing. When this one finger went down, the Great Path descended, and Di Hao only felt that his soul was going to be broken. He knew that Dong Chen's strongest attacking technique was the God Destroyer. The powerful spiritual will that he released was shattered. The invisible force enveloped his body and seemed to take apart his soul. Dong! A glorious ancient bell surrounded his body, as if it was one with his body, and like Dong Chun, one of his fingers also pointed forward. With this finger, the heaven and earth resonated. The Great Path connected, sharper than sword, and contained supreme way of suppression. The fingers of the two men collided together, and suddenly formed an atmosphere of total destruction. The flesh and the spiritual will seem to be crushed. Bell, tripod, and the sword all hummed, intending to shatter the great path. Boom! A loud bang, the light of destruction swept out, and the people only saw the two bodies were shocked backward at the same time. Di Hao retreated unsteadily and let out a groan. Dong Chen's body flew backwards. It seemed that there was a murderous sword will that penetrated the body, and inside the body there came a roaring sound. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale. Dong Chun, defeated. The hearts of the people trembled. Dong Chun, the first person below the Saint Plane from Dali Academy, was defeated. Di Hao of Daily Mountain, godson of King Tiandao, the first person below Saint Plane in Dali Dynasty. Much obliged. Di Hao put his hands together and bowed. His clothes fluttered, as he said to Dong Chun. Although he had won, but he still respected Dong Chen's strength. Dong Chun also saluted, then retired without say anything more. Defeat was defeat. In this battle he had shouldered great responsibility, but he still lost. Daily Mountain came to seek the way, and triumphed over the first holy land of cultivation in Dali Dynasty, the Dali Academy. After the shock, many people looked at the Imperial Advisor, only to see him sitting there looking casual, and no one had any idea what he was thinking. This battle can be said to be the battle of the peaks below Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City. Di Hao took a few steps forward, looking at the Imperial Advisor of Dali, and bowed gently, saying, "I heard that the Imperial Advisor wanted to take on apprentices, so I came from Daily Mountain asked to be instructed by the Dali Academy. I would like to be accepted under the Imperial Advisor as an apprentice." When Di Hao finished speaking, everyone was stupefied in a moment. Dong Chun came to the Dali Imperial City when the Imperial Advisor had wanted to accept disciples, and everyone thought that Dong Chun would become a disciple of the Imperial Advisor. In the eyes of many, Di Hao's arrival was undoubtedly to provoke trouble. But at this moment, Di Hao claimed that he had come to Dali Dynasty to seek the way, and that he wanted to be the apprentice of the Imperial Advisor to continue to cultivate. How could the people not be shocked? Dong Chun was even more pale, but he sighed. He was defeated and had no qualification whatsoever to apprentice under the Imperial Advisor. Once again everyone looked to the Imperial Advisor. As the first person below Saint Plain, Di Hao had requested to be his apprentice. Would the Imperial Advisor agree? The Imperial Advisor of Dai was also surprised by Di Hao's request, but he soon recovered. Obviously, this was also not unexpected. There were many cultivators in Dali Academy, but at that moment they were all quiet, and most of them were looking at the Imperial Advisor and Di Hao. No one had expected this to happen. The disciples of Dali Academy were all in extremely low spirits. After all, they had lost terribly as Daily Mountain came to seek the path. Although they had won the first battle of lower-level sages, after the seven sins had come forward, it had seemed that that battle had only happened for the purpose of educating Guangxiao. He had used the sword of Cassiopeia to defeat Zuozong. Next, Di Hao had defeated Dong Chun and had asked to be taken as the disciple of the headmaster of Dali Academy, the Imperial Advisor of the Dali Dynasty. This was naturally hard to bear for the disciples of Dali Academy. However, Di Hao had wanted to be taken as a disciple and had let everybody know it. Even though Dali Academy, which he founded, had been defeated, he was still second only to Emperor Li. Why else would King Tiandao have sent his adopted son to be trained by him? No matter what their goal was, this was a recognition of the Imperial Advisor's power and position. The Imperial Advisor looked up at Di Hao and asked him, "If you want to become my disciple, you must tell me, why do you seek the path?" Di Hao stared at him. His adopted father, King Tiandao, had once told him that he looked at the Imperial Advisor as an opponent, but at the same time he still respected him greatly. That was because people of talent appreciated each other. Thus, he had sent him to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple, learning from him and seeking the path with him. That was why he had come here for today's battle. "I seek the path to be able to sweep over the battlefield and plan victory from 1,000 miles away, to be able to protect the Dali Dynasty from within, and sweep away all external threats, and make the Dali Dynasty prosperous," said Di Hao. All the people of Daily Mountain had trained in the army, and so his thoughts were naturally those of a soldier. He wanted to conquer the world, sweep away all threats, and seize resources of the Great Path. Oh! The Imperial Advisor nodded slightly, then looked away. Dihao felt himself relax quite a bit. Before, when the Imperial Advisor had been looking at him, he had felt like he was under a lot of pressure. Under that pressure, if he had spoken insincerely, the Imperial Advisor would have perceived it. As for whether or not the Imperial Advisor was satisfied with what he had said, he did not know. The Imperial Advisor had cultivated himself so highly that he could see right through him, but he could not see through to the Imperial Advisor's thoughts. Dong Chun, called the Imperial Advisor. Dong Chun suddenly stepped forward. Headmaster, he said. The Imperial Advisor was also the headmaster of Dali Academy, and so there was nothing improper about calling him headmaster there. Lift your head, said the Imperial Advisor. Dong Chun lifted his head, and in that instant, felt the same thing that Dihao had, an invisible pressure. Those deep and wise eyes seemed to pierce right through him, looking into his very soul. Even if he was not purposely putting pressure on him, the force that Dongchen felt was still great. When one had cultivated to the peak of the saint level, if he willed it, his every move would be like the authority of heaven. And you? Why do you seek the path? Asked the Imperial Advisor. When they heard what the Imperial Advisor said, the disciples of Dali Academy had hope once again. When choosing a disciple, he would not just rely on talent and power. Perhaps Dongchen still had hope. I seek the path to seek knowledge. I want to see great things and be like you, teaching the path to the people of the Dali dynasty to increase their levels of cultivation, said Dongchen with a bow. The Imperial Advisor was an idol to the students of Dali Academy, and they worshipped him. Even Dongchen, the number 1 junior at the academy, was the same. His respect and worship for the Imperial Advisor were no less than anyone else's. Thus, Dongchen's goal was everything that the Imperial Advisor had now. He wanted to become like the Imperial Advisor, and so he took him as a model. Oh! The Imperial Advisor nodded again, just like with Dihao. No one could see if he was pleased or displeased, or which one of them he favored. Everyone felt a bit uneasy as they saw the Imperial Advisor turn his gaze and look into the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell upon Yifutian. He said, "Seventh Swordsman, Lu Chuan has praised you highly, and Sword Mountain has come for you. Why is it that you seek the path of swordsmanship?" A shocked look came over everyone's faces as they heard this. The Imperial Advisor was questioning Seventh Swordsman. Could it be that he was considering him as well? Yifutian looked up at the Imperial Advisor and then stepped forward. The Imperial Advisor looked at him, and suddenly he had the same feeling that Dongchen and Dihao had had. I seek the path of swordsmanship to reach the highest level of swordsmanship, Master, answered Yifutian. He avoided the Imperial Advisor's gaze, keeping his head down. The Imperial Advisor kept looking at him, then said calmly, Look up at me. You seek the path only to improve your swordsmanship. It seemed that he knew Yifutian had not spoken the truth. Yifutian could only look up into the Imperial Advisor's eyes. He had a feeling that if he spoke falsely, the Imperial Advisor would see through him. At that moment, Yifutian thought of his cultivation, not just his swordsmanship. Why did he seek the path? The incident at Donghai, the unstable situation at Nandu, the chaos at East Baron College, the disaster of the Baron State. As he thought of this, Yifutian's heart was like still water. He looked at the Imperial Advisor and said, When I was young, I was often bullied, and thus I put my whole heart towards cultivating. You asked me why I seek the path. I do so that one day I can be carefree and happy. And on that day, even if I don't cultivate, I will still have the right to choose freely. Everyone looked at Yifutian. It seemed that Seventh Swordsman also had this side to him. Of course, this also appeared to be the wish of the vast majority of common cultivators. The people of this world all face a difficult choice. Having the right to choose freely is not easy at all, and if you don't cultivate, then even if you don't try to get involved in the affairs of the world, you might still be affected, said the Imperial Advisor. Your requirements are a bit high. Yifutian nodded. That is indeed the way it is, and that is why the only option is to seek the path. He did not speak of the path of swordsmanship, he just talked about the path openly and honestly. Di Hao and Dong Chun both care about the cultivation of all the people in the world. But when you seek the path, you do it only for yourself, said the imperial advisor. Man first loves himself, then may he love others. He first establishes himself, then he may talk about doing good for humanity, answered Yi Futian. Is this the boundary that you are cultivating towards? The imperial advisor seemed a bit interested as he continued to ask Yi Futian questions. Yi Futian thought of Mr. Du's wishes and thought of his path of cultivation so far. He looked at the imperial advisor and said, "The great path knows no boundaries." The imperial advisor nodded and said nothing. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, "What you have said is quite interesting, seventh swordsman. The poor think only of themselves, while the distinguished work for the good of the whole world. No? And as for the great path having no boundaries, the whole world is bounded. How can there be no boundaries? What you have said is so, your majesty. I was speaking foolishly." Yi Futian would naturally not contradict him. He was an imperial prince. They were on entirely different levels. To each their own. What you said was not foolish. In fact, I think it was very interesting, said Li Sun with a smile. Who will you choose as your disciple, imperial advisor? Today, the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty would choose a disciple to teach personally. He was very curious, would it be Di Hao or would he still select Chen Dong? Dong Chun was the one that most people had expected him to choose, and his ideals were well suited to everything that the imperial advisor had done up till now. Of course, Di Hao had defeated Dong Chun and had actively asked to be accepted as a disciple. His goals for cultivation took different roads to the same place with Dong Chen's. There was not a huge difference in their characters. As for Yi Futian, people generally thought that he was best suited for Sword Mountain. Pursuing the path of swordsmanship comfortably and naturally was their way. I will announce my choice in 3 days, said the imperial advisor. Everyone looked surprised. He had originally intended to choose his disciple today, and yet he had pushed the time back 3 days. Could it be that he was hesitating? But no one dared to question the imperial advisor's decision. Excellent. Your disciple will one day be at the top of the Dali dynasty. You should indeed take your time to choose, said Li Sun with a nod. Thank you for coming here today, everyone. If you wish to stay here at Dali Academy as a guest, you may do so as you please, said the imperial advisor with a bow. Then he walked over to Li Sun and the others and said, Your Highness, let's leave it here for today, said Li Sun with a bow. They said their farewells and dispersed. The people from Daily Mountain also gradually left, and the shadow-bearing sword saint walked over to Yi Futian. Elder, said Yi Futian, bowing. You won't go with me to Sword Mountain? Asked the shadow-bearing sword saint. You said that if I won, I wouldn't have to go, said Yi Futian. If he was cultivating at Sword Mountain, how could he kill Liao? It would be difficult to find a chance. He had to stay in Dali Imperial City, and given his performance today, someone would undoubtedly come to find him. Fine, said the shadow-bearing sword saint with a nod. It will be good for you to stay in the city and cultivate. You will certainly have a good future. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, said Yi Futian with a bow. The cultivators from Sword Mountain left. Jian Wu gave him a final look. You're going to refuse him? Liu asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, Let's go. And on saying so, they left. The people who had attended the sparring session at Dali Academy quickly scattered throughout the city. Di Hao's fame was like the sun at noon. He had defeated Dong Chun and had earned the reputation of being the best cultivator under the saint level. And he had asked to be the imperial advisor's disciple. At the same time, Seventh Swordsman's name was also resonating throughout the city. He had defeated Jian Wu of Sword Mountain. If it hadn't been for Di Hao, Seventh Swordsman probably would have become the most shocking figure of the day. Many people were speculating about who the imperial advisor would choose as a disciple. Di Hao or Dong Chun? The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, as many people kept speculating. On that day, Yi Futian was cultivating as usual. It was just like he had said, all that was left before him was the divine path. "Is Master Seventh Swordsman here?" came a voice from outside his residence. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said, "Who is it?" "The household of Marquis Qingyi has come to pay a visit," came the voice. It seemed to be someone whom the Dali dynasty had made a marquis. "Please come in," said Yi Futian. A group of people walked in. They walked up towards him, and an old man at the front smiled and bowed to him. "I am always hearing the name Seventh Swordsman. Your swordsmanship is unmatched. You are truly a dragon among men." He was extremely familiar and friendly. A maid came up behind him holding a brocade box. It seemed that they had brought a gift. "You are too kind, but to what do I owe the pleasure?" said Yi Futian with a bow. There was another extremely beautiful woman beside the old man. She was slim and graceful, fair and lovely. "My daughter loves swordsmanship, and when she heard of you, she wanted to come see you. I'm sorry that we had to bother you, so we brought some gifts to congratulate you on your victory," said the old man with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the woman beside him and saw that the shy look in her eyes made her even more delicate and charming. Yi Futian was stunned. With this kind of expression, how could Yi Futian not understand what his visitor meant? It was just that he did not know why a marquis show him such goodwill. Where did his appreciation for him come from? "The Shui family of Dali Imperial City has come to visit. Is Master Seventh Swordsman here?" came another voice from outside. Yi Futian was stunned, then said, "Please come in." He then watched as another group of people walked into his residence. They came up to him and said, "Congratulations, Master Seventh Swordsman. The household of Marquis Yang has come to greet you. The Lin family has come to greet you." Voice after voice came from outside. Yi Futian invited them all in one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, his residence was full of people. And everyone who had come were people of status. Among them, many of the families had brought their family beauties along with them. All of them were lovely and elegant women, so beautiful as to make fish sink and birds alight. They were a feast for the eyes, and Yi Futian's eyes feasted on them, but it was all a little awkward. Could it be Master Seventh Swordsman? At that moment, another beautiful figure flashed over. Li Yu and Li Yang had come directly to him. They were familiar with each other, so they did not need to be announced. "Greetings, my princess." Everyone bowed when they saw them. Although King Li was the absolute master of the lower worlds, his influence was quite weak in the upper worlds. But he was after all one of the four kings. Yi Futian looked up at the two of them and saw that both of them looked rather excited. They descended before him, and Li took a step forward, coming right up to him. "Master Seventh Swordsman," she said, "there is news from the Imperial Advisor's household. He has chosen you." In her excitement, Li Yu was leaning very close to Yi Futian. He suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance she was wearing. Seeming to see the strange look on Yi Futian's face, Li Yu suddenly realized how close the two of them were. She blushed and took a step back, but there was still excitement in her beautiful eyes. Everyone had thought that the person that the Imperial Advisor chose would be either Di Hao or Dong Chun, but new information had come from the Imperial Advisor's household. The Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty would take Seventh Swordsman as his disciple. Everyone had been waiting for news from the Imperial Advisor for the past few days, and once it came out they were instantly in motion. That was why they had all come here so fast, and why everything that had taken place here at his residence had happened. The greatest swordsman of his generation had been recognized by the Imperial Advisor, and sent to be his disciple. His future path was hard to predict, but at the very least they could come to get to know him and congratulate him. There was nothing wrong with maintaining friendly relations with him, and if Yi Futian noticed the beautiful women in their families, that was even better. Seventh Swordsman was still young and extremely talented. His swordsmanship was unmatched, and he was also very handsome. This kind of man was extremely rare. The disciple of the Imperial Advisor could even seek to marry a princess, and Emperor Li would not refuse him. Given what had happened in his residence, Li Yu's news was not unexpected. nor did it surprise him too much. In reality, he did not want to become the imperial advisor's disciple. When the imperial advisor had questioned him on that day, he had felt a strong sense of pressure and alertness. And Xianxia had once reminded him that at the imperial advisor's side he would be under even greater threat. Of course, his status would also be very high, and he could come into direct contact with Liao. What does that expression mean? Liu saw Yifutian's aloof and unconcerned look and could not help but purse her lips. The imperial advisor had chosen him as his personal disciple, and he did not even look a little bit excited? Previously, the shadow-bearing sword saint had invited him to come to Sword Mountain to cultivate. But that was only Sword Mountain, and the master of Sword Mountain had not promised to take Yifutian as a disciple. However, now the imperial advisor did want to take him as a disciple. The two things could not even be mentioned in the same sentence. And moreover, even the master of Sword Mountain was of lower status than the imperial advisor. He was lower only than Emperor Li himself. What expression should I have? Asked Yifutian. Liu said nothing to him. Her excitement seemed to have been ruined by his cold blood, and she just stared at him. At that moment there was another voice from the sky as another mighty group of figures came. They descended into his residence, and at their head was the imperial advisor's disciple Lu Chuan. Some of those who had come with him were members of the imperial family. For example, the prince of the Dali dynasty, Liao, was there as well. Seventh swordsman, called Lu Chuan as he walked towards Yifutian. My master is willing to take you as his disciple, and would like to ask your opinion on the matter. Are you willing? Lu Chuan spoke directly and frankly. Yifutian looked at everyone around him. With the imperial advisor's position within the Dali dynasty, he had even been able to send Liao as part of the group inviting Yifutian. Under this situation, if he refused, he would have no chance to get close to the Dali dynasty. Liao would also get farther away. I am willing to enter the imperial advisor's household, said Yifutian. Perhaps the threat was greater, but entering the imperial advisor's household to cultivate would bring him closer to Liao, and thus his chance of killing Liao would become greater. Liu let out a big breath when she heard Yifutian's answer, as if she had finally relaxed. She had truly feared that Yifutian might refuse. In the Dali dynasty, no one refused to enter the imperial advisor's household. Even Di Hao had requested to join him after defeating Dong Chun. But Liu could not get a handle on Yifutian. The guy was a mystery, but now he had finally accepted. From now on you may call me brother, said Lu Chuan with a smile. Brother Lu Chuan, Yifutian called out with a smile. He had stepped into his role quickly. Everyone in his residence bowed. Congratulations, seventh swordsman. From this day forward, there would be another hero in the Dali dynasty. Seventh swordsman. At that moment, Liao walked forward as well and said, Congratulations. Greetings, your highness, said Yifutian with a slight bow. No need to be so polite. I am also a disciple of the imperial advisor. I may not be personally taught by him, but from now on I will still call you brother. You can call me Liao or brother. Liao seemed very polite. Your highness, I wouldn't dare be so improper, said Yifutian, taking a step away from him. Don't worry about it. You'll soon get used to it, said Liao with a smile. He seemed very easy to get along with. Seeing Liao's attitude, Yifutian relaxed a little. This way, he would not have to fear not getting his chance. The danger was greater, but it seemed that it was worth it. If he entered the imperial advisor's household, he would have a chance to kill Liao in the future. Of course, at this point he could not reveal even a little bit of his hostility. Let us all go to the imperial advisor's residence together, said Lu Chuan. Yifutian nodded, and the group of them left together. As they were leaving his residence, he saw several people appear there. In the distance there were people watching him, which made everyone stop. What are you doing, Li Xian? Said Liao. Li Xian bowed to Liao, then said, Your Highness, I only came to ask Mr. Lu Chuan, why did the imperial advisor choose seventh swordsman? Does my master need to explain his choice of disciple to you? Asked Lu Chuan. How can I dare question his choice of disciple? It's just that several days ago this man held a sword to my throat, and now the Imperial Advisor has taken him as a disciple. I'm a little hurt by that, said Li Xian. So? Said Lu Chuan. It's nothing. I'm just a little hurt by it, said Li Xian with a smile. Then he stepped back. Don't try to stir up trouble, said Li Yao to Li Xian. They all ignored Li Xian then, and looked ahead of them. Up there, a group of figures were standing proudly with powerful auras. These were the cultivators of Daily Mountain, and the youth standing at their head was Di Hao. At that moment countless people were already gathered in the area. After the news had come out from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the people had flowed here like water. The whole city had been shaken. The Imperial Advisor had not chosen Dong Chun of Dali Academy, nor had he chosen Di Hao, the most powerful figure under the saint level. Instead, he had chosen Seventh Swordsman. No one knew what the Imperial Advisor was thinking, and they were all curious. They did not know why the Imperial Advisor had done this, and at the same time they wanted to see what kind of person Seventh Swordsman was. Now they saw that he was incredibly handsome and extremely heroic looking. But now, Di Hao, who had defeated Dong Chun and claimed the title of the most powerful person below the saint level, was there, standing in front of Yi Futian. The Imperial Advisor did not choose the defeated Dong Chun, but he also did not choose brother Di Hao. Was it because he comes from Daily Mountain? Is that why he chose him? The seven sins stood beside Di Hao with sharp eyes as they stared at Yi Futian. My master had his own reasons for making his choice. Does he have to explain them to you? Lu Chuan frowned. This was the second time he had been questioned, and so his tone was a bit colder. No matter if they were from the Prince Regent's household or Daily Mountain, they had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decisions, especially not who he chose as a disciple. Do not be so rash, Seven Sins, said Di Hao. The Seven Sins' eyes were sharp, and sword were wrapped around them as they stared forward. Di Hao took a few steps forward and said, Since the Imperial Advisor has made his choice, there is nothing that I can say. Today I am returning to Daily Mountain to cultivate. Before that, I would like to teach the Imperial Advisor's chosen disciple a lesson. Sword will swirled around him and his majestic aura swept out. He stared straight ahead at Yi Futian and said, I am Di Hao of Daily Mountain. Show me what you've got. As he said this, the hubbub around them subsided, and all was silent. Di Hao was arrogant without question. He had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decision, but before he left the city, he would stand before the one the Imperial Advisor had chosen to be his disciple. At least he would leave something behind before he left. Countless gazes fell upon Yi Futian. Did he dare to accept the challenge? 3 days ago, Di Hao had defeated Dong Chun. Everyone thought that Daily Mountain meant to shame the Imperial Advisor, but afterwards Di Hao had asked to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. But now it was different. The Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. If Di Hao defeated him or even crushed him absolutely, that would probably be quite embarrassing for the Imperial Advisor. This Di Hao had some anger in his heart. That was why he had come here to stand before Yi Futian. Di Hao was the only one who was angry. All of the people from Daily Mountain were. If the Imperial Advisor had chosen Dong Chun as his disciple, even though Di Hao had defeated him, they could still accept this. After all, Dong Chun was the Imperial Advisor's man. Di Hao would have left quietly. But the Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. Yi Futian looked at Di Hao and was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and said, I am Seventh Swordsman. Show me what you've got. Yi Futian's body had sword while circling him as soon as he finished talking. He turned his eyes at Di Hao, looking calm and without a hint of irritation. So the students of Daily Mountain are unable to sit well with the Imperial Advisor taking me in as his student. Futian thought. Well then, we'll have to fight it out. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Yi Futian shot to the sky like a sword. It was not Dali Academy, and there was no battle platform. As such, there was no need for restraints, and one could have fought in the sky to their heart's content. There was not even any need to suppress one's power. Di Hao looked up slightly after seeing what Yi Futian was doing. He stepped out and took to the air as well. The sound of the bell resounded with a big dong, shaking the eardrums of those below. Yifutian felt his brain being shaken. A formless sound wave swept past and invaded his spiritual will right away. It was an overpowering move that caused his mind to be rattled. It was a sound wave attack of the Great Path, one which had no form. Yifutian did not stop, but continued flying upwards instead, shooting into the clouds. Dihao pursued him, and both of them were flying at blitzing speeds. All three of Dihao's life spirits, the sword, the cauldron, and the bell, appeared. Super-powerful will of the Great Path swept through the air. He stepped in the midair, and the sound of the bell resounded throughout the sky, covering all of their surroundings. Formless ancient bells appeared around Yifutian and bombarded him with the undying sound of the bell. Yifutian's pupils turned extremely demonic. It was as if his eyes were able to see through everything. The formless bells were unable to escape his eyes. A sword appeared in his hand, and lightning storms rained down from above, which were fused with his sword like the calamity of the world. Attack! Yifutian lashed out with his sword. Dong! The sound of the bells rang throughout the air as the bells exploded and crumbled one after another. Boom! The cauldron behind Dihao grew in a frenzy to hundreds of meters tall, raining down, suppressing the will of the Great Path. Their surroundings resonated with his power as one cauldron after another came into being, sealing the space that Yifutian occupied right away. Extremely dazzling light was seen coursing all over Yifutian's body. Sword aura howled and circled about him. One heavy sword after another appeared, and every single one of them emanated terrifying power. The sword spirit appeared before him dazzlingly. He held it with both hands, and boundless sword will flowed about, fusing into the sword spirit and transforming it into a 100-meter-tall sword that weighed thousands of pounds. Down, Dihao said coldly. The cauldrons dived and pressed onto Yifutian like the might of the heavens. Yifutian burst with sword will, and the heavy swords shot up to the sky, clashing with the cauldrons. Loud rumbling noises that shook the heavens were heard. Dihao stepped out, and the bells rang in unison. That cauldron shot up and came right above Yifutian. Boundless light of the Great Path rained down on Yifutian. Countless shadows of the cauldron came down as well, making the space stifling. Yifutian swung his hand about, and the heavy swords hovered in midair, letting out high-pitched ringing sounds. He shot out with his hand and clapped on the heavy sword. One shadow of the heavy sword after another shot up, clashing with the cauldrons that were raining down. At the same time, Yifutian pushed the heavy sword while he streaked forward, mowing down everything that was standing in his way. The 100-meter-tall gigantic sword pressed forward with immense might, bombarding the cauldron spirit. It burst with extremely dazzling glimmer, as devastating might of the Great Path washed all over the sky. Dihao looked at the one who attacked his cauldron spirit with a sword and continued to move forward. Sword will howled behind him, and the swords of Cassiopeia coalesced, pulsing with light out to tear everything apart. The swords rang loudly as they were being pointed at Yifutian. Yifutian stepped out, and the air trembled. His aura was towering as he clapped the gigantic sword before him. Power from within his body burst, and the cauldron spirit was thrown far away with a loud boom. Go! Dihao uttered a single word. The swords of Cassiopeia shot through the skies as they spun, tearing through the space at great speed, arriving right before his opponent. Yifutian stepped into the air at almost the same moment, throwing out his sword right before him. A terrifying screen appeared in front of that heavy sword in an instant, ramming straight at the sword of Cassiopeia but unable to penetrate it. The light of stars dazzled on the screen, protecting Yifutian behind it. Dihao's expression was cold. He stepped once again, pointing with his finger, coalescing even more swords forward. The cauldron in the air was dropped yet again. Yifutian did not bother with that falling cauldron. He stepped forward once again, wrapping up the swords of Cassiopeia as he pressed on. His power of the swords becoming even more frightening as he streaked through the air. Boundless light of the sword from Yifutian flowed into that gigantic sword before him. He eventually slapped with both of his hands, and with a loud boom, The gigantic sword shattered the swords of Cassiopeia, ramming a head straight at Di Hao. Di Hao shot up and evaded the attack in an instant, but Yi Futian did not bother with it. He stepped forward and held the sword with both hands, flipping his entire body behind. He gathered overwhelming strength and swung the sword out with massive force. He melded extremely overbearing power from his whole being into that chop within that very instant. The enormous golden cauldron spirit came at him again as the heavy sword was swung. Clang! A terrifying rumble was heard, and the cauldron spirit rattled violently. Di Hao grunted midair. He extended his hand and summoned the cauldron back to the air. Yi Futian stepped forward and spun, throwing out another chop with the heavy sword. Clang! Yet another rumble was heard as the cauldron spirit was pinned down. Its sound resounded throughout the space as it kept rattling. Di Hao's face was rather ashen. That was his life spirit. Furthermore, the power of the sword around Yi Futian was still growing. Sword will continue to course about Di Hao's body. The sword of Cassiopeia was circling around him before shooting down through the air, heading straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped around in the air and brought his sword down again. So long Di Hao refused to come down, Yi Futian would make do with pummeling his life spirits. Di Hao descended. Endless killing swords shot through the air, intending to kill Yi Futian. However, when Yi Futian brought his heavy sword down, the entire space seemed to have been placed in a lockdown. That sword is not sharp at all, but it brought with it boundless heft. Boom! Despite his formidable powers, Di Hao was thrown off by the attack. The swords of raging storms manifested around Yi Futian and flew straight at Di Hao, who looked troubled as he pointed forward, sword spirit in hand, intending to mow everything down. At that moment, Yi Futian streaked through the air and brought the heavy sword down from above. Di Hao disappeared from where he stood, turning into a beam of dazzling light. However, Yi Futian disappeared alongside him after having him targeted. That sword attack moved along the space with Yi Futian, heading straight for Di Hao, just like that attack that he swung at Seven Sins 3 days ago, ignoring the movements in space altogether. Di Hao was brought down by the attack from above. His body dropped to the ground in a straight line. Yi Futian did not stop right there. He took one step and dove down. However, the heavy sword in his hand transformed in a heartbeat, dispersing into a sword filled with the will of the great path of space. It followed Yi Futian down. He launched yet another attack at Di Hao, tearing through the space as he went. Countless people from below looked up. They were only able to see countless beams of the sword flashing where Yi Futian was, shooting in different directions. It seemed as if there were nothing but the aura of the sword in that space. A beam of the sword flashed as it dived, making it seem as if the space was being bisected. It was as if the place was being cut down by the heavens. At the very next moment, a beam of light shot down, and with a loud boom, 2 silhouettes were found on the ground, bursting with sword aura. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. Sword will filled that space and rang. When the sword aura was dispersed, 2 silhouettes were seen. Di Hao and Yi Futian appeared clearly. In that instant, the place was dead silent without a hint of sound, other than the reverberation from wind and sword will howling. The hearts of many seemed to have stopped, and the mighty ones were ashen as they stared at the scene before them. How is this possible? The tip of Yi Futian's sword was pointed at Di Hao's throat. Di Hao's clothing was in a mess after being torn apart by the sword aura. 7th Swordsman. The faces of the spectators were filled with fright and awe. He had defeated Di Hao with his swords. The 7th Swordsman had defeated Jian Wu of the Sword Mountain 3 days ago, making his name known throughout Emperor Li's city. However, Di Hao had defeated Dongchun and became known as the most powerful person below St. Plain in all of Dali. Yet, the imperial advisor chose the 7th Swordsman to become his student instead. As such, Di Hao came there. No one expected Di Hao, who had defeated Dongchun and was known to be at the pinnacle below St. Plain in all of Dali, was defeated by the 7th Swordsman. Everything looked surreal. That is something. Liao, Lu Chuan, and the others were rather impressed. When the 7th Swordsman had defeated Jian Wu and became known as the #1 swordsman below St. Plain, he did not make any other moves after that. No one would have expected that he was more powerful than Dihao. As for Liu, she was already gasping. Her eyes were locked onto seventh swordsman, and she was utterly speechless. That swordsman from the lower worlds remained peerless even in the upper worlds. None below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty was able to win against his swords. You have a problem? Yifutian asked, his eyes locked onto Dihao. The imperial advisor decided to take Yifutian as his student, and Dihao showed up to provoke Yifutian. What do you mean by this? He thought. You think I don't deserve that? How about now? Do you have a problem? Dihao was speechless. Losers had no right to speak. He had defeated the most powerful student of the Dali Academy, Dongchun. He did not pay the seventh swordsman any heed even when Yifutian defeated the seven sins that day, as his target was Dongchun alone. No one would have expected that after defeating Dongchun, he, who was lauded as invincible below St. Plain, would have ended up being defeated by the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman did not belong to any force before, even he was chosen by the imperial advisor. So the imperial advisor's eyes were really that sharp, then? Number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty, huh? You should take my swords into consideration before claiming to be that, Yifutian said and sheathed his sword. He let go of Dihao and stepped back, before saying to Lu Chuan and the others, Let's go. Lu Chuan nodded and walked with Yifutian, passing by Dihao. Dihao remained standing where he was, as did those from Daily Mountain. All of them were speechless. Countless watched Yifutian and his party leave. Their hearts were still racing from the stunning scenes they witnessed. No one would have expected that the title of number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty had shifted to someone else so quickly. The seventh swordsman would come to be renowned throughout the world, as the personal student of the imperial advisor, and the number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali dynasty. His future became something foreseeable. No one would dare doubt how the imperial advisor chose his students. Many were impressed and came to wonder if the imperial advisor had long known that the seventh swordsman was capable of beating Dihao. Yifutian initially thought that the imperial advisor's residence would have been extremely magnificent and grand, due to its status as the residence of all who stood at such high positions in the Dali dynasty. However, when he arrived outside the place, what he saw was but a rather common manor, which was in no way magnificent nor grand. Seeing Yifutian stopping, Lu Chuan asked, Surprised? Rather surprising indeed, Yifutian said. The value of a mountain is judged not by its height, Lu Chuan said nonchalantly. The title of imperial advisor's residence was more than enough. Yifutian nodded and followed Lu Chuan into the place. Everyone else who were there to send them on the trip, including Liao and Liu, have left. The imperial advisor's residence was a private residence of the imperial advisor, with several personal students of his living within. While the place was not huge, but it was quaint and elegant nonetheless. The towers were placed in an artful manner. When Yifutian saw the imperial advisor again, he found the elder standing before a tower. That place felt clean and simple to Yifutian. Teacher, Lu Chuan called as he bowed. Yeah. The imperial advisor nodded and turned his eyes at Yifutian. Yifutian bowed and said, The seventh swordsman hereby greets you, teacher. I don't have much of any rules around here. There is no need to be bound by mundane propriety. Do you find it surprising that I have chosen you to be my student this time? The imperial advisor asked Yifutian. I'm rather surprised indeed. The seventh swordsman nodded. The people of Dali all thought that you would have either picked Dihao or Dongchun. Why did not pick me instead? He had indeed wanted to know why the imperial advisor picked him. The Dali Academy holds a forum every year to either discuss battle or the way of cultivation. After the battle between Dihao and Dongchun, I have asked all three of you about why did you seek the way. The imperial advisor spoke. Yifutian nodded. He looked rather nervous back then. At that moment, after entering the imperial advisor's residence, he actually became more relaxed. He reminded himself to be conscious of his current identity, the seventh swordsman, and forget about being Yifutian. He did not bring his enmity and vengeance with him, as it would have exposed him instead. He was already mentally prepared to play his character well when he was on the way to the imperial advisor's residence. Dong Chun and Di Hao answered in a similar manner. Both of them claimed to do so for Dali, but you sought the way more for yourself. People learn to love themselves before they learn to love others. I find that very agreeable. Faith is not something as simple as people often put it to be. When a person becomes cornered and forced to choose, faith would crumble all the same. The imperial advisor elaborated. But that shouldn't have sufficed to have you pick me as your student, Yifutian added. Of course. The imperial advisor nodded and continued. What truly cemented my decision was the line behind. The great path knows no boundaries. People learn to love themselves before they could love others. People learn to be independent before they could be of aid to others. All of that coupled with the line, the great path knows no boundaries, would have sufficed, the imperial advisor said. Yifutian looked at the middle-aged man. He never once thought that what cemented the imperial advisor's decision would have been his words back in the Dali Academy. You spoke of selfishness with the lines before, and altruism with the lines after. As such, I came to believe that if you were to become able to be independent, you would then be able to put the way that you believe in into action. The great path knows no boundaries. Yifutian was very startled to find that the imperial advisor actually came to admire that line. When the imperial advisor pinned him down with great pressure, he was unable to lie and he did not want to. He never considered becoming a student of the imperial advisor in the first place, so he answered according to what he desired instead. However, the notion of the great path knows no boundaries was apparently different from what Emperor Li's realm adhered to. The crown prince, Li Sun, said immediately after that, claiming that the world was filled with boundaries. Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm and whatnot, all of those were boundaries, and he questioned how could the great path be of no boundaries. The Battle of Empty Realm was an excellent example, as it was a culmination of the conflict between the three imperial realms. His impression of the imperial advisor of Dali had been that of a great pillar who devoted his being to make Dali dynasty strong, whose pressure overwhelmed all. He was unable to understand why someone like that would have agreed to that notion. He was indeed puzzled. How about you? I have heard that you have refused the offer to join the Sword Mountain. What changed your mind about taking up my offer? The imperial advisor asked. You are one who stands at the pinnacle of Emperor Li's realm, and you are known as the number one below His Majesty teacher. How could I have refused? Yifutian continued. Furthermore, if I were to refuse, would there be a place in Dali dynasty then? Would Li Xian come to be up to no good with me instead? If he were to refuse, none of those top-notch figures would have dared to get close to him. If the imperial advisor had not extended his invitation, there would not have been any problems, as he could have simply took other paths. You are indeed practical. So, that is to say that you don't actually want all that much to study under me then. You would have straight up challenged Di Hao otherwise. It was apparent that the imperial advisor knew that he had defeated Di Hao. Di Hao was powerful, comprehensively speaking, but his way of the sword might not have been more powerful than Jian Wu. I have already defeated Jian Wu, so I saw no reason to fight any further. And furthermore, it was like you put it, I haven't thought of studying under you before. To me, training could be carried out anywhere. Yifutian was honest with his words. None of what he said right there had been lies. You are indeed prideful. The imperial advisor smiled and said, You are now a student of mine. What do you wish to learn from me then? Yifutian looked up with pondering eyes. He was already half a saint at that moment and was indeed one step away from becoming a saint. What he lacked was comprehension of the world and the right state of mind. Powerful figures would have been of little help in teaching him more. The only way forward with his training rested on him and him alone. I'd like to read the literary collections of the Sword of Dali, Yifutian said. All right. The imperial advisor did not hesitate, nodding in agreement to his request and said, You shall head to the library of Dali Academy together with your elder brother. There are countless books on cultivation in all of Dali, so there is naturally no lack of books on swords. Browse to your heart's contents. Furthermore, since you're versed in multiple types of will of the Great Path, you could learn from the different types of methods stored there, and incorporate them in your way of the sword. I understand. Yifutian stood and bowed. There should have been many top-notch training methods found within the library of Dali Academy. Pay a visit to your elder brothers while you're on your way to the Dali Academy, the Imperial Advisor said again. Will do. Yifutian nodded again. The Imperial Advisor was the chief of Dali Academy, so it was only natural for his students to all be studying in Dali Academy. Furthermore, all of them had been from Dali Academy to begin with only Yifutian being the exception. That was probably why everyone in Dali thought the Imperial Advisor would have taken Dongchun as his student instead. You're dismissed. Lu Chuan would take you to your quarters. The Imperial Advisor said nothing else. Yes, teacher. Lu Chuan and Yifutian left together. Lu Chuan arranged for a place for Yifutian to stay in the Imperial Advisor's residence, which was in a quiet tower. Brother. Lu Chuan took out a storage ring and handed it to Yifutian. What is this? Yifutian asked. Some fragments of the ways of the sword, covering all attributes. While they might not be much, but you'd be able to train for quite some time with them to further your sword training. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I can't take this, Yifutian said. This is a gift from teacher, Lu Chuan said. Yifutian only stopped refusing and took it over. Rest earlier today. We'd head to Dali Academy tomorrow. Despite being a student of the teacher here in Imperial Advisor's residence, there is no need for you to attend to anything special. So you could just train here in peace and try to break into St. Plain as soon as possible, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Yeah. Yifutian nodded and said, Thank you, senior. This is nothing. Lu Chuan then added, A younger brother used to live here and there are some things of his still around. No need to mind them. Why would you let me stay here then? Yifutian able to somehow speculate something was going on, so he asked. He died in battle. Lu Chuan sighed. Yifutian was able to feel Lu Chuan's dejection and said, I'm sorry. He had not joined us for long and should have had a bright future ahead of him. Lu Chuan shook his head and left. We'll get the score settled at a later date. He left after he was done talking. Yifutian did not know what to think. Yuan Jin died by his hands after all. At that moment, he was arranged to stay in a place that Yuan Jin used to stay in. The Imperial Advisor and Lu Chuan. Yifutian mumbled to himself. The Imperial Advisor agreed to the notion of the Great Path knowing no boundaries. He was still unable to fathom why, but he deemed that he would have understood given time. He sat cross-legged before the tower and closed his eyes to train, finding his mind in turmoil. He had used extremely little time to get to the heart of Dali and even get in contact with Liao directly. If he were to have no sense of preservation, he could have killed Liao right there and then. With his current identity, it became convenient for him to get in contact with Liao directly. Killing him became very easy. The problem, however, was how to escape in one piece after he was done. Yifutian spent the day thinking, finding himself unable to quiet down. Dali Imperial City was just as restless as he was. The case with the Imperial Advisor taking in a student and the battle between the Seventh Swordsman and Di Hao became the talk of the town. There was simply no one who had not heard of the Seventh Swordsman by then. Lu Chuan returned to the Imperial Advisor and he was seen sitting on the floor, training. The Imperial Advisor asked after seeing Lu Chuan show up, What is the problem, Lu Chuan? Teacher, the battle between little brother and Di Hao was a showcase of his immense combat capacity. Even I had gotten surprised, Lu Chuan said. What are you getting at? The Imperial Advisor asked. Is there a need to check things out in the lower worlds, teacher? Lu Chuan asked. There is no need for that. The Imperial Advisor then said, Remember Lu Chuan. When I chose to make him a student of mine, he then became your little brother in training. Be it his past or future, there is no need to be bothered about it. I understand. Lu Chuan bowed and left, putting the matter aside. Even if he were to venture down to the lower worlds, he would not have been able to find out anything. There was simply no way to investigate a person that just appeared out of nowhere, as there were no leads to trace. The Imperial Advisor looked up at the sky after Lu Chuan left. The stars were all over the night sky. His eyes were incredibly deep, as if he was able to pierce through the void above and see how the stars move. In Emperor Xia's palace, after Xia Qingyuan knew that Yi Futian was taken into the imperial advisor's residence to study under the imperial advisor, the sacred beat gave the black-winged condor another round of beating. The black-winged condor was in tears, swearing that it would not be called a qualified bird if it were to not get back to the one who gave it a good beating.